secretly holding hands with you behind our friend's back. Falling in love that cannot be told to anyone. Volume 1. By Mashiroya Hideoki. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. I think everyone has their own values. I have a friend who doesn't like curry, for example. It's not a serious problem, like an allergy or anything. It's just that curry makes rice mushy, and that's why he doesn't like it. He told me that he was fed up with hearing people around him say, "You're wasting half your life because you don't like curry." That angry part is something I understand well. People around me often tell me the same thing. You're in your first year of high school, and you tell me you don't need a girlfriend? That's like wasting 90% of your life, not just half of it. No, 90% is an exaggeration. I mean, are my thoughts that weird? Personally, I think it's much rarer to find someone who doesn't like curry. I don't really want a girlfriend. I'm one of those people who thinks that. In case you're wondering, I'm serious. Everyone has their own values. However, it seems that my sense of values is too difficult for men of my generation to accept. Whenever I bring it up, I usually get responses like, "You're just a jealous guy who's not popular," or "You're so sarcastic." And if anyone takes it seriously, they'll just say, "Well, there's also love between men, right?" But that's not true at all. I don't really want a girlfriend. In fact, I want to leave that kind of thing behind. After all, wouldn't it be more fun to hang out with a group of friends? Of course, I'm sure spending time with them is enjoyable and makes me happy. But if I'm on a date with my girlfriend and one of my friends calls me up and says, "Hey, let's go play Monster Hunter with the guys," I'd be upset for sure. If they say, "Hey, let's go to the pool," I'd be so frustrated that I'd start stomping my feet, wondering why it had to be today. In that case, I'd rather not have a girlfriend. At least not yet. But everyone seems to think getting a girlfriend is the way to enjoy youth, so can you all just shut up? Youth equals getting a girlfriend. I have no intention of denying anyone who wants that. It's a small thing, in my opinion. But youth isn't just about that, right? Rather than collecting memories of just the two of us with a girlfriend, I want to create as many stupid and naive memories with all of my friends as possible. So someday, when we're older, we can all get together to reminisce about these memories. I want to drink sake with everyone and laugh together at how foolish we were back then. That's why I want to focus all my energy on having fun with my friends right now. In any case, I think it's a kind of youth that can only be experienced now. What do you think? It's okay, it's okay. With these kinds of values, I'll talk from now on. As first-year high school students, in a silly summer, and in the middle of puberty, we're a group of 5 best friends, boys and girls alike. This is a story about us, about kids who will grow up in a slightly distorted way. Section. Hey, look, Junior, I bought a cutlet sandwich for you today too. At the school store during lunch, when students had gathered in a frenzy, my best friend, Siren Miyabuchi, triumphantly held up his prize. The pork cutlet sandwiches from our school store were overwhelmingly better than those from any bakery. Naturally, they were the most popular item among the students, selling out as soon as lunch started. Damn it. Another cutlet sandwich victory for you. Squinting at Siren, I desperately fished out the coins I had ready in my hand. But I was quickly swallowed by the wave of students rushing forward, blocking any chance I had to get to him. Give it up. I heard I snagged the last cutlet sandwich, Siren said, grinning as he pushed his way through the crowd. Ha! You're the only one who managed to get one again. Must be because you're so tall. Don't be mad. I'll treat you to a bite later. My bite's going to be huge, you know? Siren and I clenched our fists and bumped them together. Fist bump. This youthful gesture is something we love. Of course, I know. This isn't some manga or movie. When people actually do this, it hurts. But a little pain is okay. Someone once told me that pain is part of youth. It's one of those dark stories we'll laugh about when we're older and say, "Remember how much it hurt back then?" However, it's not such a bad thing to have more moments that are a little embarrassing but funny in hindsight. That's why it's good to experience a little pain in high school. Hanging out with friends like Siren was way more fun than trying to get a girlfriend. And if that childish mindset is what makes me a virgin, well, I'm fine with that. After all, as first years, we're still allowed to stumble through things. After getting our lunches, Siren and I headed to the rooftop of the school building. Many schools have rooftops that are off limits, but not at Miamajidai High School. It's a place meant for relaxation, with benches and tables scattered around, so naturally, it gets crowded with students at lunchtime. With the slightly humid breeze of early July in the air, we weaved through the clusters of students, making our way to the far end. In front of a tall fence sat a small boy alone on a bench, eating his lunch while engrossed in his smartphone. Shintaro. Thanks for waiting. As Siren and I approached, Shintaro responded with a casual yeah, still glued to his screen. Shintaro Tanaka. He's one of our closest friends and a classmate. In contrast to Siren's tall, wild appearance, Shintaro is small, with a baby-faced look. He's got this well-mannered Shota vibe, which oddly seems to make him popular with older women. He always gets mad when I bring it up, but it's true, he really is like that. Finally, Shintaro glanced up from his phone, looking a bit lazy. You guys took your time. Was the school store that crowded? Listen to this. That boy, Siren, was approached by a girl from another class who said, if you want, why don't we eat together? But he rejected her, you know? She was really beautiful, and it was pretty clear she had feelings for him. I don't get why he turned her down without a second thought. The handsome Siren, who was over 6 feet tall, nudged me as he began to eat his pork chop sandwich. I don't care if she has feelings for me or not. Honestly, it's 100 times more fun having lunch with you guys than with a girl I don't know that well. Oh no, I'm going to cry. As expected of my best friend. Siren Miyabuchi, Shintaro Tanaka, and me, Junior Koga. The three of us have been best friends since high school, and we formed a ridiculous group called the No Girlfriend Alliance. I was the one who suggested it, but Siren was the one who made it official. Shintaro and I had known each other since elementary school. Then, in our second year of high school, circumstances led to Siren joining our lives. Siren was already a handsome guy with a great build, so at first, I thought he'd get a girlfriend soon, and we'd start drifting apart. But I don't really need a girlfriend. It's more fun hanging out with my friends. I really resonated with that, and that's how we ended up forming the alliance. From then on, the three of us did everything together. We hung out at each other's houses, fished by the nearby riverbank, and often went to karaoke together. During last year's summer vacation, we came up with a crazy plan to bike as far as we could. I didn't have a proper road bike, so I used my mom's. After crossing about 3 mountains, we hit our limit and turned back. One of my fondest memories is of the beautiful starry sky we saw on the way home and the time we spent at a family restaurant, talking until dawn. Long live youth. Long live friendship. One of the best, and most bittersweet, dark stories of our time. Oh, is this week's issue out? Let me read it later. Siren slung his muscular arm over Shintaro's slender shoulder. It seemed that what Shintaro was looking at during lunch was the smartphone version of a manga magazine. What? Again? Come on, don't be irresponsible. You should pay for it yourself. Let's all chip in for the magazine. Don't be so hard on me. I just want to read the next chapter of this manga. Didn't its anime air recently? Siren, are you one of those people who watch anime late at night? I just happened to stay up late. They've got great taste, using acid jazz to amplify the soundtrack. Acid jazz? As Shintaro and I tilted our heads in confusion, Siren explained. It's like a fusion of rock and dance music, light and lively. You know, like the music in the Persona game series. I'll lend you a CD next time. Just like his appearance, Siren's tastes and hobbies were so mature that it was hard to believe he was a high school student. He'd talk about listening to progressive rock and post-punk music, recommending all sorts of things to Shintaro and me, even though we had no idea what genres he was talking about. Siren was also the one who taught us how to play darts, billiards, and other adult games. His hobbies, which might seem a bit much at first glance, never came across that way. I guess that's why he was so popular. He taught me a lot, and I always had fun with him. Siren, who had swiped the manga app from Shintaro, was now reading it on the smartphone. Well, why don't the three of us get our motorcycle licenses this summer? Let's do something like a tour to make up for last year's failed bike trip. See, I say things like that too. But honestly, the idea of riding a motorcycle had never even crossed my mind. That sounds fun, but how are we supposed to pay for motorcycles? I asked. How about getting part-time jobs? We can borrow the rest from our parents in advance. Shintaro chimed in with a sigh. First of all, it's not going to be just the three of us this summer. Oh, right. Well, we can always take those people on the back. Just then. What? Are they going to get their motorcycle licenses? Two familiar girls appeared in front of us. I like that. I want to ride one of those 1,000 cubic centimeter ones too. The girl with short hair mimicked holding a high-positioned motorcycle handle. It was Hanoko Asagiri, a girl from our class. Her hair was cut medium short, with the ends slightly sticking out, a perfect match for her energetic personality. But despite that tomboyish vibe, she still had an undeniably feminine grace. A high-bridged nose, long slanted eyes, and eyelashes that seemed to flutter in the wind every time she blinked. She was about the same height as me, an average guy. But her long, slender legs, and those beautiful feet peeking out from under her short skirt. They were probably longer than mine. Just the other day, she even teased me, saying, "Isn't everyone supposed to cuff their pants?" Well, she's tall for a girl, with a model-like figure that shows off her curves. Even with her well-developed facial features, she wears light makeup, making her look mature, but... Asagiri-san, you need to be 18 to get a license for a 1,000 cubic centimeter motorcycle. Oh, really? Then I'm not interested. When Koga-kun gets his license, he can come pick us up. She's the kind of girl who pats me on the back without any hesitation. Then, you'll sit behind Siren-kun, right? Asagiri-san gave the other girl a teasing smile. What? That's if. Siren-kun doesn't mind. The girl she was teasing was Yoru Narushima, a shy classmate of ours who kept a bit of distance from everyone. Unlike the energetic Asagiri-san, Narushima-san was introverted. She had long black hair that reached her chest, big eyes with double eyelids, and slightly lowered corners that gave her a timid appearance. Petite and small, she resembled a delicate creature that made you want to protect her. Despite her reserved nature, the front button of her white shirt seemed strained, as if struggling to stay closed. Judging from what I could see, her chest was probably more than an F cup. She was what you'd call a petite girl with a large bust. Paired with her peach-colored lip balm accentuating her plump lips, she exuded a subtle sexiness. It was a striking contrast to her shy personality. Asagiri-san and Narushima-san had completely different appearances and personalities, yet both were undeniably beautiful. And here I was, a plain guy, feeling a bit out of place standing next to them, especially with Siren being handsome and Shintaro being cute. I couldn't help but feel self-conscious. In fact, that's exactly how people around me saw it. My classmates would say, "You really lucked out, catching two high-level girls by using Siren and Tanaka as bait, right?" But don't get me wrong. I think Asagiri-san and Narushima-san are beautiful girls. However, we are just friends. Two new girls joined our group of 3 boys, and they just happened to be beautiful. There wasn't even the slightest romantic thought there. At least for me. Hey, Yoru. You have something to give Siren-kun, don't you? Why yes. Narushima-san, pushed from behind by Asagiri-san, stepped forward like a timid rabbit. Wrapped in a patterned handkerchief, she handed that to Siren. Siren-kun, if you don't mind, would you like to eat this? What is it? Tilting his head, Siren took it and unwrapped the handkerchief. Of course, the identity of that was just as everyone had imagined. Wow, a bento. Why yes. I made it myself. Siren-kun, it's because you normally only eat bread every day. I eat bread every day too. Narushima-san, of course, didn't consider me and only looked at Siren with the eyes of a girl in love. Siren is very popular, right? Yes. Just as Shintaro and I were whispering this to each other, Siren opened the lid of the small lunchbox. It's surprisingly big. I wonder if I can finish it all by myself. He clearly looked at me when he said that. Don't tell me, this guy is going to make a scene. What are you going to do, Junior? No, there's nothing I should do. And they'll hate me for it. As Shintaro and I whispered to each other, Siren finally got straight to the point. Hey, Junior. You said you were still hungry, right? Then I'll take the fried chicken. Half desperate, I grabbed the golden fried chicken from the lunchbox. As I stuffed it into my mouth, the juicy meat and the aroma of the spices exploded on my taste buds. So good. Asajiri-san shouted on behalf of Narushima-san, who was staring blankly. Hey, Junior Koga, did you know that Yoru made that for Siren-kun? But I'm hungry. Even if that's the case, shouldn't you let Siren-kun eat first? Yeah, I think so too. Siren just chuckled, a mature expression on his face, followed by a shy smile. Ha, ha. Well, I've already had a pork cutlet sandwich. Can I eat this with everyone, Narushima? Why yes, of course, everyone, please. There's no way Siren could fill up on just a pork cutlet sandwich with that physique. This was a nice way of saying that he couldn't accept Narushima-san's kindness. Of course, I felt bad for making Narushima-san uncomfortable. But to be honest, I wished we could have stayed in this current relationship just a little longer. The three of us, who were always together, had become a group of 5 in high school. And for me, that group of 5 was already. This fried chicken is so good. Can I have another one? Hey, Koga-kun, if you're that hungry, eat my bread. Really. Asajiri-san shoved a piece of yakisoba bread into my mouth. In response, I desperately searched for Shintaro's water bottle. Without delay, Asajiri-san quickly approached Shintaro. Tanaka-kun, don't give it to him. This is a punishment game for Koga-kun. That's right, I'm sorry. Shintaro quickly put away his water bottle. Junior, you look like the evil god Chulhu with yakisoba dripping from your mouth. I'm going to record this. Siren was trying to record me with his smartphone. Ha ha ha. Koga-kun, you really look like you're having trouble breathing. Do you want my tea? Narushima-san grabbed her lunchbox and handed me her own water bottle with a shy smile. Mao, Yoru, you shouldn't be so nice to men. Asajiri-san scolded her for that, but she laughed as well. To me, the 5 of us have become an irreplaceable group of close friends. The 5 of us have only been together for a short time, but it doesn't matter how many years we've spent together. It's like we've been friends for a long time, and the atmosphere is very welcoming. I can't imagine losing any of them again. They were the best of friends. Even so, I knew very well that this relationship would end if there was love involved. And so I knew I had to accept it when the time came. I wanted to leave as many memories of the 5 of us sharing our silliest and youthful memories when we were still a group of best friends as possible. Hey, let's take a photo for the memories. So everyone gather here. What's the memory? I really don't understand. First of all, I'm still in the middle of my lunch break. Haha, you guys are so ridiculous. Hey, let's take a photo with my smartphone. Don't push me like that. Hey, have you taken the photo yet? It was lunchtime, at the end of the rainy season. A group of 5 best friends kept making noise, not caring about gender. I wish this wonderful moment would last as long as possible. I really don't need a girlfriend. I thought so. This is a story about us, about 5 friends who will slowly grow up in a distorted way. Chapter 1, Secret. When I first entered high school, it was just me, Shintaro, and Siren. I loved being in the same class as my mischievous friends at this high school. The 3 of us would always cause a lot of commotion together every day. One day, Yoru Narushima joined us. She was shy, withdrawn, and didn't talk much, but she was always close by. Whether we were playing on our smartphones during breaks, eating lunch on the rooftop, or staying behind after school to plan where we'd hang out, Yoru Narushima was always with us, smiling timidly. I quickly realized that Narushima was sticking around because of Siren. Although she was quiet, I was impressed by how bold she was in her own way. Since Narushima had been hanging around with us for a while, I invited her to officially join our group. In the end, the 4 of us played games on our smartphones and walked home together. You look like 3 bad boys dragging a shy girl around, don't you? That's probably why Hanoko Asagiri, seeing Narushima surrounded by boys, forced her way in and said, I'll join you too. And so, what started as a group of 3 boys became a group of 5, with 2 girls now included. We always went to karaoke, bowling, and ate at family restaurants together. It had been about 2 months since we became a group of 5. Before we knew it, it felt natural for us to always be together. Hey, Siren-kun. If you don't mind, could we go to the movies next Sunday? In the classroom during recess, I saw Narushima-san nervously inviting Siren to see a movie. Oh, this Sunday. Siren, casually combing his light brown hair, glanced at me. Yeah, I get it. Hold on a second. I sighed, mustered some enthusiasm, and jumped into their conversation. What? We're going to the movies. What a coincidence. There's a movie I've been wanting to see too. Siren shot me a grateful smile, appreciating the save. Ah, now that you mention it, Junior, isn't there a B-movie action flick playing right now? That's the one. I heard it's a dumb movie with nothing but explosions, but I think we should all watch it. Ha ha ha, sounds fun. What do you think, Narushima? Narushima-san, who had been asked by Siren, stood there, mouth slightly open. Then, like a shy little animal, she shrugged and made a hesitant expression. Well, it's more fun to watch movies like that, with other people. Shintaro, who had overheard nearby, sighed. You know, I still don't think this kind of meddling is right. You don't have to tell me. Trust me, I feel guilty too. Just so you know, this has nothing to do with the no-girlfriend alliance. That was just a silly joke we made in high school, and no one actually took it seriously. This is something Siren personally asked me to do. Lately, Narushima-san had been trying to get Siren alone whenever she had the chance. As expected, Siren seemed to pick up on it, saying, it's not that I don't like her, but it's more fun when we're all together, so I should handle this properly. That's why I ended up being the one to intervene when those situations came up. However, Shintaro wasn't part of this arrangement, so it was pretty much my responsibility alone. Still, I had to admire Narushima-san's persistence, even though it filled me with guilt. So why didn't I refuse such an unreasonable request? The answer was obvious. It's because, in my mind, love can wait a little longer when it comes to the group. Romantic issues within a friend group are incredibly tricky. For instance, I know that if someone confesses, whether it succeeds or not, it'll likely be the end of the 5 of us hanging out together. People who don't confess will inevitably feel awkward and leave, and if they succeed, becoming a couple would create some distance between us. In a way, this was the first time the 5 of us were able to be close friends without any awkwardness. If Narushima-san decided to confess, I don't know whether Siren would accept her or not. No, unfortunately, he'd most likely reject her. Either way, I wanted our current group of 5 friends to stay as it was, at least until the end of this summer. I longed for a peaceful time with my best friends, free from any romantic drama. I was fully aware that this was a selfish thought. I guess I have a bad personality, but honestly, it's fine if things stay like this until summer ends. Because this summer, we're all together. Asagiri-san came rushing over, saying, Hey, aren't you going to ask Yoru what she thinks? Seriously, you guys are. IIT's fine, Hanoko-chan. If you want to go to the movies, let's all go together, okay? I felt so bad for making shy Narushima-san look like that. I really am a jerk. But even though I knew that, I couldn't stop myself from interfering. It had become too natural for all 5 of us to always be together. None of us were in any clubs, so we were still together when it was time to go home. The topic of conversation shifted to the upcoming final exams for the first semester. We joked about having a study session, but laughed it off, knowing we'd probably just end up talking nonsense instead of studying. Eventually, we reached the usual intersection. See you tomorrow, then. Everyone but me took the train to school, so I had to say goodbye to them here. I have something to do around here. So, goodbye everyone. For some reason, Narushima-san stayed with me. Something to do here? There's nothing around here but fields. This is about as rural as it gets. Siren and the others didn't seem to think much of it, waving as they walked off, saying, "See you later." Now it was just me and Narushima-san left standing there. "So, where are you headed, Narushima-san?" "I want to talk to you alone, Koga-kun. Can you come with me for a bit?" "I see. She probably wants to ask me for advice. Most likely about Siren." Without saying anything, I followed Narushima-san, who had already started walking. Under the scorching sun, right after the rainy season, I trailed behind her as we walked down the wide prefectural road, surrounded by nothing but fields. We had been walking for almost 40 minutes. By now, we had long passed my house. I still had no clue where we were going. It felt like we were on an aimless march, and it was starting to wear on me mentally. On top of that, Narushima-san wasn't much of a talker, which only added to my exhaustion. "Hey, seriously, how much farther are we going?" I muttered for what felt like the 100th time, drained from the heat and tiredness. "Just a little farther." That was the only response I got, over and over again, as we repeated the same exchange. "Can't we just stop and talk here? I'm really tired of walking." I finally stopped, feeling sweat cling uncomfortably to my skin. "Don't be lazy." Narushima-san, looking back at me, let out a soft laugh. For some reason, I didn't remember her ever making that kind of expression before. Her face looked more like that of a hunter eyeing its prey than the shy little animal she usually resembled. "Well, I guess here works." Narushima-san pointed to a large convenience store with a sprawling parking lot beside the prefectural highway. "Hey, Koga-kun, could you buy me some ice cream?" "Ha! Why me? Just listen to what a girl asks for, foo. Something's off. The atmosphere feels different from usual." I felt so uneasy that I almost asked, "Are you really Yoru Narushima?" "Well, fine. I'll charge you for it later." "What? You're going to charge a girl? What's up with her?" It's probably better not to say anything, even if that's what I'm thinking. Could it be she's mad at me for getting in the way of her and Siren? If that's the case, I guess it's my fault too. With that guilt gnawing at me, I quietly headed into the convenience store to buy the ice cream. But soon, I realized something. I was just being dragged along for no reason, probably as a form of harassment. Back in the parking lot, Narushima-san accepted the ice cream, thanked me briefly, and began licking it. "So, what did you want to talk about?" I took a sip of the sports drink I bought for myself and let out a sigh. I had expected her to ask for advice about Siren, but honestly, all I wanted was to go home, take a shower, and relax. Foo. Narushima-san looked at me with a mischievous smile, running her red tongue along the popsicle stick. "Koga-kun, you really can't read the mood, can you?" "Ha! I know you're clueless, since you haven't even noticed that I like Siren-kun, right?" "No, of course I've noticed. Or maybe I should say, with how often she tries to get his attention, it would be strange if anyone didn't notice." "No, actually, but you still deliberately get in the way like a child, and it's really bothering me. So tell me, why do you do that?" "Like a child?" That's true, but her suddenly sharp tone is kind of intimidating. "Hey, answer me. Why do you always get in the way whenever I try to get close to Siren-kun?" I don't really know how to explain. It's because Siren asked me to help. But I can't tell her that. Besides, it's my decision too. Under the pressure of Narushima-san's strange intensity, I scratched my head awkwardly and said, "Well, I like our group of 5, and I want things to stay that way for a little while longer." Narushima-san looked at me in surprise, then burst out laughing. "Fat. Ha. What's that? Why are you making such a dumb excuse?" Ha. She laughed loudly. "Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised since you're acting like a little kid. Ha, you're such a funny virgin." "Wait a minute. No, seriously, hold up. I've been wondering about this for a while now. Is this really Yoru Narushima? Is that so? The usual shy, introverted, and quiet girl. Was it all just an act? Like a wolf in sheep's clothing? Could this be her true nature? Well, first off, I'm sorry. I've definitely done things that probably made you hate me, Narushima-san." I apologized sincerely, hoping to smooth things over. Don't worry about it. I've hated you from the start, Koga-kun. So she's hated me from the beginning. Wow, did she have to say it so casually? You're annoying, you act like a child, and you're always around Siren-kun. From the moment I met you, I thought, oh, I wish he would just disappear. Oh, maybe I'll write it down on a Tanabata wish. This duality. Isn't it kind of dangerous? It's so different from how she acts at school that it's a little scary. Tell me, Narushima-san, are you ready to disappear now, oh great virgin king of the kingdom of dumb shitty brats? Yeah. I'm terrible at dealing with this girl. That was the only thought running through my head as Yoru Narushima mocked me with a laugh. Sure, it's my fault for meddling, even though Siren asked me to help, you know? But even so, this dark side of her is just too dangerous. And now I find out she's hated me from the very start. I was honestly shocked because I thought we were a group of 5 close friends. Whenever the 5 of us were together, she would laugh quietly and help smooth things over whenever tensions rose. I thought she was the glue that kept us all connected. She really seemed like an essential part of the group. So, even if she's a wolf in sheep's clothing, if she can still remain part of our group, I'll just pretend I never saw this side of her. By the way, when I said I wanted you to disappear, I didn't mean it literally. Just to be clear, Narushima-san pursed her lips and sensually licked her ice cream stick. Koga-kun, you like Hanako-chan, don't you? What? Ha ha ha, what an obvious reaction. You really are a virgin. So cute. Great king. How? Do you know that? Neither Siren, Shintaro, nor even Hanako Asagiri herself knows about this. It's a secret I've kept to myself, something I haven't told anyone. I don't think Hanako-chan has noticed it yet, but you seem like the type who likes girls like her. Especially a guy who enjoys hanging out and causing a fuss with his friends. Right on target. I'm interested in Hanako Asagiri. Not just because she's beautiful, though she definitely is. She's fun to be around, and I feel comfortable with her, like a friend. At first, I thought it was just friendship, but before I knew it, I found myself always watching her, drawn to her without realizing it. That's when I realized my feelings for her were more than just friendly. But I have no intention of becoming her boyfriend. I don't plan on confessing to her, either. I liked the way things were with our group of 5. That's why I've decided to keep these feelings for Asagiri-san locked away, buried deep in my heart, never to be revealed. Not now, not ever. That's why I'll act as a go-between for you and Hanako-chan. If you have a girlfriend, you won't be able to interfere between me and Siren-kun anymore, right? It's a win-win situation for both of us. That's not necessary. What? You mean you're going to do it yourself? Oh, you're surprisingly manly, aren't you? Narushima-san looked up at me, an evil grin spread across her face. She's so close, uncomfortably close, her large chest almost brushing against me. But it'll go more smoothly if you have help, right? I'm offering to assist you, so why don't you just bow down and say, please help me, Yoru Narushima-sama? Come on, do it. I already said I'm fine as I am. Foo, well, I don't mind, as long as you end up with a girlfriend, Koga-kun. After finishing my sports drink, I responded to Narushima-san's mocking expression. Phew. No, I'm really not going to do anything, okay? I'm happy with the way things are. What? Narushima-san's face twisted in confusion, not quite grasping what I had just said. Anger slowly bubbled up, her expression becoming more distorted by the second. What do you mean? You like Hanako-chan, but you won't do anything about it. Exactly. Haven't I already told you? I don't want a girlfriend. What the hell? Even though I hate you, I went out of my way to help you. Wow, she really said the word hate again. It's best not to say it, even if that's how you feel. I'm not great at dealing with Narushima-san, but if possible, I'd like to maintain a good relationship with her. For me, the time I spend with the 5 of us is truly special. But with her being so hostile, it's starting to wear on me. Little by little, I'm getting frustrated. Even though I'm usually pretty mentally weak, I've never been good at handling harsh words. I get down on myself almost immediately. It's kind of terrifying. Well, To put it simply, the reason you want me to go out with Asajira-san is that you want me to disappear from Siren's life, right? That's exactly it. You're always around Siren-kun, and you're pure trash to me. You're so annoying that I wish you'd just vanish already. You really piss me off so much. Oh my god, I'm really going to cry. I had no idea this seemingly sweet, innocent girl could be so foul-mouthed and hateful behind her mask. I don't know how I'll deal with her moving forward. Her personality is just too awful. Sighing, I put my smartphone to my ear. Well, in terms of bad temper, I'm sorry, but I've got the upper hand here. Anyway, did you catch all of that, Siren? Narushima-san turned pale when she saw me talking on my smartphone. What? Did you not hear me right? I'll tell you one more time. Narushima-san says I'm trash and wants to get rid of me as soon as possible. Hey, wait. What? Is that voice I hear? Yes, it's Yoru Narushima. I'm just as surprised. I didn't know she could talk like that. She acts like a complete cat at school. Why are you talking to Siren-kun on the phone? Hey, give me that. In a panic, Narushima-san lunged for my phone. I pulled it away from my ear and stuck my tongue out at her. It's a lie. What? I pointed at her, still feigning terror. Stupid. You fell for it. Did you really think I would let Siren hear what you said? You little brat. Oh, she's so angry. If she had a knife, I'd be in trouble. She might just stab me without hesitation. Anyway, my prediction was right on target. As I suspected, she wanted to maintain her innocence in front of Siren, hoping to invoke his protective instincts. Narushima-san was trying to reveal her true self to relieve her pent-up frustration toward me. She was looking for a way to manipulate me into helping her so she could get closer to him. After this, I was sure she'd say something like, "I'll make it work, so keep my cat act a secret," but she miscalculated because I never intended to get a girlfriend in the first place. "I'll break your jaw." Narushima raised her fist in the air menacingly. Hey, is it really okay for you to do that? What if I tell Siren that you act like a cat in front of everyone? There's no way he'll believe that. It doesn't matter how long you've known him. Narushima-san took a step back, and her expression made it clear she was scared. Well, I guess so. Your innocent cat act is just perfect, Narushima-san. But if I say something, Siren will at least be suspicious. He has a keen eye for changes, so wouldn't that put you in a tough spot? In response, Narushima-san counterattacked. Then I'll tell everyone that you like Hanako-chan. Koga-kun, wouldn't that be a problem for you, since you want to keep the group together? That certainly would be a problem. But if that happens, your true nature will be revealed, Narushima-san, and we'll be back to being the original trio. I enjoy our group of 5 right now, but if it comes to that, there's nothing I can do about it. Narushima-san likes Siren and wants to close the gap between them. I like Asajiri-san, but I don't want to close the gap between us. We were in a stalemate. Damn. You're even more of an asshole than I thought. And on top of that, your personality is the worst, Koga-kun. Yeah, I know. I think so too. But what gives you the right to tell me what to do? You fake normie with boobs. I assume your big boobs are fake too, right? My boobs. They are real. What's wrong with you, you stupid, virgin, miserable Koga-kun? Yes, you little miserable Koga-kun. That was the first time someone had been so rude to me. It's actually kind of interesting, don't you think? Hey, can I ask you something? What? What makes you think I didn't record you? I showed her my smartphone again, and Narushima-san gasped. Did you record it? No, of course not. You miserable bastard. Seriously, die. I'll strip you naked, and you'll die. I'm sorry. Well, even if I didn't record it, I can still tell him tomorrow, and it will have the same effect. Wait. Don't do that. Only her frightened face remained, resembling the typical weak little animal she always portrayed. What can I do to stop you from telling him? You're just the same as always. I finally managed to say the words I wanted to and smiled reassuringly. I can't blame you for hating me, but I really liked the time I spent with the 5 of us, Narushima-san. So I hope you can continue to behave normally with me. At least in front of everyone. Narushima-san rubbed her eyes, looking as if she might cry. I think I exaggerated too much. It's just that I tend to take things seriously. Let's be honest and reflect on that. I understand. Even though I hate you so much that I don't want to see your face again, I'll try to do whatever I can. Oh, then. I'll be under your care. But I won't give up on Siren-kun. I know. I don't think the 5 of us can be together forever. So I'll try not to interfere in your love life as much as possible. I'm really sorry about everything. What does as much as possible mean? Narushima-san, still with tears in the corners of her eyes, glared at me hatefully. No, it's just a figure of speech. I won't do it again. For now, why don't we make up? I reached out my right hand, and she nervously grabbed it. It was the first time I held a girl's hand. As they say, it was smooth and soft. But it was also sticky, like a hard stick. Hey, oh wow 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 wow. I cut off the handshake, and the ice cream stick that Narushima-san was eating had stuck to my right hand. Enfufu, this is my revenge for bullying me. That smile. I guess the tears from earlier were also a lie, right? Alright, Koga-kun. As you know, I'll soon confess my feelings to Siren-kun. Ah, yes, that. But can you wait a little longer? Of course, I'm not telling you not to confess to him. I'm just asking you to hold off until at least the end of summer. We had big plans for this summer, to have fun together as a group. This was the first and last summer we'd definitely spend together like this. It was going to be a big project that I wanted to paint in vibrant colors this summer. So at least, until then, I wanted to maintain the closeness of our friendship without the complications of romantic relationships. At the very least, I wanted her to wait until my plan was executed. That's what I was thinking, but it's none of my business, is it? Of course, I suppressed my selfish and fleeting desires. Koga-kun, it seems like you want to cherish the relationships within the group, but I don't care about that. I'll confess in my own time, and if it doesn't work, I'll just leave the group and look for someone else. That's all. Then Narushima-san looked at the ice cream stick in her hand as she shook my hand. What happened today is a secret between us. Please keep your promise. She looked at me deliberately, showing a mischievous smile and licking her lips, something she had never done at school. Ha! What will become of this summer? After parting ways with Narushima-san, I muttered to myself, gripped by a strong anxiety. I looked at the ice cream still in the palm of my hand. The ice cream, exposed to the hot July sun, had begun to melt. But the sticky feeling was still there. I didn't have a handkerchief, so I tried to wipe it off with the hem of my uniform but hesitated to do so. So, I did what Narushima-san had done and gently licked it with my tongue. Amid the bitterness from my sweaty hands, there was a sweetness that seemed to melt away. It was proof that I had shared my first secret with Yoru Narushima, and it was a taste I would never forget. Chapter 2, Neighbors. So, I'm planning to throw a big party this summer. The day after class, I brought this up with my usual group of friends. A fireworks show would be great, but traveling by motorcycle makes that seem a bit unrealistic. Siren groaned in frustration. Well, why don't we just do what we did last year and go cycling through the mountains? This time, we could bring camping gear and try to go even farther. But this year, we have Asajiri-san and Narushima-san with us. It might be a bit tough for them, don't you think? I glanced over at Asajiri-san, and she flashed a bright, sun-like smile. It's fine with me. If you're up for it, let's go for it. She gave me a hearty slap on the back. I'm more worried about Koga-kun and Tanaka-kun's stamina, to be honest. They're not great with sports, and last year, you two ended up being a burden on Siren-kun. As you may have noticed, the girls call Siren Miyabuchi Siren-kun, using his first name, while Shintaro and I are called by our last names, Tanaka-kun and Koga-kun. Well, Siren does sound pretty cool. Shintaro, who was being teased by Asajiri-san, quickly replied. I was the only one holding everyone back. If Junior hadn't been there, going down the mountain would have been way too dangerous. Siren placed his burly arm on my shoulder. Oh, yeah, you're underestimating this guy, Junior Koga. He's amazing. What did Koga-kun do? This was Yoru Narushima, looking at me with her head tilted in curiosity. After everything that happened yesterday, it felt almost cruel to see her acting so innocent. At first, I was a bit concerned. Even though I'd made her promise to act like her usual self in front of everyone, I thought she might not even talk to me again. But my worries were unfounded. Yoru Narushima continued to pretend like nothing had happened, treating me the same as always, as if the fight had never occurred. Her real self, beneath that innocent exterior, was a fake normie, with a brain full of love to match her ample chest. Still, since it seemed like we could remain a group of 5 good friends, I felt relieved. Siren smiled gently, gazing up at the blue sky. Last summer, we planned a bike trip. We didn't really think about it, we just said we'd go as far as we could. Of course, the plan was to make it a day trip and return home, but no one ever said, it's time to go home. Even though it was getting dark, you know? The mood back then was like whoever said it first would lose the game. I laughed at the memory, and Siren nodded in agreement. Yeah. And when we passed the 3rd mountain, Shintaru's bike got a flat tire. By that point, it was really late, and there was no one else around. We all started to get pretty nervous. Ha! You crossed mountains without even taking precautions? Like, having a puncture repair kit with you? Asajiri-san made a good point, but back then, we were just your typical reckless high school students. They were riding those Mamorachi bikes, right? By that time, they must have already been in bad shape. Did they all end up walking home? Shintaro glanced at me with a smile. Junior said to me, hop on the back. Exactly. Shintaro and I almost cried because we didn't know what to do. But then Junior Koga offered to share his seat. Siren chimed in. We'd been out since early morning, so everyone was exhausted by then, yet he said it so casually. And even though Siren and I had to switch positions several times along the way, Junior never gave up. He carried me all the way home, with me on his back. I felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't because I was particularly noble or anything. I just felt responsible since it was my idea to go on the trip in the first place. Asajiri-san sighed in disbelief, looking at me. You guys should have turned back before it got that bad. You're all idiots. It's okay to be idiots. Sure, my legs were stiff by the end, but because of that recklessness, I got to see a sky full of beautiful stars. On our way home, the 3 of us even stopped by a family restaurant, where we reflected on the whole thing and complained until morning. Being dumb sometimes leads to more fun, more enjoyment. It's better than always playing it smart. And if doing things like that makes us kids, then I guess I'm still a kid. I get it. These guys are really something, Asajiri-san muttered. She spread her arms wide and gazed up at the sky. You know, Yoru, if we hang out with Koga-kun and the others, this summer's going to be way more fun, don't you think? Narushima-san glanced at me briefly. That's right. The look in their eyes seemed to say, that'll never happen, which made me feel a bit uncomfortable for some reason. While we were chatting, we arrived at the intersection where I usually part ways with them. Alright, let's discuss our summer vacation plans again soon. I'm heading this way. But just as I said goodbye and turned to leave. That reminds me. I heard Yoru already found a place to live, so let's all visit his house next time. Asajiri-san said it as if she'd just remembered. So you finally started living on your own, Narushima-san. Congratulations. That said, I've been living alone since I started high school. Even though I live in the same city as Shintaro and Siren, I don't take the train to school. When I was about to enter high school, I casually mentioned to my dad, it's too far from home. Then he replied, why don't you try living on your own for a while as a test and experience? I'm not sure if it's because my dad is a real estate agent, but he didn't hesitate at all to let his high school son live alone. In fact, he eagerly helped me find a cheap apartment near the school. Maybe he just wanted to fill one of the empty units he was promoting, but it worked out well for me. After all, living alone as a high schooler feels like such a youthful experience. During vacations, Siren and Shintaro would come over to hang out at my place. Speaking of Narushima's room, you guys haven't been to Junior's place, have you? Let's crash there next. Exactly. Let's have a game tournament all night in Kogakuen's room. Siren and Asajira-san were already getting excited. Well, it'd probably be a stupid but memorable experience. The walls in my place are pretty thin, so if you're planning to make noise until morning, you might as well go to Narushima-san's new house. I was actually the one who introduced Narushima-san to my father's real estate agency. I'm not sure exactly why, but she'd been wanting to live alone for a long time. Well, everyone's circumstances are different, and I didn't have any intention of prying into her reasons. Oh, thank you so much for all your help, Kogakuen. This time, instead of her usual playful innocence, she seemed genuinely thankful. I found it refreshing to see her like that. But apparently, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. And then Saturday arrived. School was closed today, and I didn't have any special plans, so I was looking forward to sleeping in. Suddenly, I was woken up by some noise coming from outside. The apartment I lived in was an old, shabby two-story building that had a strong nostalgic smell, like something from the Showa era. The front door was about as thin as my chest, so the noise outside was particularly annoying. I looked down from my room on the second floor and saw a small moving truck parked in front of the building. It looked like someone was moving in. I decided to check it out while heading out to buy breakfast. Ah, hello. As I walked down the rickety, cheaply built outdoor staircase, a middle-aged man carrying a small refrigerator greeted me. He was hauling the fridge into the room next to mine. At first, I assumed the man was my new neighbor. But as it turned out, the reality was far beyond what I could have expected. He continued up the stairs, and beside him was someone else. On top of one of the cardboard boxes was a pair of breasts that looked like they were being transported. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Yoru Narushima. What? We stopped in the middle of the outside stairs, both of us letting out confused exclamations. Why are you here, Kogakuen? No, that's what I should be asking. I figured it out immediately. That middle-aged man must be Narushima-san's father, here to help his daughter move in. Narushima-san had likely pieced it together too. She realized I lived in this apartment building as well. Her father returned after placing the refrigerator inside her new room. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't greet you properly. You must be my daughter's neighbor, right? This is the worst. Narushima-san furrowed her brows intensely, showing me an expression I'd never seen her wear at school. After glancing between her and her father with a strained smile, I quickly pulled out my phone and called my dad. Hello. What did you do? What's with the sudden call? I told you not to interrupt me during work. My father sounded annoyed, but considering he'd put me in this situation, he didn't have much room to complain. Why did you set Narushima-san up in the same apartment building where I live? And right next door, no less. Oh, you mean Yoru Narushima-san. I thought it would be nice since she's your friend, Junior. Plus, she's part of your close friend group, isn't she? Wait. What do you mean by because? I mean, yes, but still. I'm at work, so I'm hanging up. Don't make a fuss just because your friend moved in next door, Dad said simply before ending the call. What kind of ridiculous turn of events is this? Out of all people, why does it have to be the wolf in sheep's clothing? Someone who's hated me from the start, who's now my neighbor. Our apartment has walls so thin that you can hear even the smallest sounds of daily life. If it were a stranger, I wouldn't care, but knowing Narushima-san could hear everything makes me nervous. I don't know what she'll do if she overhears something. Now, I won't be able to watch any questionable videos without using headphones. After carrying boxes inside, Narushima-san came out with a very annoyed expression. Judging by her face, it was clear my father hadn't told her anything either. I guess he thought it would be a fun surprise, but seriously, Dad. We both stayed silent as we walked down the stairs together. I pulled my bike out of the apartment's parking lot, intending to go grab breakfast. Meanwhile, Narushima-san and her father were unloading another box from their small truck. It looked like they were handling the entire move on their own, just the two of them. Struggling a bit with a particularly heavy cardboard box, Narushima-san wobbled as she carried it up the stairs. I sighed and parked my bike beside me. Give it here. I grabbed the cardboard box from her hands. Whoa, this is heavier than I expected. Whether you help me or not, it's not going to change my opinion of you. Just noting that for the record. I didn't expect anything from the start, so don't worry. This is just me being considerate. After all, if a girl I knew was carrying something heavy, anyone would help her, no matter how fake this normie with big breasts is. Now that I think about it, last year, you carried Tanaka-kun down the mountain on the back of your bike. So, I guess you do have some redeeming qualities. I had to take responsibility since I was the one who suggested that trip. I'm basically an idiot. I know. That's why I hate you. I hate you so much I want to tie you to a chair and slap you back and forth until morning. Still, I think your arms would get tired. I'd be fine if it's you, Koga-kun. Just imagining it makes me so excited. Can I really do it? Wow. That's a terrifying smile. And knowing we'll see each other more often now is depressing. Ah, leave that at the main gate entrance. Don't ever come in. I know. I said this to Narushima-san, who was heading back to the small truck, then lifted my foot onto the ladder. Wait a minute. Well, okay, but... Narushima-san walked over to the truck and took a light paper bag from the cargo tray. I thought she'd be right back, but instead, she had the nerve to go and buy a drink from a nearby vending machine. Come on. I'm about to have my arms torn off here. Finally, Narushima-san returned and hurried me to carry the heavy cardboard box in my hands. Hey, keep moving. I get it, but don't push me. Even though you're like this, I'm still helping you. Hey, wait a minute. Up until now, I hadn't really looked at her face. Narushima-san is wearing a large t-shirt with a loose fit. Isn't there a bulge on her chest? Wait, is she not wearing a bra? What? No, it's nothing. It's just her usual evil breasts, but seriously, she should at least be wearing a bra. I looked away and started up the stairs again. Then, Narushima-san, following close behind, let out a snicker. Can't handle girls, Koga-kun? Shut up, you and your outrageous chest. I didn't need to look back to know. Right now, Yoru Narushima was laughing with that wicked smile. So that's it. That's why you only hang out with guys. Hanging out with guys is more fun. That's right. Until I met Asajiri-san and Narushima-san, I'd really thought I only needed male friends. I see. So, the reason you can't be more forward with Hanako-chan is because you're not used to girls? That's not true. I just enjoy spending time with everyone. Don't act like you know everything. Your brain's too filled with romance. Anyway, you seem to be attracted to the female form, right? Of course, I'm still a teenager. Just because I like hanging out in groups doesn't mean I have no interest in that stuff. Want to practice getting used to it. Fat. Are you an idiot? After climbing the stairs and setting the box down in front of Narushima-san's apartment, I finally took a breath. Enfu. Thank you, Koga-kun. The fake normie let out an oddly sultry sound. Suddenly, she clung tightly to my back, and the soft pressure of her chest was unmistakable, radiating across my whole back. I jumped away as if I'd been shocked. What are you doing? I'm just thanking you. What's the problem? It's everywhere. The flesh of your chest is touching me. Foo. What are you saying? Can't you just say breasts like usual? This isn't good. This is very bad. I'm probably blushing a lot right now, completely wrapped up in Narushima-san's games. I get your strategy now, Koga-kun. Narushima-san put her finger to her full lips and gave me a sly smile, a smile only I could see. You say you don't want a girlfriend, that you want to be with your friends, but it's just to cover up your true desires. If you were really interested in girls, I bet you'd want to date Hanako-chan. Even if not her, you'd still want to be with someone. You'll definitely prioritize your love life over your friends someday. I won't. No way. I've been through this before. Are you serious? Absolutely. I'm really not interested in having a girlfriend. I'd rather just hang out with my friends. Just to confirm, Koga-kun. Narushima-san glanced at me, a slight, wry smile on her face. If I were to date Siren-kun and leave our group, You wouldn't like that, would you? That's… I couldn't answer right away. Because, honestly, I wouldn't like it. Of course, if it happens, I'd accept it. But my true feelings are… I'm sure it would make things complicated. I don't want you to end up resenting me, so I guess I have no choice but to show you. Show me what? The perks of having a girlfriend. I'll make sure you understand. That sounded like a challenge. I'll make you more interested in girls and prove that love is more important than friendship. Don't be ridiculous. Spending time with friends is more meaningful and a higher priority than love. Narushima-san and I were polar opposites with fundamentally different viewpoints. Foo. I wonder how much longer you'll keep saying that. The fake normie with a love-focused mind headed down the apartment's outdoor stairs, then stopped halfway and looked back. Oh, right. I forgot to call the gas company, so I can't shower tonight. Mind if I borrow your bathroom? What? Just go to a public bath. Ha! Refusing a girl's request. I'm covered in sweat, can't you tell? She tucked down the collar of her baggy t-shirt, showing me that teasingly deep cleavage. I told you not to do that. I really can't handle this girl. Enfu. Take this. She tossed something to me, a bottled tea she just bought from the vending machine. What? I was honestly a bit surprised. Despite everything, she actually thanked me. And that's why I'll be coming over tonight, Koga-kun. See you later. Yoru Narushima gave me a teasing smile and walked down the stairs. Is she really coming over tonight, this girl? The bottled tea she gave me as a thank you felt surprisingly heavy in my hands. Chapter 3, Innocence. Shintaro is not the only person I have had a long-term relationship with. There are actually 2 more people. They were Kazumichi Tarai and Megumi Maeda. We were now in different high schools and started to contact each other less frequently, but from that day on, I have never forgotten the 2 of them. Normally, I would say something stupid like let's make the best dark and painful memories. Now about that, I am very sad and embarrassed. It was such a hard dark story that I don't even want to say it in jest. Section. What is your earliest memory? As for me, it is playing on the slide in the park with Megumi Maeda. I don't remember how old we were at that time. Anyway, Megumi Maeda and I went to the same kindergarten, and as far as I can remember, we were together every day. We also lived close by and called each other Jun-kun and Megumi. I can only say that we were like siblings of the same age. There was a time when I wondered why we didn't live together. We were such childhood friends that we spent a lot of time together as if we were family. When Megumi and I entered the same elementary school and were in the same class, we naturally started meeting up every morning and then going to school together. I guess we held hands at first too. It was such a natural relationship that I never had any doubts. Not long after, I started getting to know the boys in my class. I still don't remember how it happened, but then 2 new friends joined Megumi and me. They were Shintaro Tanaka and Kazumichi Tarai. Shintaro was a boy who had a kind personality, and Kazumichi was very active, typical of every boy. The 4 of us, including Shintaro and Kazumichi, were very close friends. I was also friends with my other classmates, but this group of 4 was special to me. I think the fact that the 4 of us had been in the same class together since the first year contributed a lot to that special feeling. The 4 of us always came home from school together and always played together during summer vacation. We played at the bank of a nearby river, went to the mountains to catch bugs, and met up at one of our houses to hang out. We often kept in touch through online games until late at night. Even when we entered high school, our relationship remained the same. The 4 of us were in the same class again, even in the first year of high school. I thought we were destined to be together. I hope the 4 of us can stay together forever. I mean, we will stay together. Of course. Kazumichi, as the leader of the group, had been telling us this all the time since elementary school, and it was inconceivable to me that the 4 of us would split up. But the miracle of us being in the same class didn't last forever. In our second year, for the first time, we were in different classes. Only Megumi and I were in the same class, but Kazumichi and Shintaro were not. Kazumichi's class was next to ours, but Shintaro was on another floor. 4 middle school students living in a small community. Different classes are like being in another prefecture. Shintaru's class was on another floor, which felt like being in a foreign country. At first, they would come to play in Megumi's class and mine every recess, but gradually, as time went by, only Shintaru stopped coming to my class. Since I was a shy person, I couldn't go to Shintaru's class since it was full of students I didn't know. Also, since I didn't have a smartphone yet, Shintaru and I gradually separated. In this way, it was just the 3 of us left: Megumi, Kazumichi, who always appeared in our classroom, and me. 4 minus 1 is equal to 3. Just like that, the group of 4 people who had always been together since the first year ended up being reduced to 3 just by being in different classes. Even when we came home from school, it was just Megumi, Kazumichi, and me. That was the first change that happened to us. And the next change happened in the not-too-distant future. As usual, it was just the 3 of us who were walking home together. Kazumichi, whose house was the closest, had left first, and it was just Megumi and me walking side by side. Ah, yes. I have a game I want to play with you guys next time. Hey, Junkuen. Megumi interrupted my trivial conversation. You know, it's hard to say, but if it's just the 2 of us left from now on, why don't we just go home separately? With an inexplicable look on her face, she interrupted me. What? Why? I don't want someone to see us together and then start spreading strange rumors about us. That's why, after we part ways with Kazukuen, I'll take a detour and go home on my own. I'm really sorry. That was when I realized that Megumi always walked faster when it was just the 2 of us. I think she was subtly avoiding me when I talked to her in the classroom without Kazumichi around. It had never been like this before. Why did it suddenly happen in the 2nd year of high school? I understood what Megumi meant. I was surprised, but I realized that 2nd-year girls were complicated in many ways. After all, just by being seen chatting with a boy, she would be teased by saying, "You guys are dating?" Just like in manga or anime, no matter how old you are, it's hard to go home with your childhood friend. So that's why from that day on, Kazumichi, Megumi, and I treated each other as usual until when we returned home, and when Kazumichi said goodbye, she and I went our separate ways. Well, I'll stop by the arcade first and then head home. Okay. See you later, Junkuen. After saying goodbye to Megumi, who left with a smile, I started going to the arcade alone after school. It wasn't that I liked arcade games. It was just that if I didn't disappear first, Megumi said she would take the long way home, so I started going to the arcade to play arcade games out of consideration for her. Every day after school, I spent the day suffering, playing arcade games alone. Our relationship, which was originally a group of 4, gradually changed. Up until that point, the 4 of us had always been in one class together, and I only socialized with them, so I wasn't very used to interacting with my other classmates. In contrast to me, Megumi was a cheerful and energetic girl from the start, so she was surrounded by many friends regardless of their gender. For some reason, I felt like Megumi had gone to a faraway world. I would also like to be able to talk to her, but ever since she asked me to go home alone, it was hard to talk to her. I've spent so much time with them, as if they were my family since kindergarten, so I've always wondered why they were holding back. At every break, I always looked forward to Kazumichi's arrival as soon as possible. Because if Kazumichi comes to my class, "Hello, Junior. How are you?" For starters, he would approach my seat like that. Then Megumi would also leave her conversation in the group she was in and come over to us. We finally returned to our usual group of 3. With Kazumichi around, I could chat with Megumi, and I also made plans to do various fun activities with Kazumichi. Why is Kogakuen always involved in Megumi and Kazukuen's matchmaking? I had heard that kind of secret conversation between my classmates, but I didn't mind it at all. We were good friends for a long time, so it was only natural that we were together. To begin with, Kazumichi and Megumi weren't dating. From now on, the 3 of us, no, I'm sure that one day, Shintaru will come back, so the 4 of us will have fun together again. When we're in 3rd year, I hope we'll be in the same class together again. That's what I thought. A few days before the 2nd year summer break of high school. Ha! Are you 2 dating? Kazumichi and Megumi nodded embarrassedly at my crazed voice. Yes. That's why I thought it was better to tell you first, Junior. I see. Congratulations then. Hey, I'm really glad you said that, Jun-kun. I don't know since when they started having feelings for each other, but it seems like they've been in love for quite some time. The other day, Megumi declared her love, and they finally became real boyfriends. I remember Megumi asking me a while ago, each of us will go separately when we're left alone. I thought it was just the strange shyness of a girl going through puberty, but apparently, I was wrong. It really means that she just wanted to make it clear that it had nothing to do with me. I didn't want there to be any strange and somewhat confusing rumors that could reach Kazumichi's ears, as it would be troublesome. I was glad when I realized that. That's right? If Kazumichi and Megumi start dating, Megumi will stop worrying about me. In other words, we can go back to the relationship we had before. Megumi and I will be able to have fun and go home together. Well, normally, I would rethink doing that kind of thing with a girl who already has a boyfriend. But we were a group of good friends who have been together for a long time. It was strange to worry about the appearance of a couple in our group. In my second year of high school, I just thought that, hey, Megumi, you've been making a fuss about wearing a yukata for the upcoming fireworks festival. That's obvious. After all, it's the first fireworks festival since I started dating you, Kazu-kun. Seeing their happy conversation, I sincerely congratulated them. Without shame, without malice. I smiled and said this. Ha ha ha. Then we will all wear yukatas for this year's fireworks festival. At that time, I didn't notice the subtle atmosphere between the two of them, not noticing the subtle atmosphere between them at that moment. I really was a complete idiot. I didn't realize it until summer vacation, when the three of us had fun together. After school was over, the teacher made me clean up the classroom and put away the supplies. So, when I finished those tasks, I ran to the classroom where Kazumichi and Megumi were waiting for me. I was about to put my hand on the sliding door of the classroom. But, well, he always follows me everywhere, Koga-kun. Megumi's voice reached my ears through the sliding door. I couldn't be wrong. It's the voice of my childhood friend. For a moment, I didn't know whose voice it was. After all, Megumi had been calling me Jun-kun for a long time. But she just mentioned Koga-kun, right? Why would she call me by my last name? I pressed my finger against the sliding door to make sure that it really was Megumi. However, for some reason, the sliding door felt very heavy, and I could only open it a small gap. And I secretly peeked through the gap. Only Megumi and Kazumichi were in the dusty classroom illuminated by the evening sun. Just because we are childhood friends doesn't mean we have to stay together, isn't it obvious? Don't say that. Junior is your best friend from a long time ago. Hearing Kazumichi say best friend, my heart felt a little happy. Although I already know that. But you and I are already boyfriend and girlfriend, aren't we, Kazu-kun? We're not just friends anymore, right? I want us to go out together and come back from school together, just the two of us. But Junior doesn't have many friends in class. So do you think it would be better if the three of us stayed together, Kazu-kun? No, well. The puzzled Kazumichi paused. I want to be with you more, Megumi. It's a shame for Junior. Enfu. After all, I really like you, Kazu-kun. Hey. Stop it, we can't do it here. Junior should be here soon. Still, it sounds fine to me. Plus, it's just the two of us now, and it's getting harder and harder for me to hold back. So, Mua. Megumi, with her lips on Kazumichi's, brought her special man's hand under her skirt, and then, NNH, my body, which had stopped in front of the door, moved away on its own before I placed my hand on the opposite wall of the hallway. Although it was early September, it was still hot and humid in the school building. Even so, my hands were shaking. A chill ran through my body, and it was very difficult for me to breathe. I vividly remembered that there was indeed a place in the world just for the two of them, where it was impossible for anyone but them to enter. I don't remember how I got home after that. I left my backpack in the classroom and left Kazumichi and Megumi, who were waiting for me. For the first time in my life, I left the school building and went home alone. Hey, Junior. How late did you stay up doing your homework yesterday? We were waiting for you for a long time. The next day, Kazumichi and Megumi spoke to me, but I couldn't see them with a smile on my face. I felt guilty for not realizing that I was a nuisance between them. I felt disgusted for always being spoiled by two people who never said anything. And most of all, I put myself in their shoes and realized that we couldn't have the same relationship as before anymore. My feelings were contradictory. The look from those behind me made my insides turn. Are you okay? Koga-kun, you look pale, don't you? Megumi finally called me that, even in front of me. It was a clear sign from her that she wanted to distance herself a bit from our childhood friendship. No problem, Maeda-san. I also called her by her last name. Ever since I can remember, I always called her Megumi. I thought it was difficult, but it turned out that calling her by her last name was easier than I thought. Megumi agreed to let me call her by her last name, and we continued to talk calmly. What should I do? Do you want to go to the infirmary? But I could tell that she was really worried about my pale face. That was the only thing that remained the same about Megumi, her kindness and gentleness. No, I'm really fine. It's just that I haven't gotten enough sleep. Ha ha ha. I don't know if I did it right, but I smiled at them. For the first time today, I faced their faces. At the same time, I remembered the scene I saw yesterday after school. Ugh. I covered my mouth in panic. The acidity in my stomach rose, and my throat felt hot. It was painful. Hey, Junior. You really look bad, don't you? I think you should go to the infirmary. I said I'm fine. I got angry and yelled at Kazumichi, who was also worried about me for some reason. Why yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Feeling scared because of these complicated and uncontrollable feelings, I hurriedly hid them and continued talking. Ha ha ha. But really, you don't need to worry about me anymore. How should I put it? You two have always looked after me, so, sorry, that's what I was thinking. What? Looking after you? What do you mean? It's, I've always been following you around on dates and stuff. Well, actually, I'm a nuisance, aren't I? You don't need to worry about me anymore, okay? Besides, you two want to be alone more often, right? That was the best I could say. I really wanted them to deny it. I still wanted them to take me with them. Seeing that situation, I didn't know what to say to myself. I thought it was really stupid. I know very well that it's sad, and I feel like I want to die, but even so, I've been with my best friends, whom I already consider my family. That's right. We've been in an unwanted but inseparable relationship for a long time, so there's no point in worrying about it now. That's all I wanted to say. I don't care if it's nonsense. I just wanted to tell them that. I don't know. But then Kazumichi looked at Megumi beside him, who looked guilty but also a little happy. Okay then. I'll follow your word, okay? 3 minus 2 is equal to 1. That's how I was left alone. After class, it was pouring rain. Without an umbrella in my hand, I looked at the rainy sky outside the classroom window, alone. I noticed that none of my classmates were there. From today onwards, I would no longer go home with Megumi and Kazumichi. I stood up from my seat and walked through the empty school building, heading to the quiet shoe lockers. I changed my shoes and looked up at the sky from under the roof of the entrance. The heavy rain, coupled with the thick clouds, showed no signs of calming down. It seems like the rain won't stop. Did they bring an umbrella? I spoke to myself as I turned around. The words that came out indirectly described the history of our relationship, which had lost too many things to get to this point. The people who were usually with me had left not long ago. They had left me alone. I should have understood, but I was too embarrassed to think that they were still there. I felt endless suffering. I ran out into the field, where it was pouring rain. My feet stumbled in the mud, and I fell. I tried to get up, but I had no strength. There was no one to give me a hand anymore. Besides, I was sure that Kazumichi and Megumi were already returning home, just the two of them. Of course, they must be having a happy time together without me on their minds. I dug my fingers into the muddy ground. Why? Why did this happen? We had been together since elementary school, since first year. I really considered them as if they were my family. So why? Why did things end up like this just because they became boyfriend and girlfriend? When he was little, Kazumichi always said, "I hope that the four of us can stay together forever. I mean, we will stay together." Of course, I never once forgot that feeling, the feeling that made my heart feel warm. But I'm sure that I'm the only one who still believes in that childish oath. Maybe since then, I was the only boy who stopped growing. Igu, uff, boo-ah. I even burst into tears. Oh, I'm so pitiful. I hate myself for being so childish. And also, my best friend who has been with me all this time has broken up. If they are happy, I should be happy too. It didn't matter if I was left alone in the end. If that's the case, why have I become like this? The rain that was drenching me stopped instantly. The shoes of someone who was squatting could be seen in my sight. I looked at who it was without wiping my tears. "What's wrong, Junior?" My other best friend was there. He was standing with an umbrella and wore a gentle smile on his face, like he usually did. Standing beside me like he had done in the past. Shintaro. Perhaps pitying my tearful face, Shintaro lowered his voice and gently stroked my back. "I understand. Things have come to this. I should be on your side after all. I don't have definitive proof, so I can't say it in a hurry, especially to you, Junior. I'm sorry." Shintaro had realized this a while ago. The feelings between Kazumichi and Megumi. So he kept his distance from them, partly because he was in another classroom far from ours. But I don't really understand what he means by "say it in a hurry." No, I've already understood. All this time, I pretended not to know. Shintaro. I already know. Shintaro said in a soft and warm tone. "You liked Megumi for a long time too, right, Junior?" Boo-ah, just as I thought. This is what it feels like to fall in love. I've had a crush on Megumi for a long time. So I was more surprised than I should have been when the two of them went out and then left. It's not that I wished they were all boys. It's just that if I didn't see my friends as the opposite sex, if only none of us fell in love with each other, we'd still be four good friends. But I think it's inevitable. It's natural to fall in love with someone, and sure, that's probably what it means to be an adult. However, still, I knew it was just a childish idea. After all, a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I wish we could go back to being together like before, just the four of us. Hey, Junior. Considering what's happened, Shintaro said softly, patting my back as I continued to cry like a child. "Let's hang out together from time to time, okay? 3 minus 2 plus 1 is equal to 2. Shintaro returned to my side. From then on, I started visiting Shintaro's class frequently. Kazumichi still came to my class every break and talked to me as usual, but we never went to Shintaro's class together. So, the distance between us grew even greater. Of course, I didn't hate any of them. I was sure they thought the same as me too. It was just that the time we spent together was getting shorter and shorter. Maybe they wanted to cherish the time they spent together, so it was hard for me to be with them. Before long, I also became friends with someone famous from Shintaro's class, Seiren Miyabuchi. When we were in 3rd year, I was in the same class as Shintaro and Seiren. At that time, the three of us, Shintaro, Seiren, and I, were like a group of 4 childhood friends who used to spend a lot of time together. That I was able to act like this and plan things proved that I was still like a lion when I was at home and like a mouse when I was out on the street. Along with Seiren's wit, someone who had matured and become versatile since that day. The gentle Shintaro, who was influenced by Seiren and complained about him but followed him. This group of 3 became a new treasure for me. From now on, if a girl joins this group of 3 in the future, I won't look for a relationship that goes beyond friendship. At least, I promise. I won't look for a girlfriend, especially from someone in this group. Besides that, I don't need a girlfriend. It's more fun to hang out with friends. What? Really? You and I are so alike. I thought the same too. Junior aside, Seiren is popular, so it will be a waste. Hey, Shintaro. Don't insult others. Okay, with this, We are an alliance without a girlfriend. Wait a minute, isn't this a strange alliance? Well, never mind. How interesting. Then, Junior, as the leader of the alliance, are you planning to prepare an opening party or something? How about we cycle through the mountains? Yeah, it's a great idea and sounds very youthful. Damn it. You're so stupid. Then let's go as far away as possible. I would be happier if I could spend all my time with them. Even though I don't have a girlfriend, it still seems very strange, stupid, and fun to me. If any of them get a girlfriend in the future, of course, I will congratulate them and accept it. But I hoped that day would come in the very, very distant future if possible. Eventually, when the three of us enter the same high school, we would have 2 girls in the group. Chapter 4, Visit. I will make you more interested in girls and show you that love is more important than friends. It was already past 6 in the evening when I remembered what Yoru Narushima had told me. The phone, or doorbell, to be more precise, in my room rang. Of course, I knew who was coming, so I debated whether to open the door or not. Hey, Koga-kun, have you forgotten our date? From outside the door, there was a knocking sound along with a loud voice. Didn't you say you wanted to take a bath with me? Damn, she's talking too carelessly. She might make the neighbors misunderstand her. I can't help it. I have to open the door. Ah, there you are. I thought you were out. You know, the walls of the apartment here are really thin, so if you want to lie, please don't say it out loud. Narushima-san laughed beside the door, not hearing what I said. Not only that, she walked past me and entered my room on her own. I finished moving before noon, but cleaning the room and such, everything was done quickly. Before long, my body was drenched in sweat from working all day. Narushima-san's current outfit was almost the same as when I saw her this morning, but the design of the shirt was different. It seemed like she had only changed the top. Her collarbone below her neck was visible, slightly shiny from sweat. Narushima-san looked back at me. What are you looking at? I'm already wearing my bra, okay? Well, sure. It would be weird if she didn't wear one with those breasts. She then mocked me with a smile full of intimidation and then, hey, Koga-kun, do you have a sweat fetish? It might be a little embarrassing, but would you like to smell it? I idiot. Hey. A girl already gave you permission to smell her, so why don't you be honest and do it? Her shirt flared out as her chest swayed underneath with a boing as she approached me. Don't come any closer, you perverted, erotic, fake normie, huge-breasted whore. Wow, the insult is really long. That's too bad. Why you came to bathe here, right? You already know the place, so use it as you please. Thank you. Narushima-san slipped through the curtains near the kitchen and lowered the handbag hanging on her shoulder. The floor plan of this apartment was 1K, with 8 tatami mats divided along the washitsu and a separate kitchen. All the water facilities, such as the bathroom and toilet, were located next to the kitchen. Despite being separated, there was a slight difference in height between the washitsu and the kitchen, so I decided to put a curtain there. You could say that the area in front of the kitchen is the dressing room. However, the length of the curtain was only enough to cover up to the top of the knees. In the first place, a dressing room was not necessary for a man living alone. That was why there was so much empty space. I called the gas company, and they said they would come tomorrow to turn on the gas valve for me. In my previous house, I used only electric appliances. That's why I only think about electricity and the internet. Narushima-san said that from behind the curtain and looked like she was taking off her sexy panties. Ah, I heard that you have to be there when they turn on the gas valve. How annoying. Then a t-shirt fell to Narushima-san's feet. What fell next was her bra that held her devilish breasts. Finally, she raised her white and slender leg. Wait, why am I staring at her all the time? By any chance, Koga-kun, could it be that you've been watching me all this time? Narushima-san's voice came from the other side of the curtain. Instead of being angry, her voice sounded like she was enjoying it, and of course, it was annoying. I haven't noticed you. I frantically looked away in another direction, but my voice only made her happier. I wouldn't mind if it were you. After all, I want you to be more interested in women, Koga-kun. I didn't say I wasn't interested. It's just that I'm not really interested in having a girlfriend. Hey, Koga-kun. I'm completely naked behind this curtain right now, but if I were Hanako-chan, wouldn't you be more excited? I imagined it for a moment. A scene where Hanako Asajiri-san comes to my apartment to have a good time and then asks for my permission to take a bath. Then, just like Narushima-san is doing right now, she takes off every piece of clothing behind the thin curtain. Ah, damn it, stop it. Don't think about it. Foo. Remember not to smell my underwear while I'm taking a bath, okay? I don't do that. Of course you do. Seriously, this girl. She's completely different from when I was in school. Then there was the sound of the bathroom door closing, followed by the sound of water soaking Narushima-san's skin. Damn it. She's trying to get me more interested in women, but she's nothing but a boring imitator. Actually, the gas in this house has been on for a long time. I mean, the bathroom here has never been used by anyone but me. In the first place, this is the first time I've heard the sound of a girl taking a shower. What a bummer. Wait, this must be what she wants. I imagine she's smiling in the bathroom right now. I shouldn't have imagined that. I took out my headphones, put them on, and turned up the music on my smartphone to full volume. That way, I could completely block Narushima-san's evil plan. Then I felt a tap on my shoulder, so I took off my headphones and turned around. There stood Narushima-san, who had just taken a bath and put on a new shirt. In the fluorescent light, her long, wet black hair looked shiny. I borrowed a bath towel, but where's the hairdryer? I sighed and roughly handed her the hairdryer on the carpet. Narushima-san was very surprised. Of course, it wasn't because I roughly handed her the hairdryer. Ah, you put something like that in that place instead of in the bathroom. Don't you dry your hair while looking in the mirror? No problem. I have a table mirror. Uff. So you use the small table mirror to comb your hair. Don't you know that a man who doesn't pay attention to his appearance will be considered unattractive by others? As I said before, I'm not trying to be popular like you. Here, take it and go to the bathroom. Trying to chase her away, I gave an exasperated look to Narushima-san, who was holding the hairdryer in her hand. But if I use the bathroom, won't you be able to take a shower? What the heck? I'll use the table mirror to dry myself. What? Just like me, Narushima-san was also confused. Koga-kun, you want to take a bath, right? You know, take a shower. Well, yes. I don't want to use the bathroom yet, even though it's uncomfortable for me to be here. The fragrant smell of the shampoo Narushima-san used also made me think that perhaps Narushima-san also used the same shampoo I used in the bathroom. Since the smell was mixed with a sweet scent, which is a rarity in women, the aroma was very different. Because of that, I felt nervous and a little uncomfortable. Then I'll take a shower, and when your hair is dry, you can go home. Hey, are you listening to music on your smartphone? As expected, Narushima-san didn't hear me at all and pointed at the earphones lying on the floor. Yeah, so what? Can I borrow it for a while? I wonder what kind of music you listen to, Koga-kun. Ah, are you the kind who doesn't like others using their earphones? At a time like this, would anyone care about such a trivial thing? I don't really care, though. Just use this instead of my smartphone. I think the music content is more or less the same. I turned on the tablet I had placed on the bed and handed it to her. Go home when your hair is dry. You don't need to lock the door. Thank you. Narushima-san started drying her hair with the hairdryer while humming and fiddling with the tablet. I walked to the curtain, took off my clothes, and entered the bathroom. The bathroom Narushima-san had just used was filled with a lingering sweet scent. I then disconnected from reality. Of all the humans who could move into the apartment next door, why did it have to be this grumpy wolf in sheep's clothing? Plus, she used my bathroom the first day she moved in. What do I say to Siren and Shintaro? Well, it's normal to say that she lives in the apartment next door, but why does it have to be her? Besides, there's nothing wrong with that. Wait. If there was something to feel guilty about, then it would be Narushima-san. Right now she's fiddling with my tablet. On second thought, isn't she a bad person? For example, She could see the porn pages that are in my search history, or something else. No, that's not good. That girl will definitely see it. Panicking, I ran out of the bathroom and quickly dried myself. I then hurriedly put on my sweater and went straight back to my room. Hey, Narushima-san, stop using my tablet. Ha! Narushima-san, who was playing with the tablet on the table, turned around and took off her headphones. You finished so quickly. Are you sure you won't catch a cold? You haven't done anything weird with my tablet, have you? Nothing weird? You mean checking your search history? Ah, I hadn't thought of that. Damn, I'm interested in the perverted websites you look at when you're alone, Koga-kun. So she didn't see them? Was she really just listening to music? But, how to put it? I didn't know you listened to mature music. There's some old acid jazz. I was a little surprised. I only saved a few songs from the CDs Siren lent me. Most of the music on this tablet was already there. Siren, a music enthusiast, often lent me his CDs, so there was a great need for an external device for my tablet. As expected of Siren-kun, he has a good hobby. Plus, he still uses CDs, which makes him a popular person. Whatever. Besides that, I see you know quite a bit about acid jazz, right, Narushima-san? Well, I listen to all kinds of music. It was a hobby that suited Siren well. So, aren't you going home yet? I asked her as I sighed and sat down on the bed, to which she simply replied, yes. Why? Don't you hate me, Narushima-san? You sure can't stand the idea of being near me anymore. Yes, I hate you. No, let me be clear. I hate you so much that I wish you never existed, great virgin king of the great kingdom of the damned shitty brats. Then, as the great virgin king of the great kingdom of the damned shitty brats, I order you to go home, so go. Foo. She stood up while laughing like that. Then, for some reason, she headed towards the kitchen. Hey, the main door is over there. Ignoring my words, she grabbed her handbag that she had placed near the refrigerator. Then, she took out a package of meat and flashed me a smile. I'll make you dinner. What? No, Narushima-san came here to take a bath, and I remember her struggling to carry a big bag. But as expected, I never imagined her going so far. I never thought she would go grocery shopping before coming to my house. Besides, she would make nikujaga with the ingredients she had bought. Also, a summer salad of fresh vegetables, slices of tomato and cucumber, as well as broccoli, along with rice and miso soup. That would be our dinner menu. I made instant miso soup, so you should enjoy it. I've decided that the miso I make will only be for my boyfriend. I didn't really care about that kind of obsession. Alright then, itadakimasu. And what's wrong, Koga-kun? Narushima-san, with her hands together in front of the food lined up on the table, was perplexed at the sight of me frozen in front of her. Is it so surprising that I know how to cook? No, I already knew that. Even before this person had made the food for Siren. Is this also one of your plans? Enfufu. What? With her elbows on the table, Yoru Narushima stared into my eyes. Just by looking at her face, I can tell that she is really beautiful. That's the only thing I can honestly admit. After all, I was looking at her face. Since I know you want me to be interested in girls, now it's like you're showing me how great it would be to have a girlfriend who can cook me a meal. Well, part of it is because the gas in my house isn't turned on yet, so it's half true. So the gas problem from before was true. By the way, I heard that Hanako-chan also knows how to cook. If you go out with her, she'll definitely come over to make you a meal with love. That's why I won't go out with her. So what's the other half? It's my gratitude for lending me your bathroom. No, really. Anyway, Koga-kun, you only eat things from convenience stores, right? For now, let me take care of your health, so eat. I really wonder what kind of person she is. In front of everyone, she was nothing more than a timid cat. However, it was only in front of me that she showed her true nature. After all, she would say such harsh things to me, like how she hated me so much. But she thanked me for such a trivial thing as lending her the bathroom, of all things. Ah, maybe Koga-kun, do you like homely girls? Still, it's not good for you to fall in love with me, okay? With a hand covering her mouth, Narushima-san giggled. After all, this kind of provocative face was not something she would show at school. I want you to be more interested in girls, but don't fall in love with me. Who would like a shy, fake normie whore like you, Narushima-san? Foo. I'm glad to hear that. You see, I was a little worried that the great virgin king, Koga-kun, would misunderstand. The guys I like aren't idiotic brats like you, Koga-kun, so it's okay. Really? Well then, I guess it's for the best. Alright, let's eat before the food gets cold. Itadakimasu, I said while placing my chopsticks on the nikijaga that this shameless girl made. The meat was so tender, and the stew so good that I couldn't say anything. How about it? Does the food that a girl made you taste good? Now do you want a girlfriend? Narushima-san leaned forward slightly with a bowl of rice in her hand. As I said before, my answer is still no. I sincerely appreciate the dinner, but believe me when I say that I have no desire to have a girlfriend. But I think you and Hanoko-chan would make a cute couple. Even if it's just an experiment, why don't you try dating her once? Maybe you can confess your feelings to her, and it'll be a big success. Well, I put down my bowl of rice in amazement. What makes you think it wouldn't work? Hey, I'll do whatever I want. And there's no way we're dating. I'm sure of that. I've told you that before too, haven't I? I'd rather have fun with the 5 of us right now. I don't think the relationship between the 5 of us will change just because we're dating within the group, right? It will definitely change. A bitter memory from my second year of high school flashed through my mind. Kazumichi and Megumi, the 4 of us, including Shintaro and me. We always did everything together, but when Kazumichi and Megumi started dating, we began drifting apart. That much is obvious. Once the 2 of them started dating, there was no way we would get back together. Even so, I still believed that the relationship between the 4 of us wouldn't change. I always followed them wherever they went. But because of that, I was just being a stupid, petty, and insolent person who didn't realize that I was being avoided by the 2 of them. This is impossible, but let's pretend that I'm dating Hanoko Asagiri. Will we still be the 5 of us, the same as always like now? For example, instead of spending my time with Asagiri-san, I would prioritize time with the 5 of us. No, that's absurd. Because if I did that, they would definitely say something like this to me. Have fun with her more often. And because of that, everyone will be even more separated and distant. Not just Asagiri-san, but that's what happens when you have a girlfriend. If it's going to be like this, I'd rather not have a girlfriend. Being separated from Shintaro and Siren. I would really hate it. Now that I think about it, doesn't this make me look like a child? Staying with your friends instead of doing things with your girlfriend. Isn't that a strange thing to think about? If you want to have fun with everyone together so much, how about a double date? Hanoko-chan and you will be boyfriends, and I will somehow date Siren-kun, then we will go out together. How about that? I was a little annoyed when Narushima-san said that so calmly. And what about Shintaro? I'll introduce him to someone nice. I don't have many female friends, so I'll ask Hanoko-chan. Then everyone will have girlfriends and boyfriends. Everyone will be happy. Isn't that a good idea? It's a ridiculous idea. Do you really want to fall in love that much? Of course. Narushima-san smiled at me. I'm such a creature. I can't understand you at all. Let's say you go out with him but then break up. Then you wouldn't be able to stay together. In that case, it would have been better if you didn't have a boyfriend in the first place. That's just your sense of values, Koga-kun. My sense of values is different. Narushima-san reached out her hand to my cheek. She then picked up a grain of rice stuck there with her index finger. I want to have a warm love. My body, my mind, and my life. I want to give it all to the man of my destiny. That's why, things like friends, I don't need them. Hanoko-chan is my precious close friend, but if we fell in love with the same person, I would choose that man without hesitation. Even if it would make things worse between me and her. She continued to look at me and brought the rice on her index finger closer to her full lips. By the way, I have already told Hanoko-chan. I have also decided to tell all the girls around me. I cherish friends more than love. Narushima-san wants to cherish love more than friends. Our way of thinking is fundamentally different, and there is no way we can meet no matter how far we go. If you think about it, we are not very compatible. Did you just realize that? Narushima-san gave me an evil smile. For that reason, I will continue to get close to Siren-kun like before. He may be the man destined for me. On your part, you want to cherish our group relationship more, but I don't care about that. So, that's what you're going to do. But if Siren-kun and I were to go out together, you would tell us. It will be painful because I can't go out with Siren-kun more often, wouldn't you? You are the great virgin king after all. Not only with Siren but also you, Narushima-san. I've already told you that I'm happiest when it's the 5 of us. Narushima-san instantly froze and lowered her gaze. I understand. So I'm still like this to you. You're an amazing boy. Struggling to move her lips, she spoke to herself in a low, indistinct voice. Although I know that our current relationship won't last forever, there's just no way. Leaving aside whether Narushima-san and Siren can date or not, as long as there's love involved, the 5 of us won't be able to remain as we are now. If that happens, I have no choice but to accept it. I already know that. I'm just scared. It was like back then, when I had taken our friendship for granted until they suddenly changed. This was already a kind of psychological trauma for me. Narushima-san and I remained silent. In a room where there was nothing but the sound of the cheap refrigerator, the first person to break the silence was, "Ha, how annoying." Narushima-san let out an irritated sigh. You know, just because I'm interested in someone who's in the same group as me doesn't mean I'm just going to say, okay, I give up. I also like it when the 5 of us are together. Don't make me laugh. Yes. It's totally true. Even I was speechless. Virgin, fucking virgin. If you're so frustrated, why don't you argue with me? After a girl has said this to you, you can't just keep quiet. Stupid, idiot. Why was I so excited about this? Hey, don't you want to touch my breasts? I'll let you touch them as an apology for bothering you too much. The fact that this fake normie whore said so many outrageous things made me angry. Therefore, I tapped the play icon on my smartphone. Hey, don't you want to touch my breasts? I'll let you touch them as an apology for bothering you too much. Why did you record it? Without any pause, Narushima-san grabbed it and deleted the recording. I understand what you're saying, and I think you're right. However, it did bother me a little. I can't let my guard down. You really are too smart. If it's your food, I'll eat it properly. You're an idiot. Seriously, die. It's so vulgar. I really want Siren and the others to hear this. After we finished dinner, Narushima-san went straight to wash the dishes. I felt bad asking her to do too much, so I tried to tell her that I would take care of it, but she just wouldn't agree. No problem. I'm the type who prefers to wash the dishes alone. Well then, how about I help you too? I took another sponge, and we started washing the dishes together. Foo, standing side by side in the kitchen like this. It's like we're living together. Just imagining living with you is too scary. What a careless comment. Ha ha ha. It would be difficult if you lived with me. I would want your body every day, Koga-kun. She replied with an even more careless response. I almost dropped the bowl of rice I was washing, but I'll keep this a secret. Well, Koga-kun, I'm sure you'd prefer Hanako-chan, right? That's right. Ah, so you admit it. Then what does that mean? I admit that I like Asagiri-san, but I don't want to date her. Don't you think that's rude to Hanako-chan? That's why I won't tell her. While we were chatting, we finished washing the dishes and went back to the washitsu. Then Narushima-san got ready to leave. Alright, I'm going home. Bye. I was on my bed, playing with my smartphone, and I waved her off without looking at her. I'm glad we were able to talk about so many things today. Anyway, I can tell that you're someone who really wants to take care of the integrity of the group. That's right. I said it coldly, without hesitation, but really, I was glad that I had the chance to chat today, because it made me understand how serious Narushima-san is about matters of love. Love is more important than friends. For love, she is even willing to break off her relationship with her best friend. Her way of thinking is completely opposite to mine. But I don't think there are many girls who can say that frankly. Even though that is the true feeling of all girls in the world, I'm sure that only a handful of them can express it. Because the world tends to dislike people who prioritize love over friends. Normally, people have many friends but only one partner. It's natural that if you only focus on one person and say things that might imply that you ignore others, they would reject you. I frankly don't understand such things. That's why everyone doesn't bother to say it in order not to be looked down upon. Hello everyone. What is more important, your boyfriend or our relationship? Well, my boyfriend is important, but friendship is the most important. I have seen many girls who talk like this. However, Yoru Narushima is not one of them. She clearly says that love is more important to her. She even told her best friend, Asajira-san, that she was in love. I don't understand how she feels, but she is completely free to say what she believes without needing to hide it. For a moment, I thought she was just cool. But only a little. Therefore, I will not deny this girl's brain full of love any longer. I accept that there are indeed people like this. I really understood this when I chatted with you, Narushima-san. Your stance that love is more important than friends, I find surprising. Well, I don't really understand it, but I won't get involved anymore. I'll confess my feelings to Siren-kun soon. What? As she stood in front of my apartment door, she smiled sweetly. Oh, of course, I won't give up on him. Koga-kun, you're thinking of a plan for all of us to have fun together during summer vacation, right? The same 5 people as always, including me. That's right, but… Narushima-san clasped her hands together. Well, until then, we'll stick with the current group of 5. What happened all of a sudden? No, as for me, I'm very happy about it. Narushima-san, are you really okay with that? Yes. Well, a part of me wants to get closer to Siren-kun before confessing my feelings to him, but I'm really curious about what someone who values friendship as much as you would plan for the 5 of us. What will it be? Are you organizing a big summer party? It sounds like a big plan, judging by the name, isn't it? Of course. That's what I mean. Narushima-san nodded her head, satisfied, and smiled again, this time with a seductive smile. Also, I have to make you more interested in girls so that you'll be motivated to get a girlfriend. It'll be really hard if you were to cry afterward and say, I don't want to live anymore because he took my friend away. As she said that, she lifted her huge breasts and shook them gently. As I told you, stop that already. Enfu. It really is worth teasing Koga-kun's virgin. Well, see you soon. Let's get along at school, okay? That should be me saying that, you lewd wolf in sheep's clothing. You can say all the rude things you want to me if it's just the 2 of us, but seriously, act normal with me when we're in front of everyone, okay? Yes. This will be a secret between just the 2 of us. Narushima-san raised her pinky finger, wiggled it slowly, and then headed towards the door. She looked back one last time. Ah, really? There's actually an additional reason besides me coming here to cook. What is it? Living alone for the first time can be quite lonely. Ha! I made some more nikijaga, so eat it as soon as possible. She said that and then left my apartment. After the thin door closed, I heard the door of the apartment next door open. Was she lonely living alone for the first time? That's because, until yesterday, Narushima-san and her family were still eating together. So she came to my apartment because she was lonely? If so, why is she forcing herself to live alone when she's still in her first year of high school? Just like me, she probably didn't start doing it out of mere curiosity. That weak smile she showed me when she left. Was that her usual innocent facade, or was it real? I don't understand. I don't know, but well, Narushima-san is very understanding of my childish desire to keep the group intact. Only after we execute our summer plans and have fun together will she confess her feelings to Siren. Even though I can't stand it, I want to be a little nicer to her. After all, living alone for the first time feels lonely. When summer ends, the relationship between the 5 of us will change. That's why I'm going to make as many memories as possible with everyone before that happens. The dark, embarrassing story, full of pain and ridiculousness from our student days. I'm going to make a lot of those great memories with the 5 best people. A few hours later, I lay down on the bed and was about to sleep. Through the thin wall, I heard a very erotic and seductive voice coming from Narushima-san's apartment next door. Ah, NHN Hayu. Ah, yees. Normally, Narushima-san doesn't do this kind of thing. I know the voice of a porn actress well. Yeah, maybe that's it. This is a video I saw yesterday on a porn site. So that bitch checked my tablet's search history. It seems that the URL link was forwarded so that it could be viewed from the user's terminal. I got a message from that demoness on my smartphone. Yoru Narushima, Koga-kun. You have quite a nasty inclination regarding sexual things, don't you? I'm so shocked. This is really the worst. I want to die. After all, there's no point in being nice to a woman as evil as her. Even though I had covered my head with the sheets, the sounds of excitement from the porn actress that I could hear at a beautiful volume really pierced my ears. That night I couldn't sleep, plagued by erotic fantasies, just as Yoru Narushima had planned. Chapter 5, Friends. It was a really good movie, just like Junior said. At first, it was just all bombshells, but in the end, the whole world blew up. I laughed until my stomach hurt. The next day, Sunday. As promised, the 5 of us went to see the B-movie action film. Originally, Narushima-san and Siren wanted to go see another movie, but because of me, things ended up like this. Of course, I really feel bad about it now. Narushima-san sat next to Siren in the movie theater. When we returned home, the lineup was the same. I couldn't join the line because we were walking on the sidewalk, so Shintaro, Asajira-san, and I walked in front. And behind us were Narushima-san and Siren, who walked side by side. It was a splendid sight to behold. What do you want to do now? For me, it's still lunchtime. Asajiri-san turned around and looked at Narushima-san, who was behind her. How about we go check out your new apartment, Yoru? It's okay, but there are still a bunch of cardboard boxes scattered everywhere. They just turned on the gas valve this morning. She shrugged her shoulders and giggled like a shy little animal. Today too, her seductive innocence was in full form. I heard you live in the same building as Junior. That seems fun. That was Shintaro. And no, it's not fun at all. I told everyone that Narushima-san moved in next door to me, although I kept the fact that she barged into my room uninvited a secret, since something like that would be hard to explain. Siren teased me and laughed. Anyway, you guys are neighbors. You must go to Junior's apartment often, don't you? And no way would I go to a guy's apartment. What did she just say? How shameless you are if you came to my apartment yesterday to borrow my shower. Then my eyes met the grumpy wolf in sheep's clothing. She stared back at me with a creepy expression. If you say anything unnecessary, I'll kill you. I felt like she was telling me that with just that look. Yeah. Since Narushima-san's apartment is still a mess, why don't we have a takoyaki party in my room now? Although it was just a phrase to escape Narushima-san's scary gaze, I thought it was a good idea. Does your house have a takoyaki grill? I bought one online the other day. I think I'd like to have a youth takoyaki party with the 5 of us sometime in the future. It's decided then. After visiting Yoru's apartment, we'll have a takoyaki party at Koga-kun's apartment. The 3 boys, Siren, Shintaro, and I, went to the neighborhood supermarket to do some shopping. At that time, Narushima-san showed Asajiri-san around her apartment. Then, we gathered in front of my apartment. Do you want to see Yoru's apartment? What? Is that okay with you, Narushima-san? Unexpectedly, Shintaro was the one most interested in Asajiri-san's proposal. What an innocent-faced pervert. Well, it's not every day you get to see the apartment where a girl lives alone. The owner of the apartment nodded hesitantly, so the 3 of us were allowed into Narushima-san's apartment. Naturally, the layout of the room was the same as mine. A 1K Japanese-style carpeted apartment with a size of 8 tatami mats. There were some boxes scattered messily everywhere, but the place was organized, and things were placed on large pieces of furniture like bookshelves, beds, and drawers. Other small items typically found in a girl's room could be seen here, including a stuffed rabbit on the bed. In the corner of the room was a study table with a bright pink laptop on top. So, is that the laptop that kept me from sleeping last night? Suddenly, Narushima-san whispered in my ear. That perverted video will be a secret between us since you don't want me to show it to them, right? Of course not. Stop that creepy voice of yours. I had forgotten about it anyway. Oh, do you listen to metalcore, Narushima-san? Hey, you even have Screamo here, Siren said happily as she looked at the CD rack by the window. Why yeah. I got a little addicted to it when I was in middle school. So it's true that you can instantly become a shy girl. Well done. The arrangement is really good, but you have all the CDs, that's amazing. I want to see all the CD covers. It was a hassle to set up those discs, but at that moment, I felt like I wanted to listen to the music. I really like this more than the data sound generator. They were too engrossed in the conversation. I felt isolated. Well, let's quickly go to Koga-kun's apartment and start the takoyaki party. Asajiri-san clapped her hands and said that. How do I put it? It's really a boy's apartment. Asajiri-san looked around my apartment with interest. Of course, there were no girly items in it. On the shelf that contained only games and manga, there were some plastic anime toys that Shintaro gave me lined up, and there was also a Janis Joplin poster that I got from Siren, pasted on the bathroom door. It was a little torn, but I don't think she minds. It's narrow, but sit wherever you want. It was the first time the 5 of us had entered this filthy 8 tatami mat apartment. It was a little narrow, so it was okay for me to sit on my bed. I took out the takoyaki grill and placed it on the table. Siren, who knew what he was doing, immediately plugged it into the power outlet. While I was tidying up my room, I called out to Narushima-san, who was making dough in the kitchen. Narushima-san, I'm sorry, but could you please bring the sauce? Okay. Then Narushima-san opened the refrigerator, took out the sauce, and gave it to me. Oh, you turned out to be the kind of person who keeps sauce in the refrigerator, Koga-kun. Yoru understood you perfectly. Asajiri-san's words made Narushima-san and me laugh together. There are people who keep sauce near the sink to keep it at room temperature. Narushima-san opened the refrigerator without hesitation since she had seen it yesterday when she was cooking for me. Damn it. I didn't know there was a trap in a place like this. At my parents' house they also keep sauce in the refrigerator, so it's a natural thing for me. Right. It's a bit cold, but it's summer, so it would be good to put it in the refrigerator, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. It seems like you two panicked. Asajiri-san tilted her head and looked at us. So? I don't think so. Then Narushima-san returned to her usual self and said that calmly. Take the sauce yourself. You were the careless one. But he just whispered that and then left as if nothing had happened. I really feel very guilty for keeping something a secret from others. Narushima-san poured the liquid batter into the holes of the grill that had been heated with oil. Then she placed the octopus that Shintaro had cut into pieces earlier into each of the holes. The best thing about the takoyaki party is that it is so easy to make. Alright. Who is going to flip it? Of course, as the host, I will do it. I will show you a brilliant trick. Hey, Junior, the batter is still wet. But like this, it seems like it is almost ready. Or should I? Hey, it would be better to flip it when all the pieces have hardened. Grilling takoyaki together like this is so much fun. I flipped the cooked takoyaki with the stick. Then Asajiri-san said, I want to try, so I handed her the stick, but I know she's really bad at it. In the end, everyone was able to flip the takoyaki at least once, but the best at it was Narushima-san. Then, itadakimasu. Everyone ate the takoyaki we had grilled together. So delicious. The batter is so soft. Good job, Narushima-san. Seriously, it's crazy. Yoru is good at cooking anything. Ha ha ha. Well, there's a trick to adding just the right amount of mirin and soy sauce. It's hot. I think my tongue is burning, but I don't understand how you guys can eat like that so fast. Is it just me who has a cat-like tongue? When the 5 of us are like this, It's so much fun. I still think I'm better off with my current friendship. This. Aren't you going to eat, Koga-kun? Narushima-san looked at me curiously. No, I will eat. I was sitting on my bed and placed my chopsticks on top of the takoyaki that was on a paper plate. A lot of dried bonito flakes were sprinkled on top of the takoyaki. Actually, even though I feel bad saying it, I don't like dried bonito. When I eat it, it feels soft and sticks to the top of my mouth. Also, from the start, the twisted shape and the heat mixture already made it impossible for me to bear it. That's why I removed it first using my chopsticks before eating the takoyaki. Enfu. Narushima-san, who saw me like this, let out a chuckle. Has she noticed that I don't like dried bonito? Well, now she knows I don't like that. After grilling and eating takoyaki a few times, we continued the party by opening snacks and watching anime together. The anime Blu-ray had been brought by Shintaro. He apparently prepared it in advance, believing that we were going to watch it at my apartment. The anime was full of drama and showed the love triangle of the protagonist with two heroines. Although I was upset by the protagonist's selfish behavior, I once again thought that it would be better to be just friends, but I, like the others, was focused on the television screen. And so, the Blu-ray came to an end. Asajiri-san turned her gaze to Shintaro. Hey, what happens at the end with the protagonist, Makoto? You'll enjoy it better if you watch it for yourself. This anime Blu-ray consists of 2 CDs, and it seems that the one we just watched is the first part. In that case, hurry up and get to work, Shintaro. Come on, quickly. Siren shook Shintaro's shoulder. It seemed like he really wanted to see the rest of the story. But what about the time? She looked at the clock. It was still light outside, but it was already 6 in the evening. You see, there is a curfew for those who live with their parents. For my part, I have no problems at home. I can't leave without knowing the rest of the story. I agree with you. I will contact my family as long as you are okay with it, Koga-kun. Of course I am fine, but as for the rest of us, I think I will be fine too. I will tell them that I am studying together at your house, Junior. Shintaro is fine too. And the last one is Narushima-san. I am also curious to know how the story continues. Of course. It seems like she really likes this kind of tangled drama. Then let's watch a little more of the story. Yes. The excited Asajiri-san high-fived Narushima-san. So, I'm going to put the second CD in now, okay? Oops, Shintaro, wait a moment. Siren stopped Shintaro, who was about to put the CD in the game player instead of the disc player. Before we watch the sequel, how about someone go shopping first? The snacks that had been opened on the table had almost run out. I'm going then. I said that and stood up. But the other boys didn't follow me. Asajiri-san and Siren looked at me with evil smiles. Do you really want me to go alone? Yes. It'll be faster that way, won't it? After all, you know the area better than anyone else, Koga-kun. There's no need for you to worry about us. Until you get back, we'll play Momotetsu. Where was I? Hey. On the other hand, Shintaro and Narushima-san looked worried. It's fine if you come with me, but I guess you're thinking of not going with the flow, so it's better not to go. No. Why am I the only one going while you guys are stuck playing Momotetsu? Someone come with me. If that's the case, then how do we decide who'll go with you? I don't mind going alone, is that okay? The one who timidly raised her hand was Narushima-san. Well, I'm sorry, but thank you. In that case, I think 200 yen for each of us would be enough, right? As for Momotetsu, then, as everyone placed the money on the table, they looked at me with piercing eyes. Junior, are you really going to let Narushima-san go alone? That's a bit. Shintaro said that, and Siren and Asajiri-san seemed to agree as well with a yeah. TCH. While they didn't say anything when they left me alone, they didn't do the same with Narushima-san. They just don't know the truth. There shouldn't be anything to worry about with this she-wolf in sheep's clothing. Well then, let's put it this way. I have a good idea. The she-wolf in sheep's clothing shrugged her shoulders with a smile that looked evil. We stood with our backs to the takoyaki grill and heard the sound of the batter grilling. Foo foo foo. Narushima-san is really an interesting person. You even brought death sauce, which is the strongest. Foo foo foo. Everyone, don't look here yet. I don't know why she has that kind of thing, but Narushima-san went back to her apartment, then took out the sauce that is famous for its killer spiciness. That means Narushima-san's good idea is Russian takoyaki. She put a lot of death sauce on a takoyaki. Whoever takes the takoyaki containing that sauce will go with Narushima-san. That was the rule. Why you don't have to do this? I could have gone with you. Don't be a party pooper, Shintaro. Then not yet, Narushima-san. Tea this. I'm done. Now, everyone look here. It just so happened that the preparations had finished, and at Narushima-san's signal, we all turned around. On the tray, there were only takoyaki for 4 people. Also, the 4 of us had to choose one of them and put it in our mouths at the same time. I'm a little nervous. Hey, I wanted to ask you earlier, how much of that killer sauce did you put in? Foo-foo, just a little. Narushima-san, who had just been asked by Asajira-san, made a just a little sign with her finger, but it can't be that. You see, when I saw those 4 pieces of takoyaki, I also saw the figure of the evil wolf in sheep's clothing. The takoyaki on the tray were also sprinkled with dried seaweed and dried bonito powder. And there was only one takoyaki that wasn't sprinkled with dried bonito flakes. I understood at a glance. It must be the one with the killer sauce. Since she noticed that I didn't like dried bonito flakes, she put a lot of killer sauce on it, so I would choose that one, right? When she proposed the idea of Russian takoyaki, I thought there must be something she was hiding. She must have wanted to play another prank on me. A simple trap like that wouldn't have fooled me, that's what I thought. You're too naive, Yoru Narushima. Then, let's all get started, okay? On your mark, get set. Wait a moment. When everyone was about to grab a takoyaki, I stopped Siren's signal. Or maybe it was the other way around. The problem is that it seems so simple. No, but... What's wrong, Junior? This is all based on probability, so let's get straight to the point, okay? Which one is correct? Is the one not sprinkled with dried bonito flakes the spicy one, or is the spicy one another? Foo foo foo, then I'll give the signal. Everyone, please don't wait any longer. Okay. Ready, set, go. While I still couldn't find an answer, we all grabbed a takoyaki at the same time following Narushima-san's shout. Moments later, a man's shout echoed in the apartment. Uwa. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Section. Ha ha ha, you fell for such a simple trap. You're such a fool. Shit. The heat of the day had subsided, and the outside temperature had cooled down. Narushima-san and I walked side by side down the dimly lit street toward the convenience store. When I proposed the idea of Russian takoyaki, I had already separated them. A takoyaki that wasn't covered in dried bonito flakes at all. I thought it would be for you anyway. No. Luckily, the others didn't eat it. That's what definitely happened. As expected, this is too much. My mouth still feels hot even now. So basically, in the end, I took the takoyaki that didn't have the dried bonito flakes, and then it turned out that it was filled with a bunch of killer sauce. But no matter how suspicious it was, I knew you would definitely take the one without the dried bonito flakes, Kogakuan. You see, I figured you would avoid food you don't like. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that was what happened. Unable to respond when she said the words to start the challenge, I finally lost my mind and went for the takoyaki without dried bonito flakes. This girl calculated all those things. What a creepy being. When the 2 of us were left alone, she took off her sweet and innocent girl mask and laughed loudly the whole way. Anyway, that was really weird. What the hell was that ooh-ah? For now, you don't have to worry about side dishes for a while. Ha ha ha. Stop talking about side dishes. It's just that. Ha ha ha. It's so funny that it makes my stomach hurt. On an open road in the middle of rice fields like this, the sound of her laughter could be heard very clearly. I could see the mountain range in the distance, dyed red by the sunset light, and I wondered if her loud, stupid laughter reached there. It would have been better if I had decided who would go shopping with you fairly, be it rock, paper, scissors. Then maybe you could have gone with Siren, instead of you bothering me with Russian takoyaki. If that's true, though. Yoru Narushima placed her index finger on her cheek and smiled seductively again. Maybe I did it because I wanted to go shopping with you, Koga-kun. Ha! Enfu, you're so pathetic. You're a real virgin. So, Koga-kun, it seems like you've gotten a little used to girls. So it's another example of those things. She wants me to be more interested in girls. So she did everything she could to get me to go shopping with her. Or maybe she just wanted me to eat that killer sauce. I'm not happy about that in any way. Fake wolf. Finally, when we arrived at the nearest convenience store, we finished our shopping quickly. Various snacks and drinks were separated into 2 plastic bags, and I ended up carrying both of them. Yes. It is said that men who can do things like this get more points. So should I do this to earn more points, Narushima-san? That's right. You should also be nice to Hanoko-chan. Walking beside me, she nudged my arm with her elbow. And we continued like this as we walked home from the convenience store. Yoru Narushima shows her true nature when I'm alone with her. Really, I thought about it once again. She's a completely different person when she's with others. Hey, aren't you tired of constantly using 2 different characters? I'm used to it anyway. Only a few people, like my family, know this side of me. For some reason, that doesn't make me feel special at all. That innocent, pretending personality of yours is just bait to attract Siren, right? What? Not really, but maybe it's because I want people to notice me. Well, it's already become a habit, so I never thought about what the real me is. So because you act all innocent and seductive, many people have fallen into your clutches. What? So you've finally become interested in love stories, Koga-kun? It's not that. I was just wondering how many men have been fooled by your innocent, seductive girl facade. Well, I guess this kind of girl probably doesn't have much experience in the field of love. I think the first one was when I was in the last year of elementary school. He was a college student who was my private tutor. No, I think I'm mistaken. I think the first time was when I was in middle school. The guy was a 3rd-year high school student. I only dated him for a month, and then I started dating an office worker who had just graduated from college. Then, wait. I stopped her without thinking. After all, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this. Narushima-san. Yes. How many guys have you dated so far? I lost count. In the middle of this vast field, the night wind blew hard. I got goosebumps. But there are a lot of them, you know. High school students who are older than me, people who are already working. Also gentlemen who are over 40 years old. Since I was in the 1st year of middle school, I have wasted almost no time meeting a large number of people. The conversation seemed to be in another dimension, and my vision instantly turned completely black. Is there really this kind of person? This girl? Is she really a high school student like me? What's wrong, Koga-kun? Yoru Narushima looked into my eyes. It was as if she was trying to find my feelings. There was no smile on her face. No, it's nothing. After all, I'm just surprised. I told you yesterday, right? That I'm such a creature. It seems I did hear that. I heard her say that love is more important than anything else. Do you despise me? Narushima-san stepped away from me a little and let out a lonely laugh. If I disgust you? Yeah, I'd better go home now. I'm used to such things already. Ha. I didn't think that way. I was just in shock. All of that was a little too much for me. Sorry. Why are you making such a special face? As usual, she pointed her finger at me in shock while calling me you virgin and laughed. Though Yoru Narushima is a devotee of love, why did she have a pained expression on her face? I'm thinking that this girl has been trying too hard all this time. You should take better care of yourself. Those words slipped out on their own. Narushima-san's mouth twisted in contempt. Aha. After all, you really are a very ordinary person, Koga-kun. It's not like that. Maybe it's different from what you think, Narushima-san. She said it herself. Since the first year of middle school, she has never stopped hanging out with boys. Doesn't that mean she doesn't spend much time with her friends? That's how it must be. In fact, when she came to my apartment to take a bath, she said she didn't have any friends other than those in our group. I'm sure it must be because she always puts men first. She's always alone with a man. Maybe that's why she couldn't make any friends. In this world, people who prioritize love over friendship tend to be hated by others. That's why this girl probably. Now I understand why you prioritize love, Narushima-san. I see. But wouldn't it be better if you cherished the time when you're with your friends more? If you're going to put on a pained face like the one you have now, I think you shouldn't spend all your time chasing boys. Hey, wait, you said I chase after boys. Right. What's wrong, Koga-kun? Could it be that you're crying? For some reason, my eyes have been teary for a while now. Am I crying? But why? I don't understand, unless, since she doesn't have any friends, she finds everything difficult. She must be lonely. I don't know how many boyfriends she's had so far, but I think it must be really hard. Because if it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. You should have more fun with us, don't you think? Just a while ago, you seemed like you were having a lot of fun. When I told you to take care of yourself more, I didn't mean to tell you to stop chasing boys. Rather, I want you to spend as much time with your friends as you do with them. Wait a minute, Koga-kun. Now you have us too, Narushima-san, and if you want, you can call me whenever you want. At that time, I'll think of a super fun game. So. Shit, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, don't say harsh things like I'll go home if I disgust you or I'm used to it. I really don't care about those things at all. We're friends after all, aren't we? I rubbed my eyes. I really don't know why I'm crying. It's probably that. It reminds me of when Kazumichi and Megumi dumped me and I thought I didn't have any friends anymore. Narushima-san, who was staring at me in a daze, finally started crying and replied. It's the first time someone has said that to me. She showed a gentle smile. That's why I'm very happy. Yes, I'm very happy. Even though she is smiling, she gently wipes the corners of her eyes. I don't know what that means. You see, Narushima-san and I are really very different. Well, I am a girl who really wants to fall in love. I have heard those words a lot. I have also heard many people talk badly about me behind my back, and I have even grown tired of being told to take good care of myself. But, even though what you are telling me is the same thing that many have told me, you really touched my heart, Koga-kun. I see. Now that you know how I really am, are you still going to consider me your friend? Of course. No matter how much you say you hate me, Narushima-san. Narushima-san once again wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then why do I keep crying? Ha ha ha. Yes, I really hate you, but in reality, I consider you a friend. You hate me even though you consider me a friend. Ha ha ha, what the hell does that mean? But since we're friends, I guess it's okay. That's right. That's fine, foo foo foo. We giggled and walked silently down the quiet country road, until we finally arrived at the place where our dilapidated building came into view. Tche. Narushima-san suddenly broke the silence. Since we're alone, I have something to tell you, Koga-kun. You probably won't believe me, but… What thing? Right now, I wouldn't be surprised by anything she said. After the various things she has told me. Therefore, no matter what she says to me, I will believe every word that comes out of my friend Yoru Narushima's mouth. Narushima-san, who was looking down, glanced at me shyly, completely embarrassed. I am still a virgin, okay? You're lying. I screamed unintentionally. No, it's just not possible. There's no way I can believe what you're telling me. Narushima-san pointed at me and backed away exaggeratedly. Why, you see, I knew it. I thought you misunderstood what I said about chasing men. Don't lie to me at this point. Are you a virgin? What a good joke. I'm not lying to you. Seriously, I've never done it. I've never even kissed anyone. So what do you mean by all that stuff? Ever since you were in middle school, you started dating a high school boy, working adults, and even a 40-year-old man. If you're dating them, There's no way you haven't done anything with those people. I really didn't do any of those things. The conversation went on for a few minutes. It seems that this fake normie with a huge chest is actually innocent. She was looking for love and met someone older than her, but she soon realized that something was wrong, and in the end, she stopped contacting him. But that's all, of course, if Narushima-san's words are to be believed. But if you haven't even kissed, then that can't be said to mean that you've been dating someone, right? Look, guys always want that. Narushima-san sighed as she looked at me. Though it might actually be like that. Up until now, my relationship with all the people I've dated was just hanging out together. I didn't really like any of them. Even though she doesn't like them, she hangs out with them just to hang out. How can she do such a thing? Narushima-san sure has had a lot of things happen to her, and as expected, she's quite the devilish girl. So that's how things are, but after all, you've been exposing yourself to danger. Such as people who want to forcefully kiss her, or people who want to take her to a love hotel, among other things. I didn't dare to say it clearly, but she definitely understood what I meant. It's true. If anything, it was an everyday occurrence. That's why I thought it was different. What's the difference? After all, if you were approached by a girl with huge breasts, surely any man would misunderstand. Ah, of course I'm also interested in sex, you know? But so far, all the people I've met are not like you imagine. It's just that I can't express it properly. She says another outrageous thing with such calmness. After all, this is too strong for me, the great virgin king. Why didn't you stop chasing men even though you knew you were exposing yourself to danger? I don't know what to say, but, well, maybe it's because I'm such a creature. How is that? Are you the kind of person who feels anxious and lonely just because you don't have a boyfriend? I used to think you were like a small animal, but it turns out you're really a rabbit. Ha ha ha. You said an interesting thing. It is said that rabbits die when they feel lonely, right? I guess there is some truth to that too. Hey, that sounded weird. Well, you really want to date Siren, don't you? Yes. Of course. So, does that mean you like him? Of course I like him. So far, he's the person I've liked the most compared to the others I've met before. But I still don't know if it's love or not. What the hell? What's the difference between like and love? Narushima-san looked at me thoughtfully. I don't know. That's why I want to be serious with him, and I want to make sure it's the right thing to do. Also, Siren-kun is really the kind of guy I like. You see, it seems that Narushima-san likes men who are older than her, and with Siren being a mature person, he's definitely her perfect match. But according to the conversation we had, she said that she would try dating someone first and then decide if her feelings are love or not, right? I guess that kind of love can exist. However, for me, who is just a simple boy, I don't understand it at all. From your point of view, Koga-kun, you probably think that these half-hearted feelings would only ruin the group, wouldn't you? I'm really sorry for being such a girl. Yes. I thought so too. But well, if Narushima-san is already convinced of it, then she will definitely do it. Yesterday, she told me that she will wait until our summer plans are over to confess her feelings to Siren. Therefore, all I have to do is create as many memories for this group of 5 as possible until then. And if it doesn't go well with Siren, although it will be difficult for Narushima-san to return to this group, even if she leaves us like before, at least the memories of the time she spent having fun with her friends can hopefully ease her loneliness, even a little. No matter how stupid I am, I will do it. We finally arrived at the condominium and climbed the rusty stairs. Behind this thin wall was my room, where Siren and the others were waiting for me while laughing so hard that the sound reached outside. Hey, Koga-kun. Narushima-san, who was behind me, called out to me, so I turned around. Well, I guess being with friends is also a lot of fun. Whether it was her feigned innocence or not, I could receive that smile as her true feelings. Ah, even from now on, I will make more fun plans. I will make Narushima-san fully enjoy her time with friends. Therefore, I beg you, don't show me that lonely face again. Instead of saying such embarrassing sentences, I pushed Narushima-san's back, allowing her to open the thin door, where her friends were waiting behind her. Chapter 6, Plan. Once we finished the end-of-term exams for the first semester, we finally entered the summer vacation. Despite the hot weather, you seem to be in good spirits too. The person wearing a one-piece dress and sipping juice was Narushima-san, who spoke with an exasperated tone. Foo, of course. My new and beautiful machine, the Supreme Neo Junior. Make your best impression. Sounds like something a kid would say. I feel sorry for the bike. The sky was a deep blue, as if it had been painted. It was a summer morning with thick white cumulonimbus clouds decorating the sky. I was washing the Mamarachi my parents bought me in the backyard of the condominium. I scrubbed it with a soapy sponge to remove the stains. Since the Mamarachi was new, I had to clean it well. This bicycle had been sitting outside the store, so it was quite dirty. Now that I think about it, Narushima-san, you don't have a Mamarachi, right? Aren't you worried? What? The school and the supermarket are within walking distance, so why would I bother buying a bicycle? Ah, that's true. You're a good walker, to begin with. She used to just tease me, and once even mocked me for always walking. It seems my sarcasm got through to her, as Narushima-san gave me a strange look. What's with that accent of yours? Plus, your eyes are kind of scary. As I turned my face away timidly, the group I had been waiting for arrived. Hey, is that the new Mamarachi everyone's been talking about? It was Siren, Shintaro, and Asajiri-san. Now that summer had started, the 5 of us had decided to throw a big party, so I called them over here. Well, showing off my new Mamarachi was also part of the reason. So, it's the mom bike again. I returned Shintaro's disappointed smile with a mocking grin. It's not just any bike, you know? Believe it or not, it even comes with a basket. On top of that, it's an electric bike, and the rear wheels are puncture resistant. I call it the Supreme Neo Junior. Isn't it cool? It's cool. But why didn't you ask for a road bike? It's a birthday gift from your parents, right? If it's not a lady's bike with a basket, how else would I carry you over the mountains? Don't think of me as luggage. Watching me and Shintaro argue, Narushima-san spoke softly. So, Koga-kun, was it your birthday? Of course, since she was in front of everyone, she tried to act shy. I was really used to her personality changing quickly. Asajiri-san shrugged. He said yesterday was his birthday. If you had told me, we would have celebrated too, right? Even though you say that, it's hard for me to mention it. Well, if it's to celebrate Junior's birthday, today's fine. After we buy the yukatas, we'll go get some food. At that point, we'll celebrate your birthday. I appreciated Siren's invitation. The purpose of today is for the 5 of us to discuss plans for summer vacation and buy yukatas together for the fireworks festival that will be held tomorrow. It seems that wearing a yukata would indeed be more appropriate for going to the festival. I can't believe we're going to the local fireworks festival. I can't wait. We went last year too. It was pretty great, remember? Didn't Siren eat a lot that time? He said he was going to try all the festival menus before the fireworks started. We ended up following him around everywhere. Jjhei. I'm going to make everyone gain weight at tomorrow's festival. So get ready. No. I can't gain any more weight than this. Everyone burst into laughter. It's really fun when these 5 people get together. Ha. The fireworks festival is nice, but I think it would be more fun if we lit the fireworks ourselves. Siren responded to Narushima-san, who was laughing softly with a big smile. I think so too. How about we plan a big summer party where everyone buys fireworks from the store? That way, we can have private fireworks every day. Rejected. Like I said, I'm broke, so let's think of an even cheaper plan. Junior doesn't seem to understand jokes sometimes. I'm just sensitive to anything involving money, that's all. Currently, even though my rent is paid, I don't get much money in return. Damn, I guess I have to start looking for a part-time job. I grabbed the hose next to me and turned on the tap. Then I rinsed off the remaining detergent from my Mamarachi, and finally, the washing was done. Ha, but this area is pretty rural. If we light fireworks together here, it looks like it would be very bright. It would probably look like fireflies. Narushima-san said that casually, and it made me pause. Fireflies. That's it. I dropped the hose and pulled my smartphone out of my pocket. The hose danced like a snake and then sprayed my friends, splashing water everywhere. Che. Hey Junior. The water is splashing here. What's going on all of a sudden? Well, now is not the time to endure their complaints. As I searched for something on my smartphone, I hurriedly told them. Fireflies. Let's all go see the fireflies this summer. That's totally fine, but didn't the fireflies appear in the previous season? Siren, who was sorting out the hose, said that to the confused Asajiri-san. If I'm not mistaken, hiker fireflies can still be seen until the first 10 days of August. Yes, that's what I also read online. Really, Siren knows a lot. The closest firefly colony also appeared in the search. The observation spot isn't too far from here. You can get there by just crossing a mountain. Isn't that far? Shintaro said. Compared to last year's bike plan, a mountain is a piece of cake. Wait a minute. Junior, you don't mean to go on the Mamarachi, do you? Of course I do. The train doesn't go near there, so the only option is to use a Mamarachi. Besides, using a Mamarachi won't cost much money, so there's no better idea than this, right? I also want to see fireflies. Ha! Narushima-san seems very interested in seeing them. I'll borrow my dad's bike. So everyone, do your best, okay? I gave Shintaro a modest smile. Finally, he who was weak to such things spoke. I understand. We'll cross the mountain once more. I have bad memories of that. Haha. Let's do our best together, Tanaka-kun. Shintaro sighed in response, and Asajiri-san patted his back with "Are you okay?" Oh right. Yoru, you have a sister, don't you? Yes, I have an older sister. Then why don't you borrow your older sister's bike? Kids' bikes are difficult to handle, you know? And no, it's fine. It's easier to borrow my dad's bike. Ha ha ha. Her speech was hindered, but I suppose we shouldn't meddle in family matters. Then, when is the best time for everyone? Tomorrow? Shintaro sighed heavily, looking resigned. Tomorrow, we're going to the fireworks festival, aren't we? Oh, right. The fireflies had me so excited that I forgot. If that's the case, how about the day after tomorrow? Don't we have an extra swimming class that day? Ah, I forgot about that too. Since Shintaro and I aren't very good at swimming, we always try to finish the swimming class as quickly as possible using a good excuse. However, the consequence of that was having to take extra swimming classes during summer vacation. On the other hand, Siren, who took the class seriously, shook his head. That's why I told you to take the swimming class seriously. This isn't good. If I had known it would turn out this way, I would have attended the classes properly. But the extra swimming classes are in the morning, so how about we go in the evening? Look, we're going to cross a mountain on bikes, right? Doing that after swimming is tough, you know? At least for me. Is that so? Then, we should go on a day when there are no extra swimming classes. In that case, how about next Wednesday? Is everyone free? Narushima-san nervously raised her hand. I have a part-time job at a bookstore that day. Ah, it seems Narushima-san has a part-time job. I see. I'm a student living alone, and yet I don't have a part-time job. It's improper, isn't it? I feel very embarrassed. And so, I kept asking them about their free time. But there were various reasons, like I have a family trip that day or I have a dentist appointment, and the plan kept getting postponed. And finally, so, everyone's free on the night of August 9th. It was quite late already. Well, we're still within the first 10 days of August, so the fireflies should still be out. Maybe. So, are we all set to see the fireflies that day? Everyone nodded at Siren's words. On that day, we'll meet before sunset, ride our bikes to cross the mountain, and see the fireflies. Oh, wow. Just imagining it sounds super fun. It's really youthful. Well then, now that the great summer party plan has been decided without incident, then, take this, Junior. Siren aimed the hose with the tap fully open at me. The jet of water, like a laser shot, drenched me completely. Hey. What are you doing? Of course, this is revenge for earlier. Take that, take that, take that. My smartphone got wet, you idiot. I hid my smartphone in a nearby flower pot and jumped at Siren. Kia. Hey, Siren Kuan, give it to me, give it to me. Hey, why are you coming too, Asajiri-san? Wah. Asajiri-san, who had grabbed the hose from Siren, sprayed water in my face without mercy. Guys, what are you doing? If you make too much noise, you'll bother the other residents of the condo. Narushima-san and Shintaro said these things seriously while standing at a safe distance from us. Of course, I'm not going to let that happen. Then I snatched the hose from Asajiri-san. If that's the case, then I'll drench everyone with me. Get ready, all of you. Wait. We have nothing to do with this. That's right, Koga-kun. Just so you know, if you do that, I'll seriously get mad. Wah! You actually sprayed me with water. I sprayed Narushima-san, who momentarily stopped pretending to be shy, and also the nervous Shintaro. How dare you, Koga-kun? Arg, you too? Wait, it's cold. Damn. One hose isn't enough. Give it here, Junior. I sprayed the energetic Asajiri-san and Siren, who were both very excited. I ended up drenching everyone. Ha ha ha. Honestly, I don't know what we're doing. Yes, ha ha ha. In the end, we all got soaked and laughed our heads off. Amidst the grand chorus of cicadas, the 5 of us laughed like fools the whole time. After our great water fight, we all went together to the nearby public bath. Thanks to the blazing sun, our clothes dried a bit as we walked, but they were still damp, so we tossed them into the coin-operated laundry beside the bathhouse and enjoyed the hot spring water in the morning. I feel alive again, I said spontaneously as I soaked my shoulders in the rock-surrounded outdoor bath. Shintaro, Siren, and I, the 3 of us hadn't been to a public bath together in a long time. Saying you feel alive again isn't very characteristic of a high school student. Well, it's fine, right? The water fight we had a moment ago was completely childish too. Anyway, it's too late for that now. However, the summer with those girls was surprisingly fun, don't you think? By those, I mean Narushima-san and Asajiri-san, who are now enjoying themselves in the women's bath. But what are you going to do about it, Siren? Shintaro broached the topic timidly. What do you mean, what am I going to do about it? I mean Narushima-san. You must have noticed her feelings for you, right? Well, I guess more or less, but I don't know what to do. Then Siren looked at me. Look, we have the no-girlfriend alliance, don't we? Isn't it clever of him to mention that now? When we were in middle school, I was the one who came up with that stupid alliance. Of course, it was a joke on the same level as the imaginary squad games kids play, and no one took it seriously. Alright, just answer me seriously. What are you going to do about Narushima-san? I'm embarrassed to say it, but I don't like the idea of a very good friend having a girlfriend and spending less time with us. However, that's how things are. Liking someone is inevitable, and if they start dating, I should congratulate them. Well, anyway. Siren dried his face with the towel he had left on the edge of the rock bath. Narushima-san is indeed quite attractive and interesting, but I don't see her that way. But what if she confesses her feelings to you? You're so serious, Junior. I told you before, didn't I? Hanging out with friends is more fun. Woohoo. He scooped water from the bath with his hand and splashed it in my face. So if Narushima-san confesses her feelings to Siren, the only future awaiting her is rejection. What will she do at that moment? It will definitely be hard for her to return to this group and she will leave us. That's why I really want to tell Narushima-san, it's pointless to confess your feelings, so stop, but I can't say that to her. Love within a group is really difficult. So, Siren doesn't feel anything for Narushima-san? Shintaro suddenly spoke to himself in a barely audible voice. For some reason, the expression on his face seemed somewhat relieved. While I enjoyed my bath, my clothes finished washing and drying. After changing, the 3 of us guys went to the lobby and waited for the 2 girls while reading manga provided by the public bath service. After a while, Narushima-san and Asajira-san came out of the women's bath after changing clothes and putting on makeup. Yahoo! I knew you guys would finish your bath quickly. Sorry to keep you waiting. As usual, Asajira-san was full of energy, in contrast to the shy Narushima-san. Of course, only I know the secret of the latter person. We didn't wait too long. So, let's go by the yukatas now. Just as Siren got up from the sofa, I received a message on my smartphone. Yoru Narushima, Hanoko-chan's wet see-through shirt is very erotic, isn't it? Yoru Narushima, by the way, her naked body is also amazing. I looked at her. Narushima-san, whose eyes met mine, was laughing with a mocking smile on her face. Shortly after that, I quickly replied, and in a similar manner, she responded the same way. Junior Koga, you don't need to inform me in detail. Yoru Narushima, you're not interested in Hanoko-chan's naked body? Junior Koga, yes I am, but that doesn't mean you have to tell me. Yoru Narushima, you don't want to date her? You don't want a girlfriend? Junior Koga, no and no. Yoru Narushima, you're so boring. You're a damn virgin, Koga-kun. Junior Koga, shut up, fake normie with huge boobs. Hey, Junior. Stop playing with your smartphone. Let's go quickly. Siren and the others had already put on their outdoor shoes and were waiting for me at the exit, looking at me who still hadn't put on my shoes. Narushima-san had also put on her outdoor shoes and was waiting with the others. It seemed she was moving skillfully while we were texting. Damn it. Even though I'm with them, you shouldn't be sending me messages. I took my sneakers out of the locker, put my feet in them, and tied the laces. At that moment, there was another notification on my smartphone. Did you send me something again? After tying my laces and standing up, I checked my smartphone just in case. Yoru Narushima, oh yes, I forgot to tell you something. Yoru Narushima, happy birthday, Koga-kun. Such a message was left in the chat that only the two of us shared. It was a secret conversation between us that no one else knew about. Chapter 7, Fireworks Festival. On the night of the fireworks festival, the five of us dressed in yukatas and gathered at the entrance gate of the station closest to the school. The boys wore dark-colored yukatas, such as black and navy blue, while the girls wore bright-colored ones. Asajira-san wore a yellow yukata, and Narushima-san wore a pink one. They also had fan patterns on their obis, making them look very elegant. This is what summer in Japan feels like, very tranquil. Hey guys, it's rude to just look at a girl's yukata and not give your impressions. It's just that we all went shopping together yesterday. Siren responded irritably, while Asajira-san proudly puffed out her chest. Even so, it's polite to give your impressions, right? Oh, I get it. Don't they both look beautiful? Foo, that's what I meant. Good for us, right, Yoru? The shy Narushima-san only muttered softly, yes, but she was actually very happy. And what about you two? What do you think, Tanaka-san and Koga-kun? She looked at us with a determined expression, as if flames were in her eyes. I'm not good at this kind of thing. Well, I suppose you both look beautiful. Then, against my brief opinion, Shintaro said, yes. Asajira-san, since you're quite cheerful, I think the yellow yukata suits you perfectly. And Narushima-san, you look very cute in that pink yukata. You both chose well. Once again, you look amazing. He said what he thought in a very polite way, something like a judge in a cooking contest. That's the way, Tanaka-san, you're a real winner. As for you, Koga-kun, please try again. Why? Because you said the same thing as Siren-kun. Isn't that boring? Right, Yoru? Haha, that's right. Please try again, Koga-kun. We need to get on the train quickly. The two girls didn't want to move an inch from the station entrance until they were satisfied. The large river that runs through the local town will be the setting for the fireworks festival. The pyrotechnic masters climbed onto a barge floating in the middle of the river and from there launched a spectacular fireworks display. On the riverbank, many stalls lined up and filled with a large number of visitors waiting for the fireworks to start. The five of us were also among the crowd, wandering leisurely among the stalls. There were classic stalls like cotton candy, goldfish scooping, caramel apples, ring toss games, shaved ice, and cold cucumbers, among others. There was a great variety of stalls, but I only specialized in looking since all the stalls had festival prices, which were extremely expensive. For example, a can of cola was sold for 300 yen. In that case, it was best to run to buy one at a nearby store. Ha! Where are Siren and Narushima-san? Shintaro suddenly asked. When I looked around, I realized that the two of them had disappeared without a trace, leaving only Shintaro and Asajiri-san by my side. Had they gotten lost in the crowd? No, that can't be. We're talking about Narushima-san. She might have said something to take Siren somewhere, right? Where could they be? This can't be. We agreed to hang out together. Damn. It's unusual for Shintaro's tone to show annoyance. Well, it's already done, right? Shintaro and I understood what Asajiri-san meant by it's already done, right? Don't try to interfere because what's done is done. Hey, look. There's a shooting stall over there. I love that. Asajiri-san got excited and shouted with joy when she found a shooting stall among the booths. Come on, come on. I want to try it. I want to try it. With a big smile, she patted Shintaro and me on the back and led us to the shooting stall. She was as excited as usual, but it might have been her way of trying to lift our spirits. Shintaro, who probably thought the same as I did, spoke calmly and joined in the fun. Did you know this, Asajiri-san? The rifle sounds we hear in movies are artificially created by sound effects. Even if you use a real one, it won't be as impressive as what you see on the TV screen. Really? I didn't know that, even though I watch a lot of movies. So, what does it actually sound like? Asajiri-san paid the shooting stall owner and then grabbed the toy rifle he handed her. It's like a shockwave. From what I've heard, it's a sound so loud it shakes your eardrums. They say it's so strong it lingers in your ears for a while. I see, so that's what it sounds like. Asajiri-san murmured that with a worried face as she rolled up her yukata sleeves and aimed with the toy rifle. If the sound a rifle makes is to mourn the loss of a life, then I don't want to hear that real sound. So, Asajiri-san can say things like this. Although she seems mature, she always has fun like a child when she's with us. Sometimes, though, she says things so philosophical that it's hard to believe she's just a first-year high school student. It's in moments like these that she shows a sad expression, reflecting an adult's depth. That's why I think Asajiri-san has such a unique sensitivity. Bang! A dry sound came from the rifle Asajiri-san was holding. It wasn't the sound of an assassin, just the lively noise of a summer night. Yes, I hit it on the first try. That's real luck. Asajiri-san jumped like a child, pointing at the sweets she had knocked down in the prize section. There wasn't a trace of the adult's sadness left. I couldn't help but smile. Good job, Asajiri-san. You should show Siren and Narushima-san too. Haha. Well, everyone should come back again, yes. Why don't we conquer all the nearby summer festivals, the 5 of us? No, wait. If we're going to surprise them, we can save it for the New Year's shrine visit. Ah. I was at a loss for words. The truth is, I'm not sure we'll all be together for the New Year's shrine visit. By the time summer ends, surely. What's wrong? It's nothing. Haha. By the way, where could Siren and Narushima-san have gone? I imagined a future where one of us was missing, so I hurriedly pushed that thought away. Hey. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Asajiri-san laughed softly as she reloaded the toy rifle. Koga-kun, you really enjoy making silly commotions with all of us, don't you? Moreover, you treat us all as friends equally, regardless of gender. I think surprisingly few people are like you. She aimed at one of the targets from where she stood and again there was another bang sound, knocking down the candies for the second time. I suppose. But you're the same way, Asajiri-san. No, I think you have that feeling stronger than most people. You could say that your let's make a ruckus together no matter what attitude is very powerful. I think it's a trait of a natural leader, don't you? I think it's a great quality. Asajiri-san shot at the prizes, making them fall one by one as she spoke. It's really impressive. Haha, but things were a little different back then. At least, I wasn't the leader. I scratched my head to hide my embarrassment. When I was with Kazumichi and Megumi, I was the same person I am now, but more docile. And that changed when I got separated from them. At that time, I thought I had truly lost all my friends and was very desperate. But Shintaro came back to my side. Then I met a new friend named Siren. From the bottom of my heart, I felt truly saved. Even so, humans eventually part ways. Realizing that, I decided to create as many memories as I could with my precious friends. Memories of the funniest nonsense and the best dark stories. To create as many wonderful memories as possible, I took the initiative to be the most outrageous of all. And then, when we started high school, our group of 3 became 5. Gender didn't matter in the group since we were all great friends. That's right. But after that, I met new friends. It was a monologue of self-affirmation. What do you mean by things? It seems those words reached Asajira-san's ears, causing her to stop shooting and look at me. Well, I don't need to stay silent, do I? After all, she's my friend and I want her to hear this. I started telling Asajira-san about what happened to me in my second year of junior high school, about Kazumichi and Megumi. I told them everything as we walked under the bright lights of the festival stalls. I told them I liked Megumi, that I was a huge, shameless idiot. I simply told them everything. Both Shintaro and Asajira-san listened quietly, looking in different directions. Shintaro kept his gaze on his feet the whole time, while Asajira-san kept her eyes on me. I see, a couple formed within the group. That's right. After that, the 4 of us gradually stopped having fun together and eventually drifted apart. From that moment, I began to think that I wanted to have fun with my friends. Asajira-san rummaged through her bag without looking inside and, after finding what she was looking for, offered me a bottle of ramune, which she had won at the shooting store. Want some? I politely declined, and Asajira-san took a sip from the ramune bottle. This is a very difficult matter. If 2 people within a group start dating, it will be impossible for things to go back to the way they were. But judging by how close you all were, I can understand that they eventually fell in love. Oh, let me tell you, I didn't share this story to control the group, okay? Since there's nothing that can be done if you fall in love with each other. By the way, Shintaro, Asajira-san, do you agree with dating someone within the group? One can't help falling in love, and no one has the right to tell you to give up just because the person you like is in your own group. If that happens, there's nothing you can do, as it's natural. I don't feel like dating anyone after all, especially someone from the group. One can't help falling in love. Shintaro, who finally spoke after a long silence, murmured that with a bright look in his eyes. Then he smiled at me. Then, if I fall in love with someone, I'll tell you first, Junior. Wow, why did you say that, Shintaro? Is there someone in our group you like? Why you wrong? I was speaking hypothetically. Haha, if that time comes, just don't hold back, okay? Asajira-san nodded seriously. I will too. If I find someone I like, I'll definitely report it to you, Koga-kun. Sorry if I made you worry, but just hearing that makes me happy. Hey, Koga-kun, wouldn't you rather date me? Asajira-san smiled at me like a mischievous child and suddenly wrapped her arm around mine. I can't believe her well-developed chest is pressing against my body through the thin fabric of the yukata. My face was burning. I think it was obvious. Why are you blushing, Junior? That's because I like you, Asajira-san. Even if it's a joke and a girl says to you, go out with me, while holding you by the arm like that, anyone would feel confused. Hey, your jokes are too heavy, Asajira-san. I gently pulled my arm away to avoid being abrupt with her. Then Asajira-san said, I'm sorry, with a smile as bright as the lights of the food stalls. But is it okay for me to have a boyfriend now? Well, I want to have fun just a little bit more between the 5 of us. So just a little bit more. She said that. I'm sure she meant until when Narushima-san confesses her feelings to Siren. Narushima-san will do it after the summer plans are over. In other words, after we all go to see the fireflies, Narushima-san will confess her feelings to Siren. Siren said, I won't go out with her. But what will happen to the group after that? I received a message from Siren. He says he's under the bridge with Narushima-san. The two of them were standing in front of a yakisoba stand under the bridge. There was a tall man and a short girl with huge breasts. Siren and Narushima-san stood out from the crowd. I'm sorry. I was so engrossed in the stalls that I got lost before I realized it. Siren was eating yakisoba placed in a transparent container. I approached Narushima-san, who was standing next to Siren in silence, and whispered in her ear. You took Siren away on purpose, right? I didn't do that. It's true that I followed him, but we really got lost. Well, either way, it doesn't matter anyway. Asajiri-san then looked at the time on her smartphone. Hey, the fireworks are about to start, so let's go somewhere where we can see them better. Large fireworks were launched one after another from the barge floating in the middle of the river. Red, blue, yellow, and green colors. The various colors of the fireworks dyeing the night sky cast a vivid light on the dark surface of the river. Mixed with the bonfires of the evening boats coming and going on the river, it was a fantastic sight. Woo, it's so beautiful. I feel like I'm about to cry. You look amazing again this year. It was worth it to come see them with you. Siren, you just came to see the stalls, right? But really, it's really beautiful. I'm so glad I came. Ah. The five of us stood side by side on the large bridge hanging over the river as we enjoyed the art of light and sound filling the night sky and the water's surface. One more memory of the five of us was formed. With that thought in mind, I look up at the night sky, where fireworks are shooting off one after another. Suddenly, my hand was wrapped in something soft and warm. I glance at Narushima-san, who is standing beside me. She glances at me out of the corner of her eye, with her usual mischievous smile. She then spoke in a voice that only I could hear. I really lost myself just now. That's what she said, so I replied in the same tone. More importantly, why are you holding my hand? I tried to let go, but Narushima-san intertwined her fingers with mine, turning the handhold into a couple's. Hey, and if I were Hanako-chan, wouldn't you be excited? Well, now I understand why you're doing this. Just let go of my hand. Everyone is here. We whispered those words to each other. The other three were so dazzled by the fireworks that were exploding one after another that they didn't even notice that she and I were secretly holding hands. This is confusing. I'm a mess. This is really bad. As Narushima-san said, my heart was pounding with excitement. If it were Asajiri-san's hand. I don't know why I'm thinking about that. I have to keep it a secret from the others that I'm thrilled to be holding hands with a girl. One day, I experienced the mix of bitterness and sweetness when I tasted ice cream melting on my palm. This situation feels similar. There's a strange euphoria from the fear of being caught. This sense of immorality tightens my chest. This is the first time I've had such a fun summer. Thank you, Kun. Narushima-san's weak voice was drowned out by the booming fireworks and the loud cheers of the crowd. Seriously, what's wrong with this girl? Just once, I tightly squeezed Narushima-san's hand, hoping she wouldn't leave the group after this summer. However, that hope seemed difficult to achieve. Without anyone noticing, I slowly released her fingers from mine. The desire to cherish friends was overpowered by the desire to cherish love. And without requiring force, our hands gently parted. Chapter 8. Suffering. That day, I was back at school in the morning for supplementary swimming classes, which had unfortunately become routine. The sessions themselves weren't difficult. These classes were for students who hadn't attended swimming in the first semester. We gathered by the pool, forced to swim under the watchful eyes of the physical education teacher. If I'd known I'd be doing this every day, I might have taken the original classes more seriously. Ha! Hey, Junior, how many laps have you done so far? Out of breath and gasping, Shintaro, his swim cap slightly askew, called to me from the edge of the pool. I answered him in the same exhausted tone. Ha! I'm at 15 laps, still only halfway through. The number of laps you have to do is based on how many days you skipped swimming class. I have 30 laps to repeat each day. As for Shintaro, he's stuck with 35. It's pure hell. The school pool has 8 lanes, split evenly between boys and girls. When I glanced over at the girls' side, I noticed Yoru Narushima struggling to keep up with the others. No matter how many times I look at her, she seems hopeless. She can't even hold her breath underwater and just ends up swallowing water. By the way, out of our group of 5, only 3 of us were in this class: Shintaro, Narushima-san, and me. The other 2 in our group are sports enthusiasts, so they naturally attended every class with full energy and never missed a day. As a result, they didn't have to take these extra lessons. I know it's a bit selfish, but I can't help feeling jealous of them. Alright then. I'll get started. You two, hurry up and let's go. Hey, wait up, Junior. I wanted to wait for him, but I also just wanted to get this over with and take a break. So, I left Shintaro behind and got back to swimming. At least I was doing a little better than Narushima-san. After finishing today's quota, I was resting by the pool when Shintaro suddenly appeared. This is insane. I can't believe we have to keep this up for over a week. I couldn't agree more. Thinking back, I could punch my past self for ever being glad to skip those swimming lessons. Phew, you two, thanks for your hard work. Narushima-san, who had somehow managed to finish her laps as well, approached us, looking completely exhausted and out of breath. Needless to say, the combination of her striking figure and the school swimsuit had a certain, undeniable allure. Ha, ha. We're going home together today, right? Wait for me. By the school gate. Narushima-san staggered out of the pool, still catching her breath. As she walked away, Shintaro, clearly just as captivated by the sight as I was, muttered, "No matter how you look at her, Narushima-san is amazing." Yeah. As best friends, we both knew exactly what he meant by amazing. No other explanation needed. On the days we have extra swimming classes, the 3 of us meet at the school entrance to head home together afterward. Even though it's summer vacation, the school requires us to wear our uniforms, so that's how we're dressed as we leave. I think planning to see the fireflies on our day off from these classes was a good idea. I'm so exhausted I can't even imagine pedaling a bike right now, Shintaro sighed. That's exactly why I suggested it in the first place. Junior, you're always focused on just having fun. Ha ha ha. Well, I'm already looking forward to that day. We're planning to go on August 9th. It'll be a weekday, but by then, these extra swimming classes will be over. I just hope the fireflies will still be around on that day. It wouldn't be surprising if they disappear by then, so please, God, fireflies, don't leave us hanging. Under the warm sun and the sound of cicadas, the 3 of us chatted as we walked along the rural road. Eventually, we reached the usual train crossing where our paths split. Well then, let's do our best at tomorrow's supplementary class, Shintaro said. That's right. Let's get through this together till the end, Tanaka-kun. Narushima-san added. Since Narushima-san and I live in the same building, we said goodbye to Shintaro and turned to head toward our apartments. Ah, wait, Junior, Shintaro called out suddenly. Hey, would it be all right if I came over to your place now? Oh, sure. Let's go. Ah. What are you two going to do? Are you going to play games? Narushima-san asked, fidgeting slightly, looking at me with hopeful eyes. What's going on? Does she want to join us? If you'd like, you're welcome to come too, Narushima-san. Wait, hold on. Shintaro cut in before I could finish. Actually, Junior, would you mind if we grabbed a bite to eat instead? I wanted to talk to you about something. Privately. What's going on? What could Shintaro need to discuss without Narushima-san there? Oh, all right. So, are we heading to the station? Narushima-san's expression changed, like she was trying to be considerate. Sorry, Narushima-san. I'll catch up with you later, I said. Yes. See you later. Bye. With a shy smile, Narushima-san waved us off, and Shintaro and I headed toward the station. We stepped into a familiar restaurant and ordered from the menu. After all that swimming, I thought my stomach couldn't handle much, but just looking at the options made me surprisingly hungry. After swimming, I always crave curry. Want to try some? You know I don't like curry. I can't stand it when the rice gets all sticky. Ha ha ha. Come to think of it, it's been ages since we've had a meal together, Shintaro. That's true. Ever since our 3rd year started, we've mostly hung out with Siren. For a while, We stayed away from talking about Kazumichi and Megumi. Do you want to invite Siren to join us? He might be free, I suggested, reaching for my phone. But Shintaro stopped me. No. It'd be a bit awkward if Siren were here. Ha! Oh, right. You did say you had something to discuss with me. Yeah. Shintaro looked down, clearly struggling with his words. What's up? Is it really that hard to say? Well, yeah. It's difficult for me to talk about. At moments like these, it's best to give Shintaro time. He's shy, especially about sensitive topics, so I decided to wait for him to start on his own. Eventually, when the curry and zarusoba we ordered arrived, Shintaro finally spoke up. Well, it's about what you said at the fireworks festival. How, if you fall in love with someone in the group, there's nothing you can do about it. Ah, yeah. I remember saying that. So, I mean, I've been your friend the longest, Junior, and I know better than anyone how much you value our friendship as a group. But what's with this atmosphere? Could it be, is this about a crush? I hinted at it before, but it looks like Shintaro really might be in love with one of the girls in our group. And if that's the case, then the girl must be Asajiri-san. I like Asajiri-san too, but I never planned on confessing my feelings to her. If Shintaro has feelings for her, then I'll support him. I think I'm in love with Narushima-san. Huh. I yelled without thinking. Honestly, I hadn't even considered that possibility. Are you really that surprised? I mean, Narushima-san is brave, modest, and has such a gentle side. There are lots of reasons, but yeah, I think she's really attractive. No, that's just her act. The sweet, gentle image is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The real Narushima-san is sharp-tongued, a little rude, and frankly, kind of terrifying. She's a total sadist who loves to tease me. But I'm the only one who knows that side of her. Of course, if you just look at her face, she's really cute. And, well, her figure is hard to ignore. Remember at the fireworks festival, I promised I'd tell you if I ever liked someone, Junior. So, I've been holding this back for a while because it's hard to admit, but I'm trying to be honest now. I see. But, Narushima-san. But she's in love with Siren. Shintaro ended his words there, almost as if he'd read my mind. So he hasn't actually confirmed it. Or maybe he suspects it, but just wants to hear it directly from Narushima-san herself. She told me she plans to confess to Siren after summer break. Hey, Junior. Do you think I'd be better off just keeping my feelings to myself? If Shintaro confesses now, it's almost certain he'll be rejected. And after that, I can already see him falling into heartbreak. He'd be devastated. And if Narushima-san distances herself from our group because of it, Shintaro, with his gentle heart, would probably blame himself. He'd say something like, "It's my fault," even though he wouldn't be the one to blame. I get it. As for confessing, well, I honestly think it'd be best if you kept your feelings to yourself. That was what I told him. Shintaro watched me in silence, then finally dropped his gaze, visibly disappointed. I see. So maybe it's impossible for someone like me to confess his feelings. I couldn't bring myself to confirm or deny it. I knew that leaving things unsaid would weigh heavily on Shintaro's heart. It's not like that, Shintaro. I actually wish I could encourage you to do it. But Narushima-san's already decided she's going to confess her feelings to Siren this summer. That's why I know this won't end well for you. But I can't tell you to give up, either. And that's something I couldn't say out loud. So, Shintaro and I both sat there quietly, barely touching our food. I wasn't sure what was happening to us. Crushes had bloomed within our group of friends. We knew things might not stay the same between us. But even knowing that, we still fell in love anyway. If that's what it means to grow up, then maybe I'd rather stay a kid. I'm bored. After parting ways with Koga-kun and Tanaka-kun, I found myself muttering out loud. Being alone is boring. I've known this for a long time. But being with friends is actually fun. And that's something I didn't realize until recently. The 5 of us had a takoyaki party, watched anime together, splashed around in the water, bought yucatas, and went to the fireworks festival. All of those moments have become precious memories to me. It's surprising to think I've grown to the point where I cherish time spent with friends. Foo foo foo. A quiet laugh escaped me. I'd love for us all to go see the fireflies together. I'm really grateful to Koga-kun for suggesting such a wonderful plan. Haha. I've been pestering him a lot lately, so maybe I should give him a break. Oh yeah, speaking of Koga-kun, I thought of Hanoko-chan. I wonder if she's free right now? More than bored, I feel lonely, so I picked up my phone to call her. This is rare. You don't usually call me out of the blue, Yoru. I know. Are you busy? Nope, not at all. Actually, I was just wondering what to do. I took the train and went over to visit Hanoko-chan's house. This is my second time here. The first time was back when I still lived with my family. She practically dragged me over. Even though Hanoko-chan and I went to different middle schools, we used to get off at the same station, and our family homes were pretty close by. Every time I passed by on my way home, she'd always say, "Come on, stop by." In some ways, she reminds me of Koga-kun. She's energetic, optimistic, and just has this bright, lively air about her. I don't know if the others noticed, but from what I can tell, Hanoko-chan was actually the first to respond to Koga-kun's invitations to hang out, before even Siren-kun or Tanaka-kun. It happened at the takoyaki party and again when the idea of seeing fireflies came up. It's like she's trying to act playful and carefree, even though she's really a mature young woman. Is she putting in extra effort to make sure everyone has fun? That's the impression I get. It wasn't a lie when I told Koga-kun before. I think you two would make a cute couple. They really do suit each other. If Koga-kun and Hanoko-chan became a couple, I think they'd be adorable together. Want some coffee? Yes, thanks. Hanoko-chan left the room briefly to make us some coffee. Then, suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the other side of the door. "Hey, Oni-chan, did you eat my cake?" Sorry. I'll buy you another one." Hanoko-chan has an older brother. I hope the two of them get along well. To be honest, I didn't want to get close to Hanoko-chan at first. When I started high school, I ended up in the same class as this mature-looking guy named Siren-kun. Right away, I thought, he's exactly my type. So, I decided to join Koga-kun's group, where Siren-kun happened to be. Just as I was planning my approach to Siren-kun, Hanoko-chan joined the group. "Doesn't it feel like three bad boys hanging out with a shy girl?" she had joked. At that moment, I thought that if another girl joined, competition for Siren-kun's attention would increase. And so, I really didn't want to get along with Hanoko-chan. Thinking about it now, I realize I was being selfish. Maybe even a bit nasty. But that's just who I am, a girl who puts love above friendship. That's why, the first time Hanoko-chan invited me over, I was upfront with her. If we ever end up liking the same guy, I wouldn't hesitate to snatch him away from you, even if it costs our friendship. Normally, when I said that to other girls, they'd look at me with disgust, and would naturally drift apart. I'd seen it happen many times before. But Hanoko-chan only smiled and said, "Yoru, are you the kind of person who values love over friendship? I think it's great that you're honest. Okay, then, when that time comes, I'll be ready to face you." She laughed as she said it. After that, when I told her, "I think I'm going to confess to Siren-kun sooner or later," she simply replied, "Well, I'm sorry if I happen to fall for him first." I'd never met a girl like her before, and it honestly surprised me. Instead of getting angry, she accepted me, just as I was. Somehow, seeing her like that put me at ease, like a weight had lifted from my shoulders. She laughed so freely, so wholeheartedly. Now, I consider her my first true friend, and my best friend. I'm not good at keeping up with friends, so I rarely reach out. But, would it be okay if I called her more often from now on? It's thanks to everyone that I'm even able to think like this now. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Hanoko-chan came back to her room carrying 2 cups of coffee on a tray. Sorry, there was supposed to be cake, but my stupid Oni-chan ate it without even asking. Haha. It's fine, don't worry. We settled into casual conversation, scrolling through photos and videos, most of which captured moments from our adventures together as a group. We laughed about asking Tanaka-kun to binge-watch that anime with us, or reminisced about the fireworks festival and how beautiful it was. Oh, speaking of the fireworks festival, Hanako-chan's face turned a bit serious. That time, you mentioned that you'd confess to Siren-kun sooner or later, right? Have you decided when? Come to think of it, I hadn't told Hanako-chan the latest. I'm thinking of doing it after we all go see the fireflies. I'd already told Koga-kun, though, to be honest, I'm still not sure if what I feel is genuine love. There's no denying that Siren-kun is the type of guy I'm drawn to, mature and composed. Someone like him might be easy for me to fall for. Or maybe, it's more like I'm captivated by the idea. It's almost as if I'm chasing the shadow of someone else, searching for fragments of an old feeling, a past attachment. True love might be something I won't fully understand until I'm with someone mature, experiencing life together and growing alongside him. And yet, here I am, with these half-formed feelings, risking the bond we all share as friends. Still, you know, Yoru, maybe you should tell Koga-kun about your confession before you go through with it. I mean, I already told him, but why bring him up now? I had a long talk with Koga-kun during the fireworks festival. Don't you feel like he's been putting in so much effort to protect our group? He shared with me what led him to think that way. Hanako-chan then told me about Koga-kun's experience in his second year of high school, a story of youthful love where two friends in his group became a couple, leaving Koga-kun alone in the end. But to me, it didn't sound like just a passing story. When I left Hanako-chan's house, the night had already settled in. The cityscape, bathed in an orange hue with clouds hanging above, was gradually growing darker. It felt as though the fading light mirrored my own emotions. After sharing that story with me, Hanako-chan spoke again. Koga-kun told me that falling in love isn't something inevitable. It's not that I want to stop you from confessing, Yoru, but if you want to confess to someone in the group, I think it would be best if you talked to Koga-kun first. I'm sorry if that's inconvenient for you. That was Hanako-chan's kindness, but even though I wasn't completely certain, I couldn't bring myself to confess. After hearing her story, it felt impossible to do so. Because I know that Koga-kun is just like me, and I understand him too well. I used to think the reason Koga-kun didn't want a girlfriend was because he wasn't used to girls. That's why I tried to help him get used to them, teasing him along the way. Even though I didn't fully understand what love was, I would say something pretentious like, "I'll teach you the good things about having a girlfriend." But that wasn't the case. It had nothing to do with him being unfamiliar with girls. Koga-kun had gone through the same thing as me, but he took a different stance. He valued friendship over love. Faced with that, I kept telling him, I don't know anything about group relationships. In fact, not too long ago, I didn't care about groups at all. After confessing my feelings to Siren-kun, I planned on withdrawing from the group, regardless of whether my confession succeeded or not. I don't like being alone, so I hung out with my friends. I kept doing that, and if someone left, another person would take their place. It seemed so simple, but somehow, I wondered why Koga-kun was so obsessed with keeping the group together. I always thought that way. But for Koga-kun, his friends weren't just an ordinary presence. They were the ones who saved him from loneliness, the people he truly trusted. I never had any friends before, but now I understand it so well. I understand, better than anyone, the loneliness that comes when someone's love shatters the foundation of your heart. And yet, I still don't know if what I'm feeling is love. Part of me even wants to take something precious from Koga-kun's heart. I realized all this after hearing his story through Hanako-chan. Bua. The self-loathing made me nauseous. I'm sorry, Koga-kun. I'm so sorry. I placed one hand on a lamppost and covered my mouth with the other. I am a disgusting girl. I've only now realized how cruel the things I've said were, to the point that I made Koga-kun feel unsettled. Just thinking about his feelings at that moment makes me want to vomit. And yet, I still want to stay in this group, even though I never thought I should. It's not because of Siren-kun, because I truly like him, but I know he won't be the love I'm looking for. So, I want to stay by everyone's side, including Siren-kun. It's okay if we're just 5 good friends, with no love or anything like that involved. With my first best friend, Hanoko-chan. With Siren-kun, who knows how to lighten the mood. With the humble Tanaka-kun, who always watches over us from behind. And with Koga-kun, who, like me, used to be alone. He's the one who cares the most about the changes within the group. Yet, even so, he accepted my selfishness without making a fuss. Not only that, but he even said to someone like me, "We are friends." I'll never forget the endless kindness he showed me at that time. Will I still be able to stay with them? Is it okay for a selfish, disgusting woman like me to stand beside such kind, beautiful people? I arrived at the station, but I couldn't come to any conclusion. What? Are you Yoru? A group of young thugs was hanging around in front of the station, staring at me. This is my hometown, so there's always a chance I might run into an acquaintance. But still, why did it have to happen right now? The more I looked at their faces, the more they'd be etched into my memory. After all, Koga-kun and I have always lived in different worlds. A 30-year-old man with a shaved head stepped in front of me. His name's Masashi, but I don't know how to write it in kanji, casually placing his hand on my shoulder. It's been a while since I've seen you. I've been trying to contact you, but I couldn't get through. I've been worried. I don't know him. Ha ha ha, still as cold as ever. By the way, how's your financial situation? I've got a good part-time job for you. The conclusion came quickly. A girl like me could never belong in Koga-kun's group. I finally decided to listen to the part-time job offer from Masashi, because I didn't have the right to refuse. I met Masashi when I was in my 3rd year of middle school, and since then, I was destined to never live in the light again. Yes, my life has always been different. It's been different since long before that. Even as early as elementary school, I'd been drawn to the allure of love. And by my own choice, I stepped into a crazy world, different from everyone else. Chapter 9, Wani-chan. My family consists of a single parent, my father, my Wani-chan, who is 9 years older than me, and of course, me. I used to be introverted and shy, so much so that I didn't even have anyone to talk to in elementary school. But I never felt lonely because my Wani-chan filled that void. My Wani-chan, who is 9 years older than me, was like a mother to me. She always cooked and did the laundry, taking over for my father, who was always late coming home from work. And most importantly, she always made time to play with me. When I was in 1st grade, she came to support me instead of my father at the sports festival. Come on, Yoru. Wani-chan came to cheer you on. Do your best. I was nervous because I had a race, but her encouraging words, though a little embarrassing, made me feel better. In 2nd grade, when I had a cold, she crawled into my bed to keep me company. There's a myth that a cold can be cured by passing it on to someone else. Of course, that has no medical basis, but if that helps you feel better, then feel free to transfer it to me, okay? She stroked my head until I fell asleep, without ever leaving my side. She's so kind, caring, and cool, and I always felt so proud that she's my Wani-chan. I love her very much, and we were very close. But when I entered 3rd grade, and Wani-chan entered her 3rd year of high school to prepare for the college entrance exams, things started to change. I'm sorry, Yoru. Can you play alone this time? I'll lend you a game. With that, we didn't get to spend as much time together. I ended up spending more time alone, both at school and at home. Worried about me, one day my father brought home a private tutor for me. But instead of a tutor, he ended up being more of a playmate. To be precise, he was more of a playmate than a tutor. He was a college student who lived nearby and was the eldest son of a family close to ours. His name was Toshi Yuki-san. I had known him for as long as I can remember. Personally, I wanted to call him Toshiyuki-chan, but since I was so young and didn't speak well, I ended up calling him Tochini-chan. And as a result, I always called him Tochini-chan no matter how old he got. Even my Wani-chan started calling him that, just for fun. From today, I'll take care of you, Yoru-chan, instead of Uncle and Wani-chan. I'll also help you with your studies, and if you want, I can come play with you whenever you like. True to his word, Tochini-chan played with me a lot, filling in for my father and Wani-chan. We played cards, Sugoroku, and just hung out at home. Sometimes, he'd make me study, but I didn't mind at all. And then, after Tochini-chan started coming to our house, I feel bad making Tochini-chan take care of Yoru alone. Then come play with us, Wani-chan. We'll all play together. Is that okay? Of course I want to play with you, Yoru, but… well, alright. Just for a little while, okay? Hooray. Wani-chan started playing with us as much as she could, even while studying for her university entrance exams. In that way, the spirits returned to Earth with their friends and lived happily. Tochini-chan, I'm already in 3rd grade, right? I'm not the kind of girl who likes having picture books read to her anymore. Like this. Are you getting bored, Yoru-chan? No, I'm really enjoying it. The spirits and their friends are so beautiful. I want to meet them. Tochini-chan, Wani-chan, and I. The time we spent together was so nice and fun. I thought it would last forever. Even though I didn't have friends my age, I didn't mind at all. Even when I was at school, I always looked forward to rushing home to play with Wani-chan and Tochini-chan. Years passed, and before I knew it, I was in 5th grade. Around that time, my classmates started talking to me more. They invited me to join one of the girl groups, but I was still too introverted, so I just smiled weakly and remained silent in the group. When they pressed me for an answer, I realized I had a small problem. Ha! What anime is that? This, it's an old anime that airs at midnight. It's from an isekai that was very popular back then. The Shizuyan channel? What channel is that? Ah, well, they're a distributor that used to do live streams. They sometimes commentate on hack and slash matches. I couldn't follow the conversations of the girls in my class. That wasn't surprising. I had always spent time with Wani-chan, who is 9 years older than me, and Tochini-chan, who is 10 years older than me. At that point, Wani-chan was in her 2nd year of college, and Tochini-chan was in his 3rd year of college. I wasn't sure when it started, but it seemed that, instead of me always playing with them, they were often the ones inviting me to join. But that wasn't a problem for me. In fact, I enjoyed it. Watching anime and movies with 2 adults felt cool and interesting to me, and it was always fun. On the other hand, the anime and movies that the girls my age liked seemed very childish. I once tried watching one of their recommendations, but I didn't enjoy it much. During breaks, they would invite me to play dodgeball and Demon Slayers, but I didn't find that fun. In fact, I enjoyed practicing guitar and bass much more, especially since Wani-chan and Tochini-chan had recently gotten interested in them. It was far more exciting when they talked to me about effects and amplifiers, or when they took me to play billiards and darts. So, even though I was part of a group at school, I still felt isolated. As usual, the only thing I looked forward to was finishing school and going home to play with the 2 of them. Tochini-chan didn't come over every day. He came about 4 times a week. Since we lived in the same area, I always had the feeling that he would stop by after university. And on the days he didn't come, I would often spend time with Wani-chan. Hey Wani-chan, can you teach me how to use this eyelash curler? I'm busy right now, so we'll have to do that next time. For some reason, Wani-chan started acting strangely distant with me. Whenever I spoke to her, she responded coldly, and whenever I invited her to play, she'd refuse, saying, maybe later. The only times Wani-chan seemed concerned about me was when I was with Tochini-chan. Whenever he came over, Wani-chan would show up out of nowhere, and the 3 of us would play together. That's why I always wished Tochini-chan could come over every day. The reason why my kind Wani-chan had become cold towards me became clear a little later. When I studied alone with him in my room, Wani-chan never came in. Then, one day, Tochini-chan entered my room while Wani-chan wasn't around and gave me an unexpected invitation. Hey, Yoru-chan, would you like to go to the amusement park next Sunday? At that time, I was focused on solving a problem when he suddenly said that. Ha! Is that okay with you? I assumed it was a reward for getting a good grade on the last test. I was happy, but my mind went blank when he added the next part. That's right. It's because I want to go on a date with you, Yoru-chan. A date. I understood what those words meant, even as a 5th grade girl. For a moment, I couldn't say anything. I just stood there with my mouth slightly open. After a pause, I finally spoke. Foo foo foo. I let out an adult-like laugh, surprising even myself. It's okay. If you want to go on a date with me, Tochini-chan, then I'll go. He was an adult, a third-year college student in his 20s, while I was just a little girl, only 10 years old. So of course, I knew he wasn't serious. To Tochini-chan, I was just a little girl, his neighbor, someone he had known for a long time. That's all I was. I knew this very well, but at that moment, I was overwhelmed by the fact that a grown man had asked me out. Maybe Tochini-chan was a little serious about it. Foo foo foo. If I hadn't thought that way, maybe my life would have been different. But at that moment, as a dreamy little girl, I was just a fool, my heart racing with excitement. The date at the amusement park with Tochini-chan was a lot of fun. I secretly borrowed Wani-chan's makeup and tried applying powder and lipstick. We visited many attractions, such as the Ferris wheel, the carousel, and the roller coaster, among others. As we walked, we always held hands, but even then, we only looked like siblings. On the other hand, when we took a break on a bench, Tochini-chan handed me a handkerchief before I could sit down. After all the boys in my class were just children, and none of the girls in my class had ever gone on a date with a grown man like that. While I was basking in that sense of superiority, the dreamlike time eventually came to an end. Then, let's go home, Yoru-chan. To tell the truth, I wanted to stay longer, but if I acted too selfishly, I might come off as a child. I nodded, and we walked out of the amusement park, bathed in the warm glow of dusk, still holding hands. Suddenly, Tochini-chan murmured with a lonely expression. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I made some good memories in the end. In the end? What do you mean? I looked at him, tilting my head in confusion, and he continued speaking. I've talked to your father, and today is my last day as your private tutor. I've really enjoyed taking care of you, Yoru-chan, so I feel a little lonely. Ah, I see. So that's what he meant by the end. Tochini-chan was already in his third year of university, and of course, he must have been busy with various things, like looking for a job. I was grateful that he took care of me even though he had so much on his plate. That's what I thought, so I tried to act like an adult about it, but in the end, because I was still just a child, I cried a lot. And so, tutoring ended abruptly, and Tochini-chan stopped coming over. It hadn't even been 10 days since the date at the amusement park. I hadn't been feeling well since that morning, so I left school early before noon and headed home. When I opened the door, I noticed 2 pairs of shoes at the entrance. One was Wani-chan's high heels, and the other was a pair of men's shoes. Ha! Aren't those Tochini-chan's? No doubt about it, those were the shoes Tochini-chan used to wear. She said tutoring was over, so why was he here? Did he come to see me? I'd be very happy if he did. Excited, I started to walk further into the house when I suddenly heard some strange noises. My room is just to the right of the entrance, and Wani-chan's is across the hall. The strange noises were coming from her room. Wait, didn't you hear the door just now? Could it be that Yoru-chan's home from school? Don't worry about that, focus on this. She's still at school. Tochini-chan was with Wani-chan, but that wasn't really surprising. What was strange, though, was the tone of their voices. It wasn't the usual sound of them chatting and laughing together. There were occasional strange noises and rustling. Zink, 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 zink. Ah, ah, NGH, NGH, NHG, NGH, NNN, NNN. What were they doing? With that thought in my mind, I gently opened the door to Wani-chan's room, and saw them. Ha, ha. No matter how mature I may seem, it was too early for a 5th grade elementary school girl to see that. It was something that only belonged to the 2 of them in the whole world, something they shouldn't have shown to anyone. When I saw it, I was shocked, scared, and I started screaming. I screamed as loudly as I could, and, of course, the 2 of them heard me. Wani-chan got really angry, and Tochini-chan tried to calm her down. I ran to my room, crying hysterically. Soon after, as I curled up in a corner, Tochini-chan arrived. I'm sorry. First off, Your Wani-chan has calmed down for now. I'll talk to you, Yoru-chan. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I could tell she was trying to choose her words carefully. Well, Yoru-chan, we've been quiet about it, but your Wani-chan and I have been dating for about 6 months now. We're boyfriend and girlfriend. He told me a lot of things, but the image from earlier was so shocking that my heart kept pounding. I couldn't understand everything he was saying, and the tears wouldn't stop. I could barely hear him through the rush of emotions. Anyway, it turned out that they were dating. I guess the reason Tochini-chan stopped being my tutor was because he wanted to spend more time with Wani-chan. He must have quit because he had his own reasons, but why was he here today? I wanted to see Tochini-chan too, but it seems I'll have to wait a while. So, I want you to know that we're serious about our relationship. I'm really sorry. That was the last thing Tochini-chan said before he turned to leave my room, his shoulders slumped. This doesn't feel right. If I don't congratulate them, I'll just seem childish. Wait. I stopped him, wiped away my tears, and forced a smile. Congratulations. I'm really happy for you too. What I had just seen was beyond shocking. But knowing they were dating should make me happy. Even though the tutoring was over, Tochini-chan would still come over to my house. And when Tochini-chan was around, Wani-chan treated me nicely. They would chat and play with me like before. So, if they became a couple, I should be happy for them. Of course, they'd both be busy with their dates and their own lives, but still, it would be nice if, every once in a while, the 3 of us could hang out together again, right? I also needed to congratulate Wani-chan. After Tochini-chan left, I went to Wani-chan's room. Wani-chan, do you have time now? She was lying on her bed, fiddling with her smartphone, still cold toward me. Without even looking up, she answered. I'm not apologizing for what happened earlier. Actually, it's your fault for looking in the first place. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to keep thinking about that moment, but Wani-chan was clearly angry, so I lowered my head. Then, I spoke seriously. I heard you're dating Tochini-chan. Ah. Congratulations. With a sigh, Wani-chan finally looked at me. Yeah, about half a year ago. Why yeah? I didn't notice at all. Well, back then, he was your guardian, and Dad told me not to tell you, so I didn't. Ah, you don't have to worry about that. I'm happy you two became a couple. But then, she said something that caught me off guard. I'm telling you now, don't get close to him. What? For a moment, I couldn't understand what she meant. Apparently, at that moment, I was deeply scared. You make that face again. Do you think you can get everyone's attention by doing that? All men might fall for that, but it won't work on me. I'm an introvert, so I never thought about trying to grab attention from others. But instead of reacting, I should have asked what she meant. Ah, what do you mean by not getting close to him? It's exactly what you heard. I don't want you getting close to Toshiyuki-san again. Toshiyuki-san equals Tochini-chan. It struck me then that Wani-chan had stopped calling him Tochini-chan and started calling him Toshiyuki-san. That made me realize just how much their relationship had changed. They were definitely a couple now. But I still didn't understand why I couldn't get close to Tochini-chan anymore. While I was trying to figure that out, Wani-chan said something that confused me even more. When you went to the park with him, you thought it was a date, right? You even held hands, didn't you? Why yeah. Well, I don't understand why Toshiyuki-san would call it a date when he went out with someone like you. And don't misunderstand, there's no way Toshiyuki-san took that word seriously when he said it to a 5th grade girl like you, Yoru. Of course, I already knew that. I was just happy that a grown man had asked me on a date. And yet, you borrowed my cosmetics without asking, right? I don't know if you thought it was a date with someone you love, but you, a 5th grade girl, went that far. A date with someone I loved. Was I in love with Tochini-chan? No, that's not it. You're wrong. I liked Tochini-chan, but it was the same way I liked Wani-chan. So this like wasn't the same as love. It was just the 3 of us together. Wani-chan, Tochini-chan, and me. I wanted the 3 of us to stay together. That's why I couldn't fall in love with Tochini-chan. And from the bottom of my heart, I was happy that they were dating. I definitely wouldn't interfere with their relationship. But sometimes, I just wanted to be with them. That was all I wanted. Please, don't say things like I shouldn't get close to Tochini-chan anymore. Why is it that when Tochini-chan isn't around, Wani-chan's attitude toward me changes so much? You used to be so nice to me, so why are you acting like this now? As I held back tears, Wani-chan said something that stung deeply. I think it was the best thing for me to give up being your guardian. By any chance, did you ask that, Wani-chan? Did you ask Tochini-chan to give up being my guardian? That's right. I think you still don't have any friends at school, as usual, and you're always hanging around with us, who are 9 years older than you. I thought it might negatively affect your development. You're still in 5th grade, but you're already starting to seek attention from boys, and that's not a good example. It scares me to think that someone so precocious could end up doing something like that. What? Why? For the first time in my life, I screamed so loudly. Why? Why are you doing something so selfish? Why do you want to take Tochini-chan away from me? Why? Wani-chan answered in the same cold tone. Then I'll tell you the truth. I've been scared of you lately. I'm afraid that you'll grow up too fast and become more mature than you should. It's terrifying to think about what kind of strange things you might do with Toshiyuki-san. That's disgusting. It's creepy. What do you mean by strange things? Me getting close to him? Or do you mean that I might do bad things like you did with him, Wani-chan? A dry sound rang out, and suddenly, my cheek was burning and stinging. Apparently, Wani-chan slapped me for the first time in my life. You're saying creepy things. And you're only 10 years old. Who was it that taught a 10-year-old girl so many adult things? That's because you didn't have any friends. Plus, you always came with us on our dates with Toshiyuki-san. Ah, I see. I finally get it. It seems like the two of them had been dating for about half a year, but they must have liked each other even before that. That's why, when Tochini-chan would spend time with me, Wani-chan would always tag along, as long as I wasn't studying with him alone in my room. At first, the three of us would play games that I wanted, but little by little, they started having fun doing things that only involved the two of them. I ended up watching anime and videos that most girls my age didn't watch. I also started reading adult fashion magazines, picking up guitar and bass, and often went to places like billiard halls and darts. I even went to fashion cafes where only adults went. It was all because I had no playmates and always stuck with the two of them, wherever they went. Since Toshiyuki-san is no longer your private tutor, we'll soon be moving out and living together. You won't be able to play with us anymore, so you better hurry up and find some friends your age. Will I not be able to see them anymore? Will they not play with me anymore? Wait, isn't that too fast? At least tell me what children my age are supposed to do. I only see my classmates as children. But now they're telling me to get along with them. The classmates who are the same age as me. I know it's my fault for not making any friends until now. Yes, I know it's my fault. Wait, Wani-chan. I desperately clung to her, filled with the fear of losing them. Let's play together again, okay? If you're going to live with Tochini-chan, then I'll go wherever you live. Even if it's just once in a while, let's play together again, the three of us. Okay? Please. I told you we won't play with you again, do you understand? Wani-chan's voice roared, filled with rejection. Don't you understand that I'm moving in with Toshiyuki-san to a new place? I'm separating you from him. Don't you dare call him on the phone or meet him in secret. I feel sorry for you, but I really don't want you getting close to him anymore. Please, I don't want you to take him away from me. Inside Wani-chan, there was something creepy that emerged, something ugly, monstrous in her eyes. I recognized that feeling instantly. It was jealousy. Wani-chan was jealous of me. When Tochini-chan had been teaching me, I was often alone with him in my room. When I went on a date with him at the amusement park, I secretly wore makeup and held his hand. The fear I felt from Wani-chan's eyes, with those ugly emotions inside them, terrified me. Sniff, 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 boo-ah. I screamed and ran back to my room. Shortly after, Tochini-chan and Wani-chan moved away, just as she had told me. The place they chose to live was so far away that it felt unreachable for a girl like me at the time. The night they disappeared from my sight completely, I curled up on my bed in my room. When I recalled the relieved expression Wani-chan had worn just before leaving, I realized something again. She was truly jealous of me. She really wanted to separate me from Tochini-chan. Am I in love with Tochini-chan? Do I have strange feelings for him? Such thoughts shouldn't exist. Even though I feel more mature than my classmates, I'm still just 10 years old, and Tochini-chan is 20, right? There's no way real love could exist between us. I don't even understand why such jealousy could exist. Then why couldn't Wani-chan see things clearly? The answer is simple and obvious. Because Wani-chan was deeply in love with Tochini-chan. Wani-chan is a very smart woman who managed to enter a national university on her first try. She's kind, caring, and cool, everything I admired. But when it came to love, even she couldn't keep her composure. She became a simple, foolish woman. In the end, she became jealous of me, of her own sister. A girl barely 10 years old. I know she understood how much I depended on them both. And yet, she still chose to act against me. She made the incredible decision to disappear with Tochini-chan, all because she wanted to separate me from him. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. It's a foolish, absurd love story, one that would surely make anyone who heard it laugh. I really don't want you to get close to him anymore. Please, I don't want you to take him away from me. The stupid, serious words that Wani-chan had said kept echoing in my head. Foo foo foo. Foo 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 ha 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 ha. What the hell was that? It's so ridiculous that it makes me hate it. Not Wani-chan herself, but the feeling of love that left me completely alone. Give me back. Give me back the mature Wani-chan I've always admired. At the same time, I hated the thing called love with every fiber of my being. What the hell is love? It has this demonic, toxic nature that drove my intelligent Wani-chan crazy. That's how powerful it is. It looked like a ridiculously sweet, sensual, and horribly seductive fruit. I want it too. That was the admiration I couldn't put into words. I want to try it too. I really want to. No, I really want love. That desire seemed to crawl all the way to the tips of my toes. Lately, I've been feeling down, and strangely enough, the moment I longed for love, my body transformed into that of a woman. After Wani-chan disappeared from my sight and left me alone, I became even thirstier for love. And in a short time, I became a high school student who was clearly different from everyone else. Chapter 10. 5 People. Lately, Narushima-san has been skipping her extra swimming lessons. Not only that, when I invite her to hang out with everyone, she doesn't answer her phone either. Even when the 5 of us were casually chatting in the group, Narushima-san was the only one not reading the messages. When I sent her a private message, I saw she'd read it, but didn't reply. I don't know what's going on, but it's clear she's started avoiding us. This strange situation has been going on for a week now. Hey, Asajiri-san. Are you sure you don't know what happened to her? Yeah, I don't know anything. But you live next to her apartment. Do you know what's happening with her? I don't know anything either. Today is the last day of the supplementary swimming class. Afterward, we all went to a familiar restaurant, but Narushima-san still wasn't with us. Siren, do you know anything? Shintaro glanced at Siren as he sipped his soda, the ice starting to melt. I had a hunch this might have something to do with Siren. It's possible Narushima-san confessed her feelings to him, and after being rejected, she started distancing herself from us. No, I really don't know anything going on with her, Siren replied, sounding unusually vague. But there was something off about his tone. To begin with, Narushima-san had mentioned she planned to confess after we went to see the fireflies. What about you guys? I asked, looking at the others. Did anything happen during the supplementary swimming lessons? Did she seem off? Did something happen to her? No, I don't think anything strange happened, Shintaro answered, though he looked at me with some doubt. That's right. During the supplementary swimming lessons, Narushima-san had only shown us how clumsy she was at swimming, but there hadn't been anything particularly unusual. The last time we saw her was a week ago, on the day Shintaro wanted to consult me. Even then, Narushima-san had seemed like her usual self. "Hey, what should we do?" Asajira-san's worried voice broke through my thoughts. "Do you think Yoru won't come tomorrow either?" Tomorrow was the day we'd all been looking forward to, the day we were going to see the fireflies. We had planned to bike across the mountains before nightfall to watch the fireflies together. This meeting at the family restaurant was supposed to finalize those plans, but without any word from Narushima-san, we were starting to worry. "No matter what, Junior, as her neighbor, you have to bring her back tomorrow," Siren said with determination. I didn't need Siren to remind me. I was already planning to do that. After bidding farewell to everyone, I stood in front of Narushima-san's apartment door. If I couldn't reach her by phone, then my only option was to visit her. Of course, there had been times when everyone came here, but lately, Narushima-san had either been absent or, perhaps, she was at home and avoiding us. Either way, I hadn't been able to meet her face to face. But today, I couldn't just leave. So, I decided to stay put until she showed up. "Are you there, Narushima-san?" I knocked once, but as expected, there was no response. "Hey, come out if you're there. Can you hear me, she-wolf in sheep's clothing?" I knocked again, but still no response. What if she really isn't home? Maybe I'd hear something if I pressed my ear to the thin door. Just as I was about to do that, the door creaked open. "What's wrong, Koga-kun?" "Oh, great Virgin King." Narushima-san, who had appeared after a week of silence, was dressed to go out, not in her usual home clothes. She wore a short camisole that emphasized her brutal breasts and tight, ripped jeans. The shape of her voluptuous thighs was apparent even through the simple fabric, making her look strikingly erotic. Her makeup was heavier than usual, and the scent of perfume lingered in the air. She looked unusually mature today, and it struck me immediately. But instead of lingering on her appearance, I blurted out what had been on my mind. "What's going on with you? Don't you think you've been acting strange lately? Everyone's worried about you." "Really? I guess it's just the same as always," she answered nonchalantly as she began closing the door. "What's the same as always? You've been leaving me on read, you're not at home, and you've been missing your extra swimming lessons. And this outfit you're wearing. I'm sorry, but I'm going to be late for my part-time job." "Part-time job at this hour?" I checked my phone. It was already 6 in the evening. "Didn't you say you worked part-time at a bookstore?" The local bookstores usually close by 9, though a few nearby places stay open a bit longer. But it still seemed strange that she'd be heading to work at this hour. As I gave her a confused look, Narushima-san spoke up. "I quit that job already. I'm working somewhere else now. I've been busy, so I couldn't reply to messages. Please tell everyone I'm sorry." She walked past me and started toward the outside stairs. Wait. Let's put that aside for now. You're still coming tomorrow, right?" "Tomorrow? The fireflies. You promised we'd watch fireflies together." Narushima-san paused and thought for a moment. "Ah, sorry. I've got my part-time job scheduled for tomorrow, so I won't be able to come." "Ha. Sorry, but go without me." "Well, see you later." Hey, wait. Before I realized it, I grabbed Narushima-san's arm. For a brief moment, she gave me a smile that seemed lonely. "You really won't come because of your part-time job tomorrow? Is that really the only reason?" "I'm going to be late." She didn't confirm or deny it, but when she said that, I had no choice but to release her arm. Without looking back, Narushima-san descended the rusty stairs. What kind of part-time job could she be doing? That night, I decided I would stay awake until Narushima-san returned to her apartment. Every time I started to drift off, I slapped my cheeks to keep myself awake. Then, I heard the door to the next apartment open, confirming that the tenant had returned home. I glanced at the clock, past midnight, and the date had already changed. The time to execute our plan to see the fireflies had finally arrived. The 4 of us, without Narushima-san, met again at the family restaurant yesterday, just before noon. "So, she has a part-time job that ends after midnight." Asajira-san frowned, clearly puzzled by the situation. She wasn't the only one. Everyone who'd heard my story wore the same confused expression. Is it really okay for a high school student to be working that late? Shintaro muttered to himself, not really expecting an answer, but we all knew what the correct response would be. Still, Siren spoke up. Of course not. Is she really that desperate for money, Narushima-san? The rent for her apartment is cheap, and a normal part-time job during the day should cover her living expenses just fine. Could it be that Narushima-san is involved in something unusual for a part-time job? No, that's impossible. I'm sure everyone was thinking the same thing because a heavy silence settled over us. However, Asajira-san was the first to break the silence. I know where Yoru's parents live, so why don't we pay them a visit? Maybe we'll find out more about her situation. That's right. Her family might have information about her part-time job, and if they do, I really want to know. We're all genuinely worried about her. What in the world is going on with Yoru Narushima? But won't she get mad if we do that? Shintaro's cautious voice echoed our unease, but I had already made up my mind. Just in case, I tried calling Narushima-san's smartphone again. Once again, there was no answer. So, we boarded the train that Asajira-san had suggested, heading towards Narushima-san's hometown. It was a quiet residential area, filled with houses of the same design. Among them was the home of Narushima-san's parents. It was past noon on a weekday, so I figured no one would be home. Still, I pressed the doorbell, and as I waited, I heard footsteps approaching. The door opened. Who is it? A woman in her 20s appeared, dressed in a black camisole. She wasn't wearing any makeup, but she was strikingly beautiful. It seemed like she had been relaxing at home, as her long hair was messy. She also smelled strongly of alcohol, which suggested she had been drinking since midday. Her features, especially her large breasts, strongly resembled Narushima-san's. There was no doubt, this was Narushima-san's older sister. We're classmates of Yoru Narushima. I briefly explained the situation, trying to sound polite. I mentioned that we were planning to go out, but lately, it had been difficult to reach Narushima-san. I heard Narushima-san works part-time late into the night. Do you know anything about that? I finished my question, hoping for some clue. However, Narushima-san's older sister simply replied, I don't know anything. Her tone was indifferent, almost as if she didn't care, and she started to close the door. Instinctively, I reached out and stopped her. Wait a minute. Anything you know would help us. For example, what kind of work she might be doing, or where she's working that keeps her out so late. Anything at all. Please, just tell me. Narushima-san's older sister looked at me with clear annoyance. Who are you? Her boyfriend? No, not at all. We're just friends. Her gaze lingered on me for a moment, before she smirked. I feel like you're a little too desperate to be just friends. Though, I must admit, I'm surprised Yoru has a friend like you. It actually makes me feel a little relieved. After saying that, I forced a smile. But, I'm sorry. I'm not really on good terms with Yoru, so, to be honest, I don't know anything. Damn, I'd come all this way, but I still didn't get any useful information. As I slumped my shoulders in disappointment, Narushima-san's older sister sighed, then spoke again. However, when she was in middle school, she used to go to live houses and nightclubs, so she's probably still going to places like that these days. We sat down on a bench in the playground of the residential area. That was surprising. Shintaro had been repeating that phrase over and over again. It seemed that Narushima-san had been going to live houses since high school, which was what had taken him by surprise. Well, if you're only familiar with her more introverted side, that information might come as a shock. I suppose it's fine if she's just going to live houses, Asajira-san said. You did say there are many places that don't have age limits, right? Plus, Yoru really likes music. Despite Asajira-san's attempt to rationalize it, Shintaro kept his head down, holding it with both hands. It's a world I just don't get. There are even clubs that hold anime song events, right? Siren chimed in, smiling as he looked up from his smartphone. Would you want to go there sometime? No. That's a little scary. By the way, Siren, what do you think of all this? Siren had been texting one of his uncles for a while now. His uncle, who had taught Siren a lot about music, frequented live houses and music bars almost every night. Siren had sent his uncle a picture of the group and asked if he'd ever seen Narushima-san around. Hold on a second. He just read my message. Ah, here it is. Bingo. Siren's face lit up as he got a reply. Apparently, Narushima-san works part-time at a nightclub called Eden. My uncle says he saw her there the other day. He mentioned she didn't seem like a high school student, though. That was consistent with what I'd seen last night. Her makeup made her look a lot more mature than usual. Is a nightclub different from a live house? Shintaro asked Siren, still processing the new information. The only real difference is the content. One has a live band, the other a DJ. Otherwise, they're pretty similar. But Eden has events every day and doesn't have an age limit for entry. Even so, it's weird that they'd let a high school student work there. I've been curious about it, so I've been looking into it. For now, I felt a bit relieved knowing that the place wasn't as bad as I'd imagined. But why would Narushima-san work part-time at a place like that? Siren shook his head slightly, not entirely sure of the answer. I mean, the pay is probably better than a regular part-time job. Oh, by the way, that place is open today, Siren added as he scrolled through his phone. Looks like they're hosting a rock event tonight. Doors open at 7. In that case, if Narushima-san was going to work at that time, it was clear she wouldn't be able to join us to see the fireflies today. So then, now that we know where Yoru works, what's our plan? Asajira-san asked. Are we going to postpone the firefly trip? Siren looked around at all of us before answering. But when will we all have free time on the same night again? If we wait too long to meet up, we might miss the fireflies. Today is the only day we can do it. Asajira-san's words hung in the air, and I couldn't help but agree. Even if we rescheduled, I didn't think Narushima-san would show up. Despite all the excuses she made, it was clear she was avoiding us. Well, what are we going to do? It's already 4 o'clock. As Asajiri-san checked the time on her smartphone, Shintaro groaned in frustration. If we want to see fireflies, I think we should head there now, don't you think? We also have to go home to get our bikes. What should we do, Junior? Are we going without her? I still couldn't understand why Narushima-san worked at a place like that, or why she was keeping her distance from us. If she really had that part-time job, what could we do about it? But I saw her yesterday. I saw the lonely expression on her face as she turned down the chance to watch the fireflies with us. She definitely wanted to join us. I could tell. But then, out of nowhere, she took a part-time job at a nightclub and couldn't make it. Even though it felt selfish and childish, I still wanted to take her along. I wanted her to come with us, even if I had to drag her there. Without thinking, the words slipped out. No. All 5 of us will go. It was probably the thought of a selfish boy who couldn't respect Narushima-san's wishes. But what if she was being forced into this job that she really shouldn't have to do? And because of it, she couldn't be there with us to see the fireflies? Then, I didn't mind being the selfish boy. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 11, Nightlight. I've been coming to the Eden Club ever since middle school. It's a medium-sized nightclub with a capacity of over 300 people. There's a separate bar area in the venue, and that's where I work, serving drinks to customers. Before the doors open, the club is always quiet, with only the faint sound of the performers and staff gathering in preparation for the event. The tickets for today's rock event sold out instantly. It's going to be packed in here later, Masashi, the shaved-headed man in front of the bar counter, said, sipping from a bottle of blue liquor. Despite being the owner, Masashi never participates in staff meetings and instead drinks before the venue even opens. I just hope he stays in a good mood tonight. By the way, I'm counting on you to deliver some drinks tonight, okay? Masashi was referring to the delivery drinks, which are drinks bought by customers and offered by the bar girls. As part of the job, Masashi insisted that we part-time workers encourage the customers to buy us expensive alcoholic drinks. Of course, I don't drink alcohol, so whenever customers offered, I had to pretend. I just acted like I was drinking, though I was really sipping tea. I picked up this trick from one of the bar girls. But even though I was deceiving the customers, I never asked the girls to buy me drinks. No matter how much Masashi pushed me, I never agreed to do it. You're really beautiful, Yoru-chan. How did Masashi-kun meet a girl like you? In addition to Masashi, there was another man at the bar who looked like a host. He was sitting on the customer side, sipping his drink and chatting with Masashi. He was a recent friend of Masashi's and had been let in early before the doors opened to the public. The man asked me to make a cocktail, so I mixed some alcohol and juice, shaking the cocktail shaker as I went. Oh, the way you shake the shaker is so beautiful. Have you been in this business long? Well, no. Wow, you're cold, right? Well, all right. Hey, Yoru-chan, would you like to go out with me? Masashi, sitting next to him, laughed. Stop it, old man. She's a real girl who likes mature men. But it could be that he's the type she likes, right? Come on, what do you say, Yoru-chan? I glanced at the man, who looked like he belonged on a TV show. He was dressed in a grey suit with expensive-looking glasses and a watch that clearly cost a lot. But I didn't like him. I didn't like anything about him. He was one of those men who wore fancy clothes and pretended to be rich, but deep down, I could tell he was childish. Probably in his 30s, but he had the mindset of a kid. I prefer mature men, men who have the freedom to act and think for themselves, not like this man, who was all about appearances. I'm sorry, but no. I said it clearly, without hesitation. Oh, don't be like that. Wait for me here after today's event is over. I'll take you to a nice hotel, all right? Ha! What? Ugh. I couldn't hold it in anymore. My patience snapped. It's a phrase I've heard from men countless times, but what does "I'll take you to a nice hotel" even mean? Do they really think women are happy to hear that? Masashi clicked his tongue. Hey, don't be like that with customers, all right? You're not a kid anymore. The hotel thing isn't so bad, you know. He slammed the bottle down on the counter. But I wasn't afraid of him. Not at all. I just want to do that with someone I like. Could I really give my precious virginity to a man I don't even like? The man who looked like a TV show host, sensing the tension in the air, tried to smooth things over. Yoru-chan, if you can only do it with someone you like, why don't you fall in love with me? This guy was disgusting, but honestly, he just said something that caught my attention. Is love really that simple? That he can say it so casually? What exactly does love mean? I've probably been more desperate for love than anyone, but I still don't fully understand what it means. Who was the first man I ever fell in love with? The answer, I think, is Tochini-chan. But even now, I don't know if it was truly love. Are love and like the same thing? I can't find the answer to that, but one thing I do know is that I've always wanted to fall in love. Section. Ever since Wani-chan and Tochini-chan moved away from the place I used to live, I've slowly become more talkative and cheerful. Hey, Dad, get up already. Breakfast is ready. Wah. I was really sleepy because I stayed up working until midnight, but seeing your face, I feel like I've regained all my energy, Yoru. Enfufu, that makes me happy, but it's not something you should say while just wearing your underwear. That's sexual harassment, sexual harassment. Maybe it was the loneliness after my brother left that pushed me to force a change in myself. I'm sure Dad was lonely too, and if I kept being sad, it would only make him worry more. But despite trying to act cheerful, Yoru Narushima was only truly talkative and lively when I was at home. In my first year of middle school, I joined a girl group again, but I was still the same shy, introverted Yoru Narushima. I didn't know what to talk about with the other girls, and when they asked me to say something, I always made sure not to say anything strange, so I just ended up retreating into myself. Even in high school, I didn't have any friends I really enjoyed hanging out with. But of course, compared to when I was in 5th grade, I at least understood what the girls in my class were talking about. There were times when I even paid attention to their conversations. But still. Hey, I recently went on a date with Kurokakuan from class 2 and we held hand. What? You mean the cool Kurokakuan? That's impressive. Love stories still didn't catch my attention. Don't you think so too, Narushima-san? Of course, I tried to follow their conversation. Yeah, that's right. I think Kurokakuen is cool. Because of my shyness, that's how I ended up sounding. I once went on a date with a mature man named Tochini-chan. But, after all, compared to Tochini-chan, all the boys in high school felt like children. The same went for the boy named Kurokakuen, who the girls in class were making a fuss about. I didn't even think about whether he was cool or not, since to me, he was just a kid. I remember the day that was the first and last time Wani-chan and I fought. That day, she suspected I had a crush on Tochini-chan and directed all her jealousy at me. Since then, I've asked myself this question over and over again. Is my like for Tochini-chan really love? It must be different. Maybe. Probably. I want to fall in love because I'm not sure about it. I want to strengthen my heart and tell Wani-chan that she doesn't need to be jealous of me. Then, when it happens, I want to experience a passionate love, just like Wani-chan did when she chose a man over her own blood sister. I want to have a crazy, all-consuming love that makes me lose my mind, one that makes me feel the sting of jealousy. But, my classmates from high school will never be my romantic interests. I was thirsty for love, but I couldn't find anyone who could offer me that kind of love to drink. However, the turning point came suddenly. As usual, I was on my way home after school with the group of girls I didn't really get along with. Hey, middle school girls, do you want to go to karaoke with us? We ran into some guys who looked like typical womanizers in their high school uniforms. And no, thanks. Girls, let's go. One of the girls said that, then quickly looked down and walked past the group of guys. The high school students made way for us with teasing smiles, joking and bidding us farewell. Ah, what a pity. We'll ask them again next time we meet. Their voices faded as they waved us off. What's wrong? As I stood there alone, the other girls turned to me, surprised. What are you doing there, Narushima-san? Come on, let's go quickly. The girls called out to me in low voices. But still, I couldn't move. Ah, that karaoke thing. Can you take me to karaoke? All of the boys in the group were third-year high school students. In other words, they were 18 years old. At first glance, they gave off the impression of gang members, but in reality, they were far more mature than the boys in my first-year class. When they made way for us, they slowly stepped aside, allowing us to pass, while the group of girls pulled on my uniform sleeve, whispering, "What are you doing? They're dangerous." It was natural for someone like me, who had always longed for the attention of more mature people, to accept their invitation. Yoru-chan? Are you sure it's okay for you to go with them alone? What about your friends? No problem. Besides, I've always wanted to go to karaoke. You seem calm on the outside, but you're actually quite daring. Well then, let's start with the first song. The energetic man eagerly hit the play button on the karaoke machine, and as the music blared, another man sitting next to me spoke up. You should let your friends know you're here. I'm sure they're worried. His name was Kawano. He was the only one among the boys who had a calm, composed demeanor. You're right. As I pulled out the new smartphone my dad had bought me to celebrate my high school entrance, Kawano took out his phone as well. Do you use social media? If you don't mind, could you share your account with me? I couldn't help but smile. He had a way of speaking that was so easygoing, yet mature, something I couldn't imagine most high school boys pulling off. After we exchanged contact information, Kawano and I spent more time together. We went to fast food restaurants, did some shopping, and went to the movies. Overall, they were fun dates. But it wasn't anything more than just nice. It wasn't the passionate love I had always dreamed of. The girls in my group often asked about him. Hey, Narushima-san, are you dating that high school boy we met last time? Well, I'm not sure. We haven't really talked about it. I had heard that, in Japan, it's a custom to officially start dating after a confession, but with Kawano, there was no clear moment that could mark such a transition. It seemed like he liked me, and I didn't dislike him, but calling us a couple still felt strange to me. I wasn't sure if I was ready to label it. I still hadn't figured out whether Kawano was someone I could fall in love with. Narushima-san, you were surprisingly bold, weren't you? Some of the girls teased me, excited by the fact that I'd gone with a group of older boys. Yeah, but isn't it kind of dangerous to accept the invitation of a guy you don't really know? I was pretty shocked at first. Other girls didn't seem to agree, shaking their heads disapprovingly. And that's when the dangerous situation began. Kawano told me that he had a part-time job, and we agreed to meet up on a Sunday night. It was after dinner, and we were walking home when he spoke up. Hey, there's a cafe I've been wanting to visit. I didn't have any particular reason to refuse, so I just followed him, curious. But as we walked, we couldn't find the cafe. We ended up in a part of town I didn't recognize, surrounded by love hotels, far from the station. I thought it was around here, but I must have been wrong. His words were too casual, too easy to misunderstand. You must be tired from all the walking, right, Yoru-chan? How about we take a break here? It was too obvious. Unlike when he'd first asked to exchange contact information, when he had made an effort to be charming, this time there was no finesse. His demeanor felt off, and I found myself disappointed. His previous playful, mature persona was gone, replaced with something that felt less genuine. I am sorry, but I think this is a little strange. I could feel the discomfort in my chest. I had fun with Kawano at first, sure. He seemed interesting, but now I was beginning to realize that what I thought was affection was just his desire for something else. His insistence on getting closer physically was proof enough. I decided to leave. Hey, wait. Before I could take a step, he grabbed my wrist. It was tight, too tight. Why won't you even let me kiss you? We've known each other for a whole month. I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened. It's just that, doing that kind of thing should happen after we know each other better. Then let's get to know each other here. Let's go in first. Momentum is everything, right? Kawano pulled me toward the entrance of the Love Hotel with surprising force. Wait a minute. Please stop. I can't believe you're being so violent. I don't want to do this. What's wrong with you? You came to karaoke alone with us, so it's obvious you're used to this kind of thing, right? His words hit me harder than I expected. I was a first-year middle school student. I had no strength to resist him, especially not against a third-year like Kawano. And then, just as my heart began to race, a memory surged up from the depths of my mind, one I had buried for so long. It was the day I secretly watched my sister and Tochini-chan in her room. The image of that scene flooded my mind, and I felt my body go cold. No. For the first time in my life, I slapped someone on the cheek. Kawano held his cheek and stared into my eyes for a moment. Damn bitch. He glared at me, his entire body filled with anger. I'm so sorry. Before I could finish my words, I immediately started running down the paved road. I don't remember which direction I ran either. When I came to, I was sitting on a bench in the fountain area behind the station. I looked around. Kawano wasn't chasing me. There were a lot of people around, so if he did show up, he probably wouldn't dare to be violent with me. Then I realized that my breathing was rough. My heart was also pounding. I thought about buying a drink, but I didn't have any money, so I gave up on the idea. My fingertips, my arms, my entire body were shaking. I was terrified. I was really scared. I was really stupid. There were many possibilities for this kind of thing to happen before. Still, I didn't realize that I was in danger until Kawano grabbed my wrist. It was like that from the beginning too, when I followed Kawano and his friends from high school. I just thought that I could fall in love with a mature man. I didn't even think about the possibility that they might get violent with me. Thanks to that, it was about to happen. Wani-chan and Tochini-chan's secret act flashed through my mind for a second. I shook my head from side to side. No, I don't want to. No. I definitely don't want to do something like that when I don't know the meaning of love yet. I guess I won't force myself to get close to a mature man anymore. As a first-year middle school student, if I spend time with my classmates, one day I might end up having an ordinary love with one of them. Yes, I'm sure that will happen. That's fine. Thinking about that, I stood up from the bench, but my feet stopped naturally. Ordinary love? What the hell is that? Is that the love that, based on selfish beliefs, managed to separate me from Wani-chan? Is that the love that somehow transformed my gentle, kind, and intelligent Wani-chan into a completely different person? Can I really expect such insane love from my classmates, who are nothing more than children? Miss, what are you doing here so late? As I stood there, a man called out to me. It wasn't Kawano. It was an office worker in his 20s, wearing a crisp suit. If you're having trouble, feel free to tell this old man. Would you like to go to a family restaurant? Ah, that's right. I still don't know what love is. I'm just obsessed with it, even though something dangerous just happened to me. Yes, let's go. Once again, I accepted the invitation from someone older than me. I'm sure I've been going crazy ever since that day I started yearning for love. I definitely won't stop until I understand what love really is. I met that office worker a few times, but he was a vulgar man who doesn't even try to hide his lustful desires, so I quickly stopped contacting him. After that, I was seriously thinking about using social media and dating apps to find a match that suited my tastes. For a first-year middle school student, there are only a limited number of ways to meet mature men. Unintentionally, in a very fortuitous moment, I received an invitation to have fun from a third-year middle school senpai from my same school. But because I felt that senpai was far from being a mature man in my opinion, I didn't meet him again soon after. As a result of that, I was often invited to hang out with other third-year middle school senpais. Yoru Narushima is a woman who never turns down an invitation to go out. Apparently, that rumor started to spread around the school. Well, actually, I didn't deny it. When a mature man approached me, no matter who he was, I would accept the invitation right away. I would go out with them so I could find out if I was likely to fall for them. With some men, I could determine their intentions just by going out with them the first time, and with others, I would figure it out after going out a few times. Whenever I felt like someone wasn't right for me, I would block them and wait for them to contact me again. This repeated itself over and over again. Even though I heard such secret conversations, I didn't care. I wasn't going to stop. Because that day, I promised a man to go on a date. I'm sure that if he oversteps with me, I'll hit him and block him again as always. My mental state, possessed by the curse of love, was truly sick. While repeating those days, without realizing it, I was already in my third year of middle school. I don't remember when it started, but one day I found myself surrounded by people I didn't know in the city. It was a weekend, and I was shopping alone on my way home from school. Suddenly, a group of creepy-looking men appeared out of nowhere and started chasing me. Hey, Yoru-chan, come have fun with us. It crossed my mind that I had gone out with one of those guys, but in the end, I blocked him on my smartphone. I'm sure this situation is retaliation from someone who was angry with me because they suddenly couldn't contact me. I went out with many guys, blocked them, and ended up receiving painful retaliation, as if it were a punishment for being obsessed with finding love. I was scared of being chased by several men I didn't know. Regardless of the time and place, they suddenly appeared from the corner of a street, and that scared me a lot. Of course, I didn't even feel like fighting them, so I kept running away. I ran to a crowded area and hid in the women's restroom for a while. But I was outnumbered. I was only 14 years old at the time, so my physical strength and movement were limited. Finally, one day, I was captured by that group of men. They pushed me into a van with tinted windows. I was very scared and terrified, but I didn't cry even though I didn't know where they were taking me, until I arrived at a bar located in a basement that they always seemed to use to hang out. Wow, is this the famous girl named Yoru Narushima? A man in his 30s with a shaved head and a large tattoo on his arm said that arrogantly while reclining on the VIP sofa. The people around him called him Masashi-san. He had a calm demeanor, but he was a dangerous person who you wouldn't know what he would do if he got angry. That was my first impression of Masashi, and I immediately understood that he was the one who had told them to bring me here. My mouth was dry from fear, but I managed to say a few words while looking at him. What do you want from me? I would rather bite my tongue and die than let them attack me before I understand what love is. But before I do that, I will hit as many of them as possible. I thought seriously while looking at the glass ashtray on the table. However, Masashi immediately seemed to realize my intentions. Ha ha ha. You are exactly as the rumors say. You are beautiful and calm, but you are nothing more than a stupid and stubborn third-year middle school girl who often causes trouble for the young idiots in this city. Well, you interested me, so I kidnapped you. Apparently, Masashi and the others were a different group from the people who usually chased me. You have a lot of courage and a beautiful face. Hey, Yoru-chan, would you like to work here? It turns out I'm looking for someone like you. It doesn't matter if you're just a middle school student, okay? I won't do it. I refused flatly. Don't worry. This place is probably not what you think it is. Despite that, I'm quite well known among the idiots in this city. Do you understand? If you keep going like this, something bad will happen to you someday, right? Once he said that, I no longer had the right to refuse. Masashi was a man who managed several bars, live houses, and clubs among his friends. As he said, I was given the job of serving alcoholic drinks as a part-time job, sometimes in a live house, other times in a club, depending on where he told me to be. Of course, the fact that I was a third-year middle school student was kept secret from everyone except Masashi and his associates. He was very pleased that I helped him. Even so, Masashi was undoubtedly a dangerous and troublesome man. It even seemed that he had once been involved with the mafia. I didn't know what kind of relationship Masashi had with his associates, but I didn't want to know. However, I often saw that when there weren't many customers, he had unpleasant conversations with rough-looking men. And it was a daily occurrence for me to be seduced by those men. No matter how much I wanted to meet a mature man, I naturally always rejected those people. Even so, while I was under Masashi's orders, I knew that the day would come when I couldn't refuse. That's why, little by little, I tried to distance myself from Masashi. And finally, when I graduated from middle school, I had completely cut off my relationship with him. So, a month ago, Wani-chan decided to move back to our parents' house, so I forced myself to start living alone. Therefore, when I left my hometown, I thought I would never see Masashi and his friends again. However, it wasn't going to be that easy. Section. It was getting close to the opening time for Club Eden's event. Alright. Time to start getting clients. Masashi stood up from the bar counter. The TV host-like man next to him took a sip of his cocktail and followed suit. Yoru-chan. About what I said before, I meant it. Wait for me here after the event is over. I'll take you to a really nice hotel. It has a pool, and we can swim together. I already told you no. Let's go. Then Masashi leaned in close to the bar counter and whispered in my ear. You owe me, don't you? It's fine if you don't want to sleep with him, but for now, just be nice to that guy and accept his invitation, okay? Masashi patted me on the shoulder, flashed me a creepy smile, and walked off with the TV host. There's no way I can go to a hotel with a man I don't even like. No matter how much I refuse, he'll keep pushing for it. But I can't break things off with Masashi, and if I somehow survive tonight's mess, it's just a matter of time, isn't it? Sooner or later, I'll end up in a relationship with a man I don't like. This is all my fault. I already know that. I know, but... Sniff. Tears flowed from my eyes without warning. Since the day I became captivated by the darkness of love, my thirst for it grew uncontrollably. For so long, I couldn't help but lose control. The love that turned Wani-chan, who was so kind and gentle, into a monster consumed by jealousy. The love that made Tochini-chan disappear from my life, leaving me all alone. The love that I hated, yet found so inevitable. I just wanted to understand it. And as a result of seeking that understanding, I was trapped by a dangerous man like Masashi, falling deeper into a dark abyss. Even though I tried to escape from Masashi's influence and enrolled in my current high school, I was still searching for love, never learning from what had happened to me before. I had thought about becoming a quieter girl, but when I saw the mature Siren-kun, who was in the same class as me, I hoped I could fall in love with him. So I approached him. Siren-kun was part of Koga-kun's group, who always made a fuss about how friends were more important than love. Koga-kun was always glued to Siren-kun, so he became an obstacle for me. He was annoying, childish, and troublesome. I hated him, and we fought constantly. However, it was fun. Even after hearing the rude things I said and all my perverted stories, Koga-kun still called me friend and welcomed me into his group. The time I spent with the 5 of us was truly, genuinely fun. I began to wonder if maybe I didn't need to search for the meaning of love anymore. But just as I thought that, I ran into Masashi again. I guess my past actions didn't allow me to escape the darkness. Maybe this is a punishment for trying to disrupt Koga-kun's group with my half-hearted feelings. I'm sure that before I understand love, my virginity will be taken by a man I don't love at all. So, I'll accept all of this as my punishment. In my quest to understand love, I've already dated many men, so this feels like the fitting end for me. You really are a rabbit, Narushima-san. I remember Koga-kun telling me this before. I'm actually a very lonely person and I missed Wani-chan, who was always by my side, a lot. However, she suddenly disappeared. But Koga-kun probably doesn't know that. He told me that rabbits die when they're alone, but that's not true. They have a habit of hiding even when they're weak, so if you don't watch them carefully, they'll die before you know it. Ha ha ha. After all, what he said is true, I'm a rabbit. Because I've been trying to secretly disappear from Koga-kun and the others, hiding my weakness, hoping I could quietly die without anyone noticing. Actually, we were all planning to go see the fireflies today. But for me, it's just a dream that won't come true. However, even though I'm reluctant, I ended up saying the following while wiping away my tears. I want to go see the fireflies with all of them. Sniff. And at that moment, Narushima-san, where are you? As soon as the club doors opened, customers began to enter. And a familiar voice was heard in the club. Hey, Yoru Narushima-san. Narushima-san. The one who's still a high school student. The person who was shouting loudly, emphasizing the high school student part. I rubbed my eyes that had been blurred by tears and, are you bro? Amidst the crowd of customers entering the club, Koga-kun was there. Hanako-chan was also there. Siren-kun was also there. Tanaka-kun was also there. Everyone was here. Koga-kun, whose eyes met mine at the bar counter, smiled as he waved his hand. Hey, there she is. Hey, Narushima-san. The one who is still in first year of high school. We've come to pick you up. Of course, Masashi saw that and came back here. Wait a minute, Mr. Customer, what are you? Oh, you are the manager of this place. Excuse me, but you have a high school student like her working part-time at this place. If I'm not mistaken, this place doesn't allow high school students to work part-time here, right? No, that's... Siren took out his smartphone. That's what it says on their website. Well, normally, clubs don't hire high school students, do they? Hanako-chan gave a mischievous smile. Wouldn't it be bad if this was reported? After all, no matter how beautiful Yoru is and seems to be popular among the customers, a high schooler like her shouldn't be working at the bar of a place like this, don't you think? That's why we're taking her home, so please excuse the inconvenience. Koga-kun entered the bar counter and forcefully pulled my hand. Masashi approached me trying to grab me. Wait, Yoru, where are you going? Customers have already started coming in. Damn it, don't be kidding me. Koga-kun pushed his hand away and glared at him. Don't touch our friend. As my age was exposed in front of the customers, Masashi didn't insist on holding me back. Everyone pulled me out of the dimly lit basement club and brought me to the surface where there was still a bit of light. My head had been muddled for a while now. Why did you all come here? Those were the first words that came out of my mouth. Why? Why did you all come here? You even did all that to force me out of there. Koga-kun then scratched his nose in embarrassment. Because I want to go see the fireflies with you. Ha! Everyone hurriedly unlocked their bicycles that were parked on the sidewalk. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Yoru. I had suggested that the 4 of us go without you, but Koga-kun insisted that we all go together. I think you might have caused problems since it's not okay to enter the place where I work because high school students aren't allowed in. Are you mad, Narushima-san? You were the one doing something wrong, right? No, wait a minute. To begin with, we were waiting outside your apartment, Koga-kun said reluctantly. We were actually going to persuade you to come with us before you went to your part-time job, but you left your house early, didn't you, Narushima-san? That's why I came running to find you at your workplace. It's true that I left my apartment earlier than usual today and killed time outside until it was time for work. The thing is, if I hadn't done that, Koga-kun might have really come to my apartment and forced me to go with him. But who would have thought he would do something like that? I didn't expect him to come to my workplace, which was far from my house, and then drag me out of there to make me go with him. Well, it's true that it's a part-time job that I shouldn't be doing, but he still came and dragged me out of there, right? Also, the reason you dragged me out while I was working was because you wanted us to watch fireflies together, wasn't it? How could he have done that? That reason of yours is completely childish. Hey, hurry up, Narushima-san. Seriously, we're running out of time. If you want to hit me, then do it later. Koga-kun came running towards me with a mamachari. But those fireflies, even if it's not today, if we don't go today, the next day when all 5 of us can go will take a long time to come, and if that happens, we won't be able to see the fireflies anymore. Even though I said that, it's already past 7 at night. The fireflies can be seen until around 9 at night at the latest, so even if we go now, I'm sure we won't make it in time. Since to get there, we have to cross the mountain by bike. But I didn't even bring a bike. Actually, I was planning to go to Dad's house and borrow his bike, but now I don't even have time to go get it. Koga-kun then proudly patted the luggage rack of his mamachari. Sit here. You'll be right behind me. I'll pedal with all my might. That's too crazy. There's no way we can cross a mountain on a mamachari together. Don't worry. Koga-kun smiled confidently. My Supreme Neo Jr. has a gearbox. Section. Koga-kun's mamachari is surprisingly fast. So much so that the scenery around us is constantly moving. Even though I was sitting on the luggage rack, I tried to balance my body as we climbed the mountain road. Tanaka-kun seemed to be having more difficulty pedaling. Hey, Junior, how much longer until we get there? Probably an hour. I'm already exhausted. Seeing Tanaka-kun painfully pedaling his bike, I felt guilty again for everything I had caused. I'm sorry that we were delayed because of me. Hanoko-chan, who was pedaling next to me, came closer. Yoru, you really didn't want to work at that place, did you? That's right. That's true, but Siren-kun also approached me on his bike. We know your circumstances for taking that job, but from now on, if you have a problem, talk to us, okay? Although we might not be able to solve it. Tanaka-kun also desperately approached me and positioned himself next to me on his bike. That's right. If it's us. No. I'm sure Junior will do something about it. Like last year, when he put me on the back of his bike. This isn't good. After all, these people are so bright, unlike me. They are so bright. Sniff. Sniff. I couldn't lift my face to look at their faces. Guys. Really, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sniff. Sniff. Then Koga-kun said this without looking back. It's normal since we're friends. Yes. Even though you're so childish, your back is so big. Even though I'm dressed like a mature woman, I find myself crying like a child. So I gathered all my strength and wrapped my arms around Koga-kun's waist, pressing my face against his back. I didn't want everyone to see me cry. But even though my tears had stopped, I still clung to Koga-kun, not letting go, continuing to press my face against his back, while he kept pedaling his Supreme Neo Jr. at high speed. Damn it. I still can't see the end of the mountain road. Will we make it in time? Siren-kun said that while desperately pedaling his bike. Keep pedaling. We'll make it. I'm sure we'll make it. Koga-kun said that firmly, over and over again. The mountain road had been downhill for a while, but I think it will be impossible to make it. I wanted to see the fireflies, but it was already enough for me that everyone came to find me. Just thinking that I have made such wonderful friends is more than enough for me. Suddenly, Koga-kun whispered to me so only I could hear. I'll definitely make you see the fireflies, and after that, you'll confess your feelings to Siren. Ah, so this person did all this so I could do that. You still support me too much in my selfish search for love. But, I'm sorry, Koga-kun. I have no intention of confessing my feelings to Siren-kun ever. Because, as you said before, I prefer that the 5 of us stay as we are now. Ching. What was that ugly sound? It seems to have come from the handlebar that Koga-kun is holding. Aha! The brake broke off. Koga-kun shouted. The bicycle we were on slid downhill on its own, pushed by inertia. What? Are you serious? Even though I'm sitting on the back? That's right. Your breasts are too big and heavy, Narushima-san. Bastard. How dare you talk bad about me at a time like this? Stop, 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 Kaya. The bicycle I was on with Koga-kun kept gaining speed with every passing second, until we crashed into the railing of a curve further down the hill. We were thrown off forcefully, but managed to stop. That was scary. Breathing a sigh of relief, I got off the bike's luggage rack for a moment. I'm glad we didn't fly too far, because if we had, I'm sure we both would have been thrown over the railing. Ah! On the other side of the railing, there was a shallow stream flowing with a tranquil sound. Seeing it, I froze. I heard the sound of brakes behind me. It seems everyone who was left behind caught up with us. Hey, are you okay, Junior? Oh, the front tire is bent. It looks like we won't make it. In that case, we can only go this far. Did you get hurt, Yoru? That was quite an accident. To everyone who was talking, I said without taking my eyes off the stream. Guys, look at that. A shallow, tranquil stream flowing through the forest at night. And around it, slow, flickering green lights floated in the air. Koga-kun held his breath, exhaled, and whispered to me softly. Those are fireflies. Yes, it was a swarm of fireflies. Countless trails of light moved in all directions in the deep forest with a faint night mist. A natural scene where the light shone brightly and then slowly dimmed. Even the word wonderful isn't enough to describe the scene. The spectacle was so beautiful it made one forget to breathe. It could even be mistaken for a group of dancing spirits I once saw in an illustrated book. We were left speechless, losing our sense of time and space, simply astonished by this natural beauty. Ha ha ha. Koga-kun suddenly burst into laughter. You know, guys, I wanted to come to this place from the beginning. Everyone looked at him in surprise. And so did I. How could this person say such a childish thing without feeling even a bit of embarrassment? And with a proud smile on his face. If I see a face like his, I think I might get into a bit of trouble. Actually, for some time now, I've had a strange feeling that arises every time I see Koga-kun. I have been denying it vehemently, because it can't be. He is immature. He is childish. But that makes him truly pure and innocent. In the past, he had a similar experience to mine, but unlike me, it didn't really bother him. He believes that friendship is more important than love. He likes that the 5 of us are always together. He didn't reject me when he found out about my history of dating many men. He didn't call me a disgusting girl. On the contrary, he accepted me as I was. And on top of that, he still considered me his friend. Once, he cried for me. He came to a club like that to rescue me when I was about to disappear from everyone's sight because of my selfishness. He really wanted to see the fireflies, and he was the one who did everything possible to bring me here. Oh no, this is annoying. I'm really in trouble. For now, I decided to offer my prayers to the swarm of fireflies. From the bottom of my heart, I hope these dancing spirits convey my feelings to my Wani-chan who is far away. Hey, Wani-chan. In the end, my feelings for Tochini-chan weren't love. Chapter 12, Monster. Hey, Koga-kun, are you free? The next evening, I rang the doorbell of Koga-kun's apartment. The door opened immediately, and a person with a troubled face came out. What do you want? Foo, I came here to make you dinner again. Showing him the shopping bag, Koga-kun sighed and let me in. It's so convenient being his neighbor since I can visit him in the blink of an eye. The timing is perfect because I was about to buy something for dinner. But why do you suddenly want to make me dinner again, Narushima-san? It's a thank you for showing me those wonderful fireflies. Of course, I would like to thank everyone, but it seems that Koga-kun was the one who told everyone he wanted me to come along and got me out of that place, so I thought he was the person I should thank the most. Yes, that's also true. In short, I just want to get to know Koga-kun. I'm really confused. I hate to admit it. Apparently, Koga-kun, well, is a bit in the suitable category. Compared to Tochini-chan, Siren-kun, and all the men I've met so far, I have a strange and special feeling towards Koga-kun. It's a feeling I've never experienced before. To be honest, this brat isn't the type of guy I like at all. But for some reason, he is a bit in the suitable category, so what can I say? After all, you forced me to come here when I had already given up on everything. And besides, if I don't place him in the suitable category after showing me that wonderful scenery, wouldn't that be strange? This is really annoying. But I won't tell you how I feel. Saying it in words or even imagining it is taboo. Since I also want to maintain the friendship among the 5 of us, I plan to keep it hidden forever. Those words are really the same as someone once said. When I thought about that, I smiled a little. Hey Narushima-san, now that I think about it, why do you have a part-time job like that? Well, it doesn't matter anymore since I quit that job. Oh, you quit? Didn't the manager say anything when you resigned? It's not the manager, but the owner, and of course, he said something. But even so, I made my intentions very clear. Section. The day after we went to see the fireflies, I went to Club Eden early in the afternoon when it wasn't even ready to open. I had contacted him in advance, so Masashi, the owner, was already waiting for me there. Masashi was sitting alone at the bar, drinking a whiskey on the rocks. Hey, can you explain to me what happened yesterday? As a first-year high school student working part-time at a nightclub, my friends came to stop me from doing that. That's what happened. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, since they made a scene in front of the customers, I can't let you work here anymore, so I'll take you to another place. Let's go. I won't. I said it firmly and clearly. Please, don't contact me again. Masashi, from now on, you and I are complete strangers. Before, I always ran away and disappeared, but now it won't be like that. I'll make things clear here. Yuru-chan, who do you think saved you when you were being chased by those idiots from that town? It was you, Masashi-san. I'm very grateful for that, but I intend to repay the favor. TCH, you're quite strong, aren't you? Masashi-san clicked his tongue and took a sip of his whiskey in frustration. You have a good body, so you can attract customers. I can't let a source of money slip away just like that, okay? Masashi was a dangerous man with connections to the mafia, but that wasn't the worst part. It's true that he saved me from the men who were chasing me before, and I'm sure he had his reasons for hiding me when I was still a high school student working part-time in one of his nightclubs. I really didn't like it when I received invitations from his scary friends, but I didn't hate this part-time job itself because I learned a lot about music. In fact, this job made me fall in love with music. Besides, I've only talked about music with Masashi a few times. In that sense, it's possible that Masashi and I had a close, albeit distorted, relationship. However, I'm going to put an end to that. The man who was courting you yesterday insisted that I introduce you, even though you're just a first-year high school student. He's a big customer who often hosts private parties at my place, and he'll probably pay me a lot of money if you have sex with him at least once, right? So, even if it's just a temporary part-time job, I'd like you to reconsider my offer. Of course not. I want to leave this dark place and go to a bright one, where my friends are. Then, quickly get out of my sight. Masashi looked away and waved his hand, as if he had lost interest in me. I was a bit confused, as I had expected him to stop me by force. However, thank you very much. Next time, I'll come back here as a customer. Without saying anything, I bowed my head and turned to leave. Oh, yes. One more thing, Yuru-chan. Masashi, who was still drinking his whiskey at the bar, spoke as though he had just remembered something. It's about the guy who pulled your hand yesterday. He caused me a lot of trouble, so I was thinking of sending my guys to settle the score with him. Consider it the last favor I ask of you, but could you pass me his contact information? I stopped and turned around, walking back to Masashi. I grabbed the lapel of his suit and pointed the bottle of whiskey on the bar at him. If you do anything to him, I swear I'll kill you. Masashi rolled his eyes and smiled. What? Is he your boyfriend? He's not, but he's a very important person to me. Ha ha ha, I understand. A man who's favored by a scary girl like you. I don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. Well, whatever it is, I think it's better not to get involved with you. I don't want you to kill me. Thank you. I slowly put the whiskey bottle down, filled Masashi's glass for the last time, and left the club. Section. How is it, Koga-kun? Is it delicious? Oh, it's delicious, you shy and fake big-breasted cat. Foo foo foo, I'll accept your horrible compliments. Oh, great virgin king of the great kingdom of the damned bratty kids. When I saw Koga-kun chewing the hamburger I made, I felt happy. Seriously, why this person? No matter how you look at it, this brat is far from being like Tochini-chan. He is totally different. Especially when you see the grain of rice stuck to his cheek. But I have good memories. While staying by Koga-kun's side, I decided to take my time to have fun while looking for my next love. This way, our relationship could last forever. A relationship where I can talk and have fun with him freely and without hesitation. If this relationship lasts forever, I will definitely be very happy. I see. After all, food made by girls is really delicious. Foo foo foo. I removed the grain of rice from his cheek with my finger. Just that filled my heart completely. The thing is, you're really good at cooking, Narushima-san, right? Ha! That's good, Koga-kun. You said something that made me happy. Yes, I'm so happy. Sure. Although I'm sure the food Asajira-san makes must be even better than this. Ha ha ha. What? When I heard those words, I understood it clearly. My face froze. What's wrong, Narushima-san? That's right. Right now, Koga-kun likes Hanoko-chan. Once again, I remembered being compared to my own cooking. Then, I saw a monster appear from the depths of my heart. I saw the terrifying darkness that seemed to blend with me, then slowly wrap around my neck like a sickle. It was the same monster that once appeared in Wani-chan's eyes. The name of that monster was jealousy. Narushima-san? What's wrong? Can you hear me? I was looking for my next love, wasn't I? What did he say? Is it okay for someone else to take this boy? No, I don't want that. I can't allow it. I won't stand for it. But I don't want to ruin the relationship the five of us have. I don't want to destroy it. Of course, I know that, but I like you. The monster that lives deep within me tore out those forbidden words that I should never say. What? Did you say something? Fortunately, Koga-kun didn't seem to hear it. I can still backtrack now. I can still turn back, so I should hide this feeling well. But contrary to what I was deciding, I crawled around the low table and approached Koga-kun. What? What's wrong? Why are you so close? I put my arms around his neck. And then, I pressed my lips against his. NFF, chew, chew, NNNNN. A sweet and numbing electric current ran through my entire body and exited through my nose. The seed of love that had already sprouted grew explosively. Ah, this is it. This is that thing. It's the lust for monopoly that made my intelligent Wani-chan drive a man away from her 10-year-old younger sister at that time. It's incredibly sweet and insane, dependent and obsessive, making you think that person is everything to you. At that moment, I finally understood how wicked the love I had been chasing for so long was. I was so thirsty for it that I devoured Koga-kun's lips out of greed. I pushed him down to the ground with force. And finally, I found the love that I had always cherished and admired. So, I pressed my lips against his again. Moo, chew. NNN. And chew. Bah. It was a selfish, shameless act that didn't care about his feelings. I'm too hypocritical, and that's a childish trait I despise. NNN. Chew. Pua. Wait, Narushima-san. But true love really does turn a woman into a foolish child. This. If what you just did was meant to tease me, I think you've gone too far. This time, I'll make sure to clearly convey my forbidden desire. I like you, Koga-kun, and I won't hand you over to Hanako-chan. What? No, Narushima-san. Don't you hate me? Oh, this is really great. This is more beautiful than when I cooked something for you. A fierce pleasure overtook my entire body just from placing and pressing my lips against yours. NNN. Chew. Moo. NNN. I like you. I like you. I like you. With each kiss, that feeling grew deeper, swelling with each touch of our lips. I like you. Chew. I like you. Chew. I like you. 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 Ignoring Koga-kun's slight resistance and pushing aside any hesitation, I continued to savor this sweet fruit for myself. After all, my thirst for love had been out of control since that day. But what does it matter? Now that I've come this far, there's no turning back. I can confirm it now. I'll never find a love greater than this. And I'm absolutely convinced there will never be another man I adore as much as him. Is my vision too narrow? How vast is the world? Are there countless other men who could be better? Silence. When you're seeking true love, all else becomes meaningless. NNN. Pua. Koga-kun, go out with me. Be my boyfriend. I finally pulled my lips away from his, gazing directly into his eyes. What? 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 What do you mean? Have you lost it, Narushima-san? My sanity was already gone, along with any sense of calm, the moment I found real love. And just then, I remembered that Wani-chan and I were blood sisters. But there was a clear and undeniable difference between us. I'm grateful to everyone. I love being with all of you. So, I promise I won't mess up what the five of us have. Even so, I want to be your girlfriend, Koga-kun. That's impossible. I'd rather keep things the way they are, with the five of us together. I leaned in, my lips close to his ear, and whispered softly, there's no problem if we keep it a secret. His eyes widened in surprise. Wait. What? Are you saying? Hey, Koga-kun. Let's not tell the others that we're dating. We'll keep this a secret, okay? Unlike Wani-chan, I'll date him, but I won't disappear from everyone's lives. I don't plan on sacrificing either this love or the bond the five of us share. Love is the most important thing. Friendship is also the most important thing. So, both are the most important things. Then, I should embrace both as the best parts of my life. That's all. Koga-kun, do you hate me, or do you like me? I was thinking about that. If that's the case, then just fall in love with me. If he doesn't hate me, then all he has to do is try. It's really that simple. After all, I won't ever consider another man besides Koga-kun. No, no, no. Why? Are you saying that? Ha! Are you serious? Look, I told you that I've dated a lot of guys before, and I also mentioned that I've never kissed anyone, right? So, are you really that clueless about what that means? My God, that's why I hate you, but I like you a lot. That's not right, but of course it is. If it's us, we definitely won't get caught. If we date in secret, nothing has to change between the five of us. And if you want, we could even get married and keep it all a secret, Koga-kun. That kind of thing isn't decided by force. There's no way we can just. We can, I told him with unwavering conviction. I was certain. We can definitely do it. No, only we can do it. If it's us, no one will find out. We won't drift apart, and we can truly keep our group of five exactly as it is. Let's do it, okay? Let's not tell anyone that we're secretly dating, okay? Suddenly, the cicadas started chirping outside the apartment. It's already night, but under certain conditions, they still sing even at this hour. And amidst the strange nighttime chorus of cicadas, I kissed Koga-kun once again. I kissed him as if this moment were a space of love meant just for the two of us. No lies, just the silent proof of my pure, enduring love for him, a memory I gently etched in silence. Chapter 13. Betrayal. The last day of summer vacation. Inside my small apartment, there were 2 other people, Shintaro and Siren. We still had some summer vacation homework to do, so we decided to gather at my apartment and make one last effort, so the 3 of us met for the first time in a long while. Oh, no. It's so hot and too stifling for the guys. How about we invite Narushima-san here? Yes, that's a good idea, right? Besides, her apartment is right next door, isn't it? Shintaro accepted Siren's suggestion, but no. The girls have already finished their homework, and if they come here, they'll just end up chatting. I gently declined. What I said just now is true, but to be honest, it's actually difficult for me to meet Narushima-san. There won't be any problem. I'm sure we won't be discovered. Ooh. My heart was pounding, and I immediately clutched my chest. Then, Shintaro tilted his head at my behavior. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. I just felt a little pain in my chest. Ha ha ha. Of course, I will never tell anyone about that day. I can't say it. I'm going to borrow your bathroom for a while. Siren left his seat, and only Shintaro and I were left here. Hey, Junior. Shintaro stopped doing his homework and looked me straight in the eyes. What's up? Even though he just called me, my voice sounded nervous. I felt guilty about being alone with Shintaro at this moment. Do you remember the story I told you at the family restaurant the other day? What? Do you mean about Narushima-san? It was when I stopped Shintaro, who was hesitating whether to confess his feelings to Narushima-san. It's all my fault. I couldn't support you properly at that time. No, it's not that. In fact, I'm very grateful to you. Shintaro waved his hand from left to right and then continued. Well, to be honest, that surprised me a bit at that time. However, after spending the summer vacation together with the 5 of us, I thought about it again. And I concluded that it would be better if the 5 of us stayed together. Shintaro. Ha ha ha, honestly, I still like Narushima-san. But right now, I think I wouldn't like it if our relationship among the 5 of us became tense due to a wrong confession, so I'll always hide this feeling. It will be a secret that only you and I will know, Junior. So, thank you very much for stopping me back then. This is heavy. This is really difficult. Hey, what did I just hear? How come you 2 have a secret? Siren had just come out of the bathroom and sat next to Shintaro, placing his stiff hands on his small shoulders. Ouch. How could you hear me? I thought I was speaking quietly. Don't underestimate my hellish hearing, okay? Whatever, if you really like Narushima-san, you should tell her to her face. You don't have to worry about the relationship among the 5 of us, right, Junior? Siren pointed his fist at me slightly. Fist bump. That's our favorite gesture that symbolizes a youth full of wounds and a proof of a firm friendship. Sure. As a small voice escaped me, I also slowly pointed my fist. For his part, Siren bumped his hard fist against mine. Normally, this doesn't bother me, but today it hurts a lot. Do you understand? The thing is, Junior and I support you, so from this moment, we're going to form the alliance to support Shintaro's love. I told you I won't confess my feelings. I'm better off with the 5 of us as friends. Wow, your voice is really loud. It can be heard from Narushima-san's apartment, right? Ooh. Shintaro lowered his voice while covering his mouth and then looked at me kindly. I'm really sorry, Junior. I made a mistake that day. Although I know better than anyone that you are a person who prioritizes the friendship among the 5 of us. I was also half serious about the no-girlfriend alliance, right? It was a stupid alliance I formed when we were in middle school. Ha ha ha, how could I be serious about that? That alliance was just a joke. Then Shintaro looked at me with a complicated expression. But, you see, Junior, a lot of things happened to you at that time. Apparently, he refers to Kazumichi and Megumi. That story where a couple formed within a group and in the end, I was left alone. Of course, Siren already knew those circumstances. Then it was I who urged them to form the no-girlfriend alliance. No, that's not it. I tried to explain desperately. I wasn't serious when I mentioned that alliance. Isn't that obvious? It was probably a silly thing I said back then, but seriously, if you really want to date someone, I would love for you to tell me so I can support you. I understand. But Junior, at least you have no intention of having a girlfriend, right? So, at the very least, I don't want to bring my romantic problems into the group. Okay. That's also true, however. That's how things are. That's something I decided on my own. Yes, I understand that too. So let's do this. Shintaro clapped his hands and looked at Siren and me. We'll change the no girlfriend alliance to the no dating anyone in the group alliance here and now. So, you don't plan to confess your feelings to Narushima-san? That's right. I don't want you to worry like you did in our second year of middle school, so at the very least, none of us should confess our feelings to anyone in the group, and none of us should date anyone in the group. Wait a minute. Well, I don't really mind, okay? Anyway, I didn't plan on having a girlfriend from the beginning. If Narushima-san and Asajira-san are with us, it will be more fun. Right, Junior? As I thought, I couldn't stand being here any longer. Sorry. I need to go to the bathroom. I stood up and ran out of that place. I vomited what was in my stomach into the toilet. Bua. A feeling of guilt and disgust towards myself spread throughout my body. No matter how much I vomited, that feeling wouldn't leave my body. What am I doing? Seriously, what am I doing? That day, when Narushima-san confessed her feelings to me and filled me with kisses unilaterally, I couldn't believe that had happened. But I was too scared, so I couldn't help it. The feeling of not being able to resist suddenly arose in my heart. And at that moment, I fell in love with Yoru Narushima. I had never considered it before, and it was something that should never have happened. The love I thought she felt for Siren. It turns out it was directed toward me. A small, harmless creature I believed was safe suddenly bared its fangs at me when I was most defenseless. Those venomous fangs sank deep into my heart, filling me with a mix of pain and pleasure that left me numb. Then, she broke me down from the inside. With overpowering force, she made me see her as a woman and forced me to become her boyfriend. Even the faint feelings I had for Asajira-san were shattered. The alluring Yoru Narushima looked at me with dangerously seductive eyes, whispering words of love like a curse until I was entirely captivated. Koga-kun, go out with me. Be my boyfriend. Just recalling her confession from that day makes a sickly sweet sensation spread through me, sending a shiver of fear down my spine. I shook my head in denial. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way I can do this. I never wanted a girlfriend, especially not one from our group. I was the one who boasted about it. I went on irresponsibly declaring something ridiculous, like our no-girlfriend alliance. And now, despite everything I said, here I am, the one who has a girlfriend who's also part of our group. Oh, yes. If I had wanted to, I would have gone out with Narushima-san, I think. But that is called betrayal, and it's too cruel, because I told Shintaro not to confess his feelings. Moreover, out of consideration for my past wounds, he decided not to express his feelings and kept them in his heart. The friendship among the five of us is the priority, and he was trying not to bring romantic topics into the group. And the result of all that was the no dating anyone in the group alliance, even though it has come to that. I really never thought about wanting to go out with Narushima-san. That's why I can't say that now even if I were forced to. Therefore, it's better to keep it a secret. Those seductive words she whispered in my ear stirred me up, and once again, nausea swept over me. In that moment, I felt a strange mix of nervousness, embarrassment, and a chilling fear that left me shaken. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to reject Narushima-san. But I couldn't accept her, either. I just left things hanging like that. Looking back, I feel like a jerk for acting that way. No, I really am the worst kind of jerk. Sniff, sniff, sniff. With my eyes closed, tears slipped out. I'm the worst. I'm such an asshole. The worst part of all was that I hadn't even given her a response to her confession. I was so happy. Because of that kiss. I had fallen in love with my friend, Yoru Narushima. And it terrified me. Yoru Narushima scared me. I was afraid of how easily I could be drawn to her. Afraid that everything I believed in might come undone. After that, I stopped being alone with Narushima-san. But whenever the 5 of us hung out, I still ran into her. We'd all go to family restaurants, karaoke, the arcade together. And when we were in the group, Yoru Narushima kept up her playful act, treating me the same as always. She played it off so perfectly. It made me wonder if everything that night had just been some wild fantasy of mine. But that was impossible. Because whenever I brushed my fingertip against my lips, I could still feel the warmth of hers. I slammed my fist against the bathroom wall. What's going on? Junior, are you okay? Are you feeling sick? My 2 best friends called to me from outside the bathroom, sensing something was wrong. They had no idea I was just a shameless, lousy traitor. Hey, Junior, are you okay? Siren is a close friend whose values are almost identical to mine. He's the kind of guy who treasures hanging out with friends over having a girlfriend. Back in high school, his words left a lasting impression on me. I'm certain he never imagined I'd put our friendship aside to be with someone like Narushima-san. If you're not feeling well, why don't you get some rest? We'll head home. Shintaro is my best friend and the oldest among us. Without him, I would have been pretty helpless back in middle school. Even though this friend of mine fell for Narushima-san, I stopped him from confessing his feelings to her. And I'm certain he has no idea that Narushima-san confessed to me, and even kissed me. For now, we're heading out. About the ADG, let's plan a housewarming party for just the 3 of us another day. If you're seriously unwell, you should go to the hospital, alright? While I was still in the bathroom, I heard them making plans to leave, but I only half caught what Siren said. ADG? It stands for Alliance of Not Dating Anyone in the Group, or ADG. Yes, it's an abbreviation. I mumbled a weak, irrelevant Tsukomi, feeling like my heart was being crushed. Damn, 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 damn. No, I can't take this anymore. I've been avoiding it long enough. But tomorrow, I need to talk to Narushima-san. This ADG pact really fits who I am, and that should be enough. I need to tell Narushima-san, clearly, I can't go out with you. Even if I can't refuse her kisses or don't know what to say, I still have to say it. I waited until Siren and Shintaro left my apartment. Then I flushed the toilet, watching as the blood-colored vomit disappeared down the drain. Finally, I stepped out of the bathroom. After a summer that seemed both long and short at the same time, the opening ceremony of the 2nd semester was upon us. The 5 of us were chatting as usual in the classroom after school was over. If we just look at this moment, it would seem like nothing has changed since before summer. Hey, where are we going after this? That's right. Well, I want to go to karaoke. Oh, I have a discount coupon that I got the other day. Ha ha ha. Well, it's still before noon, so how about we kill some time around there? Narushima-san's cat-like appearance was also very perfect today. It seems like nothing really changed as we were the usual group of 5 stupid and funny friends. But now that summer is over, we have certainly changed in some ways. In fact, the change is huge but unimaginable. It was about Narushima-san's feelings and mine. And right now, I'm going to put an end to those feelings. After I tell Narushima-san, I can't go out with you, I'll ask her if she still wants to maintain the relationship we had before. I think that's petty, selfish, and arrogant. But I still have to tell her. After all, the group of 5 is special to me, and I don't want to even imagine a single one of them leaving. They're all precious friends to me. I want to remain friends with Narushima-san forever. Ah, hey, I'll go to the bathroom for a bit. I walked through the middle of the group and headed to the men's room. There, I took out my smartphone and sent a message to Narushima-san. It's already a secret communication between the 2 of us, who have already gotten used to it. Junior Koga, sorry, but can we meet on the rooftop now? Yoru Narushima, okay. I'll tell the others to wait at the school gate. Her response was too quick. Could it be that she was looking at her smartphone the whole time since I left the classroom? The relentless summer sun still hung in the sky, its warmth radiating down. Under the clear blue expanse, I stood alone on the open rooftop, waiting for her. And eventually, she arrived, just as I expected, alone. The wind tousled her black hair, which she gracefully tucked behind her ear with a delicate gesture, then she walked toward me with elegance. I admired her seductive smile, the one she never showed in front of anyone else, as Yoru Narushima approached. Foo, it's been a while since it's just been the two of us, hasn't it? I've always wanted to be alone with you, Koga-kun. So right now, I'm really nervous. Also, I've been holding myself back from visiting your apartment or contacting you for a while now, you know? Really? My heart was racing uncontrollably, now that I was alone with Narushima-san in this place. She kept gazing at me with that alluring, almost unnerving smile, as if it could pierce my heart and melt it at the same time. Hey, could it be that you called me here to tell me you want to go out with me? More or less, I guess. Foo. Yoru Narushima slowly wrapped her arms around my neck, as though she wanted something from me. Her body was so close to mine. She gently closed her eyes and leaned in, slowly bringing her lips toward mine. Wait a minute. Not yet. I should have had time to resist. But when that irresistible, dark allure surrounded me, I couldn't move. And so, once again, I was forced to accept her kiss. After a while, Yoru Narushima finally pulled away, licking her lips with her red tongue. I wish the five of us could stay like this forever, but I'm sure we'll be fine. So, let's go out secretly. Okay. Narushima-san placed her index finger on her lips and whispered softly, her voice almost a breath. Let's go out together and keep it a secret from everyone, alright? To me, this is a dizzying betrayal. A perverse whisper from a girl that shouldn't be heard. But Yoru Narushima's will pressed down on me, like a thick fog that clouded my vision, stole my breath, and even consumed my mind. Friendship is my top priority. Love is also my top priority, so I want to give priority to both. Can't I do that? That's unreasonable. What you're saying is contradictory. Also, isn't that how girls act? Then I'm fine with being a foolish girl. Yoru Narushima claimed my lips again, in that thick fog where I couldn't see the future. That secret kiss was both sweet and bitter. One day, it might feel like licking ice cream from the palm of your hand. Will anything really change? Even if Narushima-san and I become boyfriend and girlfriend, no one will ever know. Will the relationship between the five of us really stay the same? I don't know. But there's one thing I can be certain of. Yoru Narushima is a complicated girl, full of contradictions. She appears mature on the outside, but inside, she's still a child. She's strong-willed and mischievous, but also shy and pure. She seems eccentric, but she's actually serious. I'm scared of her, but I love her. She's my friend, but I want to make her my girlfriend. She's an incredibly captivating and fascinating girl. Section. While Junior Koga and Yoru Narushima were secretly meeting on the rooftop, Siren Miyabuchi, Shintaro Tanaka, and Hanoko Asagiri were still waiting for them at the school gate, unaware of what was happening. Summer vacation was fun. I'm already tired of the second semester. When will the next vacation be? The three of them were wasting time talking about those things, but Shintaro made a remark. Don't you think those two are taking too long? What could they be doing? Junior went to the bathroom and our tutor called Narushima-san. But if, Siren said very casually as a joke, could it be that those two are doing something? The one who overreacted was Hanoko Asagiri. What does that mean? It's nothing. It doesn't mean anything in particular. I was just joking. Duh. Don't say things that might worry me, even if it's just a joke. Why are you worried, Asagiri-san? That's not. It's nothing. Why are they taking so long? Hanoko didn't say anything more. She wanted to stay a little longer with this group of 5 good friends, so she couldn't say anything more. Under the clear early September sky, you could still smell fragments of the summer aroma. Under that blue sky, a girl who didn't know that 2 people were secretly meeting, just looked at the sky while thinking about a boy. All she had in her heart was a fragment of summer love. And then the season changed from summer to autumn. Little by little, the 5 kids will become adults in a distorted way. Afterward. This work is a secret romantic comedy where a group of 5 best friends, both men and women, fall in love in secret. How did you like it? I would be happy just knowing that it excited you a little. Junior Koga, who prioritized friendship, and Yoru Narushima, who prioritized love, ended up like this at the end of the first arc. However, what will happen in the second? What will happen to the other 3? I would appreciate it if you could enjoy this story as one that refers to the development of an exciting secret love and the story of the 5. PS Live House and live music bar owners are really nice people. Masashi in this story is just a weirdo, and of course minors should never work part-time in places like that. Listen to that, Yoru. Special short story, translated by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Narashima Yoru knows. By the way, Koga-kun, do you watch pornographic videos? After school, the 5 of them were as usual, and Asajiri-san said so. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Because Yoru is in the next room, right? The wall is pretty thin. What will happen? Aoki also gave a malicious smile and chased after him. So I still recommend wearing headphones. It would be bad if Yoru heard it, right? No, I wouldn't watch those kind of videos anyway. You're lying. There are no boys in the first year of high school who don't watch that kind of video, right? I really don't watch it. As I said this coldly, a message came to my phone. Needless to say, the sender was Narashima Yoru, who was hiding in the corner of the 5-member group. Narashima Yoru, what are you talking about? You are clearly hiding your unspeakable sexual fetish. Koga Jr., don't send messages when you are with everyone. You have a bad personality and breasts. Narashima Yoru, besides, you said you didn't watch it so assertively. If you are really a virgin, just confess that. Koga Jr., how can I say I am watching them in front of Asajiri-san? Narashima Yoru, I think it's weird to hide it. Koga Jr., okay, I really don't watch them anymore, so you should forget about it as well. Narashima Yoru, then, let's watch that super perverted video together today, okay? Fart. Because I was too shaken, I couldn't help but let out a weird sound. And the others looked at me blankly. You, what are you doing with your phone at the climax of this important topic? No, my mother sent me a message. Have you been eating well recently? Is it true? In that case, let me see the chat conversation. Siren reached out to the phone, and I realized that my clumsy defense was a bad move. Stupid, idiot. I won't show it to you. It seems a little suspicious. Even Shintaro, who usually came to stop us, cast a suspicious look at me. It would be bad if the conversation between me and Narashima-san just now was seen. And Narashima-san, who was also anxious, said this. Ah, that's not that, right? Koga-kun wasn't chatting. You see, it must be like that. He was deleting the browsing history of mature and pornographic websites, right? That's it. I can only go with the flow. I deleted it in a hurry because it left a terrible pornographic record. After parting with everyone in the train group, Narashima and I walked on the street leading to the apartment. I'm sorry, Koga-kun. Narashima apologized to me in a gentle voice, but to be honest, it was already terrible. Why would I expose myself to watching super pornographic videos in front of Asajiri, the one I admire? That's enough, but you must not tell anyone about my sexual fetish. After all, no one knows except Narashima. Then this is a secret between the 2 of us. Narashima Yoru showed a charming smile. This added another secret between us. An insignificant secret was born. Come to think of it, this isn't fair, is it? Even I have the right to know what kind of erotic videos Narashima-san watches. Ha. How could I possibly watch that kind of videos? I think it's weird to hide it. I said this in the same way as Narashima-san did before. Well, tell me. What kind of sexual fetish do you have? There shouldn't be any secrets between us at this point, right? Goo. She interrupted me with all her might. What did you let a girl hear, you big perverted bastard virgin? Needless to say, this violence was also a secret just between the 2 of us. End of Volume 1.